October 19th, 2021. And we're going to start off with the roll call and posting of the agenda.
Councilmember Lopez,
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Here.
Councilmember Perrello.
Here.
Councilmember Tehran.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Here.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Here. Okay,
The posting of the agenda for this meeting. The agenda was posted in the City Hall Bulletin Board on October 7th, 2021. Thank you.
thank you. Our next item is public comments and closed session items. At this time, a person may address the legislative body only on matters appearing on the closed session item, and the presiding officer shall limit the public comments to 3 minutes. So we do have a public speaker on closed session item. This Mr. Ryan Drury, D-R-U-R-Y, Ryan, for closed session. Do we have Ryan on the phone?
It is ringing, Mayor.
Okay. Mhm.
Mr. Drury?
Mayor, while we're waiting for that speaker,
Mhm.
this would be the time to note that in accordance with our rules under AB 361, members of the public have 3 minutes from this point to log in to the meeting and register and recognize to be heard on this item. And instructions for how to do so are on the first page of the meeting agenda
Mhm.
and also posted at the city's website, the agendas page.
Thank you, the city attorney.
Detailed message, and I will give you a call as soon as I can. Thank you so much. Bye.
Mhm.
Let me try that again, Mayor.
Thank you. Mhm. Ryan, D-R-U-R-Y.
Detailed message, and I will give you a call as soon as I can. Thank you so much. Bye.
Mayor, unfortunately, we were not able to reach our public speaker.
Okay, thank you. So our next item then is the closed session item 4:30 conference with legal counsel. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. We're still waiting for that 3-minute clock to run down,
Mhm.
but I'll read the statement prior to closed session. The City
Thank you.
Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D4, based on existing facts and circumstances to decide whether to initiate litigation in one potential case. And we still have about a minute left.
1 minute, 60 seconds. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead, Councilman.
When we get a
Perrello.
message machine and it says the guy's not there, do we at least leave a message to let him know we called him? Just
Does
a-
it, Madam Clerk, does he have a message center?
we could hear his voice, Mayor, and I was wondering, do we leave a message saying, well, I'm sorry, we called you a couple of times here, but you know, so they don't get teed off. Thank you. That's only my own point. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So the clerk will leave a message, So is the time up, Madam Clerk, for the 3 minutes?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, the time's up, so we're going into closed session and we'll be back at 5 p.m. for the appointment item. Go into closed session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. There's no action to report out of closed session.
Thank you, sir. Our next item is an appointment item, and this is City Manager Department. The subject is the Police Department update. The recommendation that the City Council receive a Police Department update. And this again was required under Measure M. It was a pre-recorded presentation. However, we do have Police Chief Benitez that might make a presentation. But before we continue, we do have a speaker on this item, and that would be Reverend Greg Runyon. You got 3 minutes.
Mayor, we do not have our public speaker at the moment.
Okay, so then we'll go ahead and continue with the Chief Benitez, or wait the 3 minutes. Why don't we go ahead and start with the Jason?
Okay.
Okay.
Good afternoon, almost evening, Mayor and Council. Just wanted to go back since the presentation, which was pre-recorded. Since then, I did receive a few questions that I'd like to clarify for the public's benefit. So I'll go ahead and share my screen real quick here. And
Excuse me, Chief. Mayor,
Yes.
we do have our speaker on the line now.
Okay, Chief, let's go ahead and get Reverend Greg Ryan.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks. Sorry. I just wanted to make a couple comments, and I hope I can do them briefly and make some sense. I know that there was a pre-recorded video, and that dealt with a lot of statistics and data and things like that, but I just hope all of us in talking about our police department and the things that are there is that we have become so data driven that we forget that a lot of policing is about the people that go out and handle the data. And we are very fortunate that we have a department that is trying very hard to meet the needs of our community. I was fortunate enough to go to a principled policing training where they are trying to be very progressive and very forward in how they relate to our community. They're not trying to make it a us versus them, but more about a we thing. And I just hope that for all of us, when we hear the criticisms and we hear the noise, those things are valid many times, but it is always wrong to paint our whole department with a broad stroke. And one of the last things I'd like to say, our department kind of bucks national trends. They're wonderful in their community policing. They're wonderful in their outreach. And if I could just make a very personal statement, I came here in 2005 or 2006, and I came as someone who was just 4 years out of prison with a long history of breaking the law. And I was very blessed that the department then and the department now was able to see the man that I've become, not judge me by the man that I was. And they very much are trying to lift people up, not hold them down. So I hope that when we look at all these data things and everything else, we really do take the heart of what it means to be a police officer. They are wonderful stewards. That I believe it's a calling, and I believe that we are very blessed to have the leadership we have, as well as the officers. There's work to be done, but I hope we can do it in a way that uplifts our entire community without tearing down a portion of it. So with that, I'll bid you all a good evening, and I hope you all have a wonderful meeting. God bless.
Thank you, Reverend Crubman. Thank you for sharing. Police Chief Benitez.
Let me get back onto my shared screen here. It should be up. I just wanted to go back to a couple of slides that we've had since the presentation, which was recorded several days ago. We have had a few questions I did want to clarify on here, starting with slide 8, regarding the question about the catalytic converters. Obviously a hot topic, ongoing rising trend for thefts. One question was, you can see that Oxnard PD is stenciling people's catalytic converters for them. The question is, does this paint stay on despite the high heat of the exhaust systems? And the question is yes. They use a high heat automotive exhaust spray paint to do that. On slide 13, there was a question about the Racial and Identity Profiling Act slide. As you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, we have an app that I had mentioned that our officers are using. Actually, since this presentation, they have begun using this app. There are a number of different data input sections that they put on this screen. There are several screens. The item on the right side of the screen here is just simply like a graphic for the purpose of the presentation. I wasn't intending to actually get into the all the questions for that for what this software covers, but I believe that would be a great future presentation to our public, knowing what it is they actually have to record after each stop. We just had this discussion last week with the Chiefs Advisory Board, and I think it's something good that we can bring to the Public Safety Committee and City Council so they can see what it is the officers are doing. If I go to slide 17, there is a picture of the ALPRs, and there was a question about any data related to successful uses of that. Well, I wanted to use this slide more as a preview to something that we plan to bring to council as a report in December to talk a little bit more about this technology, and we have had a number of successes for them, and I can share them in greater detail in a particular presentation. Slide 18, vacancies. There was a question about that. Actually, this number is very fluid, and as I can tell you, as this slide was from several days ago, the number of vacancies has now increased from 10 to 12. I do have to self-report a statistic that I gave on my presentation where I indicated in the last recruitment, we had 144 applicants, of which 44 showed up to the test. The number is actually 114 applicants, of which 44 showed up to the test, which is actually kind of paints an even darker picture about how difficult the recruitments are for police agencies to get qualified candidates. Slide, let's see. The last one, slide 20. There's a question about the group at the lower right-hand photo in the slide. That's actually a group of our police explorers. And after a year off due to COVID, we had a graduation ceremony for them in July. That was actually that brief period of time where we were relatively unmasked in public, but now we're back into where we are. But this is our explorers, our future officers, and hopefully future dispatchers. Maybe there's even a police chief in there. So those were all the clarifications that I had. And if there are any questions from council, I'll be more glad to take them now.
Yeah, thank you,
Mr.
Chief. Council members, is there any brief questions you want to ask the chief before we continue on this comments?
Mr. Mayor and council members, since we do have the balance of the hour here for this single appointment item, I think that I appreciate that the chief has made a video and clearly there've been some questions. I hope you would indulge. I'd like the chief to actually run through the presentation in a very brief form, because there is a lot of really important information here that I think anyone who's tuning in now deserves to hear. And again, while the video is there, we're live now and we have the time. So under this particular circumstance, if you wouldn't mind letting the chief just run through and do a very abbreviated version, there's a lot of important information there.
And we do have some time, Chief. Councilman Perrello, you want to ask a question after the presentation?
Nope, I think the idea is a terrific idea. This is tremendous information for our public. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Chief. Go ahead and continue. Mhm.
Okay, I'll take this from the top then. Let's see if I can get this in the beginning. Let me start off at the beginning. Let's see. It's the old-fashioned way. Okay, my last presentation was 25 minutes, so I'm going to try to boil this down to something a little bit more shorter. And I agree, this is the type of presentation that I believe I would always prefer to give this live and to our council and to our public. Things do change in the period of time that since this presentation was recorded. First reminder was, as we talked about at the October 5th City Council meeting, that October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. As you may have seen a number of events that PD is involved with. We're partnering with Ribbons for Life, a local nonprofit that is there to support breast cancer patients as well as raise awareness. Always keeping in mind our police department priorities and our city council priorities. Our strategic priorities within our department involve community safety, and that's a very overarching priority that covers crime, it covers traffic, places emphasis on community policing and neighborhood problem solving. Community engagement, very important to us. We like to have as many positive contacts as we can with our community. We've said this before, and we'll continue to say that every contact that we have with our community is an opportunity to make an investment in police community relations. Maintaining a culture of success is an internal priority that we have, which involves staffing for success, training for success, having good policies and procedures that are in place, having good equipment, equipping our officers and staff for success, things like that, as well as recognizing the value of wellness and employee recognition. And of course, the council priorities that we spoke of earlier in the year, maintaining 911 emergency response times and restoring community policing. As you know, I spoke to this last May, I believe it was the May 4th City Council meeting. I always like to include little bits of the work going on, showing what our officers are doing out there in our community without spending a lot of time on them. We have our traffic unit, we have our new mounted unit, which you may have seen. You see at the lower left corner, we have our property crimes detectives are actually working on a catalytic converter detail where they're actually marking catalytic converters. And then our other officers engaging our community. In this case, they were working to purchase some ice creams that they were going to distribute to some kids this summer. Other things, just other cases of interacting. We've seen them with some cleanups. They've helped out with some cleanups in places like Wilson Park, out on Ventura Road. You see some soccer camps. You see them working with a child seat installation, and I think you may have seen the story about the cat that was found behind City Hall. It got a lot of attention on social media. Crime, the number as it stands as of today is, I believe it's minus 24.5%. It actually went up to 24.9% a week ago, and we're back at 24.4%, which is actually a very, very fortunate place for us to be this far into the year. This is a very, very significant crime reduction from the previous year. So, as I mentioned before, last year we saw a huge increase in auto thefts, and that was driving our crime picture for 2020. You can see we are down almost 50% on stolen autos this year, which is a really good thing to see. I mentioned at the last presentation in May that we had our property crimes detectives were actually out in the field, spending more time engaging and looking for persons more likely to commit these crimes versus staying behind the desk. We've also placed great emphasis on the intelligence-driven in ways to keep tabs on our prolific offenders. But the darker side of this is that we do see some upticks in violent crime, and speaking specifically to homicides. The number you see on the left for the year 2020 was 6. It was actually one of the record lows that we've had. I believe the last time we had a number that came that close was around the year 2000. And typically the 5-year average for homicides in Oxnard has been between 14 to 15. So this year we're seeing an uptick. Now this is what we have particularly referred to as like a COVID effect, or I like to call it the thawing out of COVID confinement over the past year. Last year people were indoors, they were not out as much, and as a result there were less opportunities for interactions with people out in public, and we saw this reduction in homicides. The number that you see on the right with 13 is actually what we refer to often as a reversion to the mean. And so as we're kind of hopefully working our way through the pandemic, unfortunately, we are starting to see these numbers go back up. And this number is actually very significant in a lot of other cities in California. Without specifying, our bigger cities are seeing some very steep increases in homicides and violent crimes. And so this is where we are today. So we look at these projections each week to see where we are. I spoke to violent crime and property crime. Now, our priorities have always been on dangerous, distracted, and impaired device drivers. During the pandemic, we received a lot of complaints about speeders. You may have noticed people driving a lot faster when there were less people on the road. We continue to receive a lot of complaints about speed violations, loud vehicles, and as well as people disregarding the rules in school zones. As a result, these are statistics, but I just want to really emphasize to the council and to the public that our officers are out there addressing these problems as given the resources that they have. They do place priority on these particular violations. And as you can see here, they've written over 2,500 speed citations just this year. You look at some of the school zone operations that they've done this year, being there at the opening and closing of school hours, and either attempting to educate parents and those people dropping off their kids about the safest ways to do that, but in many cases resorting to enforcement when they have blatant violations. DUI arrests were at 444. We're keeping that high on our priority list as well. Collisions have historically been a problem in our city. We're at the time of this report, we were just over 400. If you look at going back to 2019, we were at about 1,049. So we're not quite at the same projections as we were as 2019. But in any case, Oxnard actually has its share of fatal collisions. And so thus far this year, we have actually since added at least one more fatal collision, which occurred yesterday. So I believe we are at 13 now. And as you can see, when you break these types down, we do have issues here, particularly with bicycle and pedestrian fatalities, and it's not a good thing. However, when you look at the stats in terms of where we stand in California, if we took all the cities in California that were between populations of 100,000 and 249,999 population, we have 59 cities within that category. And historically, Oxnard does fall within these numbers. These numbers are based on 2018 statistics. Now, these numbers are from 3 years ago, yes. A lot of the government agencies are very slow in reporting these figures. So these are the most up-to-date ones that we do have. So you can see that we are number 2 out of 59 in alcohol involved in fatal and injury crashes. Being number 2 is not where we want to be. Now, takeaways from this is that it's not just enforcement that really matters. It has a lot to do with the engineering that we have in the cities. And you can see a lot of the improvements that we are seeing now in our community with better marked bike lanes, for example. These types of things actually help out. And a lot of times engineering solutions can have a significant impact on traffic safety. And one of them I really like to focus in on as example is at Rice and Camino del Sol. There was a simple changing of the type of traffic signal light where we were having a lot of left-hand turn collisions. With the adding of a phased yellow light to this actually really significantly reduced the number of collisions at that location. So engineering is huge. Education is big. Enforcement is always a tool we have, which shouldn't be the only tool. When Chief Whitney was here a few years ago, I believe it was maybe three years ago, he talked about drug overdoses and the opioid epidemic. And at the time, he actually pointed out that there were over 64,000 people in the United States had died due to drug overdoses in the year, I believe it was 2018. Well, for the year 2020 nationwide, we were at 93,000 people. So this problem has accelerated drastically. As you can see here, at the time of this recording, when I did this report, we had responded to over 205 calls of overdoses, and we're getting literally like 2, 3, sometimes 4 a day. For the entire year of last year, we were at 226. We are, I believe we've actually crossed into either 26 or 27 fatal overdoses since this report was recorded. And what we're also seeing is a very steep uptick in terms of the officer application of naloxone. It's also known as Narcan. It's the nasal spray that is used to block the effects of opioids. And you can see our numbers are very high compared to last year, well over almost 3 times the number just during the first 3 quarters of this year. So what really shows is that when you look at traffic collisions, when you look at homicides, and you look at overdoses, you can see that overdoses have clearly overshadowed the sum total of both collisions and homicides. For example, if you just look at the right side of your screen, you'll see that the total of homicides and traffic collisions is equal to that of opioid deaths or overdose deaths. In this slide, this refers to the beginning of stop data collection, and the Racial and Identity Profiling Act of 2015 actually mandates that after stops involving detentions or arrests or searches of persons or vehicles, the officer has to fill out a mini report, which talks about the officer's perceived race, of what the officer perceives as a subject's race, their sexuality, and a number of other circumstances, and completes a mini report. At the end of the year, this data is submitted to the Department of Justice, and a public report is made available. We are actually required to begin reporting this data as of January 1st of next year. However, we've been ahead of this now, is that we identified a product, and actually this graphic you see on the right is a screenshot of this product that officers carry on their phones now. And as of last week, they began to collect this data after their stops. What this means is if an officer stops somebody and writes them a traffic ticket, as soon as they have written that ticket and that stop is over, they have to fill out one of these mini reports. If, say, there are 3 people in the vehicle, and the officer would say, hypothetically search 2 persons out of the 3, the officer will have to do 2 such reports after the stop. So this is a very leading edge product that we have. It's good having technology like this, because otherwise, if it wasn't in a convenient format, this would take several minutes. From what I'm hearing so far from the officers, is they are able to complete a single report in about 1 to 2 minutes. Years ago, we got involved with body cameras, and that was in the year 2016. This technology has been a game changer for us. This actually protects our community, it protects the officers, and it also protects and records evidence. Since then, we've been fortunate to add some additional features that go along with the body cameras, and Axon Signal is one of them. Just to briefly describe this to you, if you look at the firearm on the left-hand side of your screen, you'll see a small device or an attachment on here. This is the Axon Signal device. What happens is anytime the officer removes their firearm from their holster and it is equipped with this device, it will immediately activate their body-worn camera for that officer. As far as the taser is concerned, if the officer is to pull the trigger on the taser, it automatically activates the body-worn camera for that officer. And another feature, Axon Signal, when an officer activates their overhead lights in their vehicle, in a 30-foot radius from that vehicle, all officers within that radius of 30 feet up to 50 feet will have their cameras automatically activated. So this allows the officers the opportunity, if there's an incident that happens very quickly, that they are able to get their cameras activated so we can record what happened. Because nothing tells the story better than actually seeing what happened. Other technology we've been talking about, I believe I came to council in 2019 to talk a little bit about this, is the use of the unmanned aerial systems, also known as drones. This year we have done, at this point, I believe it's about 65 missions for a number of things. These 2 photos you see depicted here, the one on the left actually shows, we did a social media posting of how this drone was instrumental in capturing the suspect who went to go hide in this shed. So the officers knew exactly where the person was. On the right, you see the drone being used to monitor a traffic safety operation. So this actually allows, serves as a spotter for the motorcycle officers that are actually waiting right around the corner. So very, very useful technology that we've gotten. It's made our job safer, and it's actually has paid it in dividends. This is one item of technology that we have been using. You will, if you have not already seen, there's we've applied for a grant for what is referred to as a Faro scanner. This scanner is a 3D scanner that captures scenes, whether it's a crime scene or if it's an accident reconstruction scene. And the video that you just saw as I was speaking to this is actually just a very simplified demo model of what the end product is from the Faro scanner. This shoots lasers. It actually maps the scene so we can later go back and manipulate it. You can actually have scale measurements from different points. So we are applying for a grant for actually a handheld scanner, which can be used in more confined spaces, whether it's inside of vehicles or inside of a residence or a location where there was a crime scene. But outstanding technology that makes our jobs easier and at the end produces better reports. On this particular slide, I do want to just kind of preview a future discussion about automated license plate readers. We've had them for a number of years. About a dozen of our patrol cars are equipped with these sensors here that actually record license plates. And these are useful for locating stolen vehicles or vehicles that have been entered into the system as having been involved in some type of crime. What our conversation will cover in the upcoming months is our desire to expand this technology throughout our city by setting up fixed station automated license plate readers. Very, very effective tool for public safety. We have actually solved homicides from ALPR technology, as well as our neighboring agencies who both are current users of this technology. When I say that specifically, fixed station ALPRs, but I can just tell you that there's more to come on this particular topic that I'd like to share with council. This goes back to our challenges of staffing, which is actually our number one staffing. Staffing is our number one challenge at PD right now, with the number of vacancies that we have. If you look to the left in the red ink or the red type, it talks about vacancies. Our number currently stands at 12. And when you add about 24 officers that are either on injury leave or they're on modified duty, plus those that are in the academy, when you deduct that from our authorized number of 238, you see how quickly we get whittled down. And so where we see this is in our patrol division, and we need to have healthy patrol shifts that are adequately staffed in order to maintain those response times that we speak of. In order to be able to field community policing resources into our neighborhoods, we need to have healthy staffing. So that goes back to recruitment. When I speak of recruitment, it's very important that we actually are recruiting qualified candidates. We do not take B players. We do not take officers that leave other agencies for misconduct or they're separated for misconduct. And in recruiting them, let me just give you a little example here of what we have. We currently have 18 in training. 9 have just started the October Academy, and we have 5 recent Academy graduates. And I believe we are down to 3 in field training now, which are expected to be out of training within the next couple weeks, maybe no more than a month. But as I spoke earlier, the number here you see, we have a very difficult time recruiting candidates, and this has been a significant challenge. And I use this last recruitment as an example. We typically send officers or recruits to 2 academies per year in Camarillo, one that starts in October and another one that starts in April. We are attempting to send another group to an academy in Orange County that starts in January. And for this recruitment, this is what we have. 114 applicants, 44 show up to the test, 19 pass that test. And after we interview those 19, we only have 4 people proceeding further into the process. And that is the background process. We usually drop people out of that process. If they manage to get through that, they go through a hiring interview with the chiefs. And if they pass that, they're given a conditional job offer, which they still have to get a psychological exam and a medical exam. And then they can start the academy. And so you can see it's very, very hard to maintain pace and fill those vacancies. It just can't happen overnight. They say it takes about 18 months from the time where you start a recruitment till an officer is actually out in the street on their own. So lastly, just wanted to go back and circle towards some of the great work that our officers are doing out there. I'm very proud of our officers. I see what they do out there every day. I see their engagement with our kids, with our underserved populations. They're out there talking to people. I'm very, very lucky and fortunate to have a department like this. You know, I really can't say enough good things about them. And as you see in our lower right, as I mentioned earlier, this is our last class, our last Explorer class that is now part of Oxnard's Explorer post. And as I mentioned, hopefully there's some future commanders, some future sergeants, and maybe even a chief in there. Here we have some of our other officers at work, whether it's our homeless liaison officer at the shelter, our traffic officers, our dispatchers doing a job that I could never do, as officers doing community service. And you probably saw this, have seen this guy in council meetings quite a bit, Officer Langelier. He's usually a fixture in the council chambers. And also here we have some officers doing a stop off for Make-A-Wish. But that is the abbreviated version of my presentation. I hope they found that you found this informative. I will be available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. That's an abbreviated, I just imagined what it is for the full presentation. But before we continue, let me share a couple of items here with our council members. This is as per AB 361. We probably have some council members that want to ask some questions to you, Chief. And then I'm going to ask Madam Clerk if we have any speakers. If we don't, after that, then the council members can ask questions, and then we'll start with a 3-minute rule at this time. So council members, do you have any questions of the chief at this time? And then we'll start the 3-minute rule. Councilmember Perrella?
Chief, can you tell us, you had two officers just dropped out recently. What, they got jobs somewhere else or what happened?
We had one resignation and we had one officer lateral to another agency 2 counties north of us.
Thank you very much.
Chief, I also want to thank you, for you mentioned initially about the breast cancer campaign that you have. And I just want to thank you and all your officers and working with the Starbucks the other day. I think it was really a great event. We had a lot of good positive information from that and comments from the public. And in my understanding, the Starbucks individuals came from all the way from different parts of Southern California, to help us celebrate and to make sure that we understand the breast cancer. So for that, I just want to thank you. And number 2, the other thing that you mentioned, this crime rate is a negative 24%. I mean, that is absolutely outstanding. I want to commend you and your men and women for doing an excellent job. And also one of the other things that you talked about with the school zone problems and concerns. And I know there was one a little boy or girl that got run over when the parents parked across the street from, and the child ran in front of the car, and of course then the driver could not see him. So those kind of problems are extremely important. Also the striping, and also the racial profiling act. And I think that's a really, really good training that we give our men and women, and that training is really, really important. And of course, in your last slide, working with the youth, I think is extremely important. And that's probably some of the neighborhood policing that you're going to start too, that's going to help us tremendously. So I just wanted to share those items, because I believe that you're doing a really, really good job, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Councilman Turan and followed by Councilman Madrigal. Councilman Turan.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for the presentation ahead of time, and then thank you for summarizing it for us tonight. I'm sure the members of the public really appreciate being able to see it. I have 2 questions. One is regarding violent crime and the drop we saw there. Is there a specific definition we utilize for violent crime that the public can just kind of keep in mind? And as a follow-up to that, it seems to me in past presentations, and probably this one too, that the violent crime that happens in the city tends to be between individuals who know each other in some way, and rather than random violence that's occurring on an everyday resident. Is that accurate to say that? So those are kind of 2, and then I have one more follow-up question after that.
To answer your question, yes. It's very common for people that are involved in violent crimes between victim and suspect to have some type of, I'll call it a relationship, whether it's an acquaintance relationship or a known relationship. Yes, that is common. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, and then is there a definition for violent crime that's utilized by either our department or Department of Justice, something that's standardized that we use to define those rates?
It's just referred to as the violent crime rate, which is broken down into the four crimes that I listed in the table. You have homicide, robbery, rape, and aggravated assault. So those four are the ones that are generally used. I see Eric just popped up here for a second. Did he have to supplement that?
That's
Eric.
what I was gonna
Okay.
say, Chief.
Okay, thank you.
Mm.
We are always reading our minds as council. We're usually in the same train of thought. So
Yes, thank you very much for that. And just as the final question that I have, in regards to property crimes, do you have just within, just a short amount of time, just some tips that folks can take with them after this presentation to prevent becoming a victim of property crimes?
yes, lock your doors. Don't leave things in your car. Those are the two biggest things that we possibly have. About 60% of our crime picture ticks is in the larceny category, which is theft. But in previous years, we took a deeper dive into that, and we found out the vast majority of property crime tends to be the category referred to as theft from vehicle. So that's a vehicle that is unlocked that has something stolen from it. The most common form of property crime that we have in our city is that. Catalytic converter theft is something I mentioned. It is a statewide trend. People are selling these stolen catalytic converters for the metals that are inside of them. If you can, mark them. You can have that done at places if you put your VIN number or your license plate number on there or we'll spray it. And when persons go underneath your car, they'll see that, and they'll see that they probably won't be able to sell that at a recycling center. So may actually prevent the crime. Also, stay tuned to the Facebook posts that we do. We did one actually either yesterday or today in 3 languages that talked about crime prevention tips. We did a show. It was in English, Spanish, and Mixteco. So if you can see that as one of our most recent Facebook posts. But we like to put out crime tips, crime prevention tips. You can also find them on our website.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Chief, before we go to Councilman Madrigal, one of the things too that you mentioned before is the fact that people in the morning will get up, start the car's running in the driveway, they run back into the house, to pick up whatever. And during that time, a lot of cars are stolen because of the cars are running, on their own while somebody runs back into the house to pick up a wallet or a purse or they forgot their coffee or whatever. And that's something that I think people should be aware of.
Yes, 100% agree. That was actually when we look at a breakdown of vehicles that are stolen, they either have their keys left in them or they were left running and unattended. We don't need to do that. The cars aren't built that way these days, so you don't need to leave your car.
You don't have to warm it up
running,
anymore.
Unattended. Right.
Right.
So that's an important tip.
Thank you, Chief. Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you. I want to kind of go back to something the mayor mentioned. It was about the student that was hit by Harrington School and the importance of crosswalks. I know that's something I mentioned, especially at Harrington, which I still say has some missing crosswalks. But besides that, I actually want to focus on what the police department did today. I saw on social media, I don't know if it was today or yesterday, but they actually went out to was it Harrington School, and they even had an assembly and they talked to them about the safety of crossing the street. And to that, 100% my kudos to the entire department for doing that. First, thank you for going out there to the school on an assembly. So I'm guessing the entire or most of the school was there, and doing that with the kids. One, it promotes positive community interaction with young students, and 2, it teaches them the safety of actually being careful with crossing the street. Because I know growing up, I was constantly one of those kids that would only look one way instead of two ways. So thank you to the department for doing that. And, hopefully, we go out there and do that in at other schools and other places in the community where we can do that. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. We've done this to a number of schools over the course of the school year. You just can't do it enough, and it's something we have to continually reinforce. So you combine the education with good engineering and occasional enforcement, and then that's the equation for safer school zones. Thank you for the comments. Appreciate that.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Chief. Any other comments? Madam Clerk, do you have anybody that called in? I know the 3 minutes are over, but
No, Mayor, no additional
no
public
additional
comments. Thank
no
you.
additional comments. Okay, council members, we have Mr. City Manager, we have another 10, 15 minutes before you want to share anything before we
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll take this opportunity. So this is at my request, and I expect to be asking the chief to do this at least twice a year, because I think it's important for our community to be informed and get updates on what the police department is encountering in our community. For a city of this size, in terms of our population density, I think our police department does a spectacular job, and overall, in terms of the crime averages, it's a very safe community. It's you often hear comments about how someone sees something happening and the police are nowhere to be found. I see that often or hear of that. So I think it's important for people to understand just how busy our very, very small police department, how busy they are every day. And also, I'm not sure if I should do it this way, but I start every morning with my cup of coffee and I review the prior day's police incidents.
Mhm.
So I get to see the range of activity that our police officers encounter, and there are many where they are clearly putting themselves in danger. But there are also many situations where they show up to very, very traumatic and heartbreaking situations, whether it's a serious car accident where they have to engage and witness and observe and help people who are seriously wounded, or cases where there's some serious mental illness and they're doing their best to talk people down. And constantly a variety of various forms of domestic violence. There's just a lot that our officers handle beyond getting the bad guys off the street, even though they also do a lot of that. So if you pay attention to the news releases, you can get a sense of how often our police officers are very successful at removing dangerous weapons from the hands of wrong people who possess them. So there's just a lot of activity. Our officers deserve a lot of kudos and respect and appreciation for the work that they do. But it's just, I just want everyone to understand the volume of work, the range of incidents that they encounter, the variety, and just the drastic amount of work that they encounter every day, so that the rest of us can go on about our business safely. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager and Chief, I also, believe it or not, got into the habit of sitting the police report. For the size of Oxnard, for 200,000+ people, and you take the El Rio area and the other areas, we're talking maybe 250,000. And I don't condone the crimes, but the amount of crimes that we have, I think, are minimal compared to cities our size. Is that about right, Chief? Because we hate to see the statistics anyway, but we see them every morning. But for the size of our city and the surrounding communities, it seems to me like our crimes, even though I don't condone those crimes, are minimal. Is that?
I'd lean towards saying yes. I'd have to look at this year specifically because we're seeing so many changes across the state this year when compared to previous year. But I think it is safe to say that we are, that this is a safer community. This is actually a safe community when you look at the bigger picture.
Yeah. Thank you, Chief. And okay, council members, we will probably recess. We got about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. We'll be back in about 10 minutes for the opening ceremonies at 6 p.m. We'll be back at recess for about 10 minutes. Thank you, Chief. And thank you to all
Thank
your
you.
men and women. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm. City Council. This is the opening ceremonies at 6 p.m. We're going to start with a pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States and a moment of silence for a great man that passed away, Colin Powell, and numerous others that we've lost. So please join me for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. Before we continue with the opening ceremonies here and also the pledge of allegiance, let me share some information here as per AB 361. This is a meeting that's being held in accordance with Assembly Bill 361, allowing members of the City Council and members of the public and staff to participate via teleconference. The instructions for how the public may participate in this meeting are provided in the meeting agenda as well as in the city's website, oxnard.org/city-meetings/. Members of the public that not request to speak prior to the 3 p.m. cutoff may do so during the meeting by dialing 888-475-4499 and entering the meeting ID and password found on the meeting agenda. You'll be placed in the Zoom waiting room. While in the Zoom waiting room, once I've called for public speakers for the agenda item on which you wish to speak, press *9 to raise your hand and inform the clerk that you would like to speak during the agenda item. The clerk will then unmute you when it is your time to speak by pressing *6 to unmute your phone. Speakers shall have up to 3 minutes to speak per agenda item. After all the public speakers have signed up for a particular item and have been given an opportunity to speak, the public comment period for that item shall be held open for 3 more minutes to allow additional speakers to register or otherwise be recognized for the purpose of providing public comments. During the 3-minute time period, the City Council and staff may discuss the item being considered. In the event of disruption which prevents the council from broadcasting the meeting during the calling options or internet-based service options, or in the event of disruption within the city's control, which prevents members of the public from offering public comment using the calling option or internet-based service options. The council then shall take no further action on item appearing on the meeting agenda until the public access to the meeting via the call-in option or internet-based service option is restored. However, if any of the broadcast options are disrupted, but any of the other broadcast options are still available to the public, the council may take further action on items appearing on the agenda without waiting for the disrupted broadcast option to be restored. Just want to share that. Thank you so much. So we have now a couple of items here that are ceremonial items that are really important. And the first item I'd like to call, hopefully we have Community Relations Commission Chair Adam Lopez, and I have a proclamation claiming October 2021 is Multicultural Month. I'd like to read that at this time. Whereas the month of October is designated as Multicultural Month in the city of Oxnard as part of the United Nations Day celebration throughout the world. And whereas a representation of many cultures from around the world, with 20 languages being spoken, the city of Oxnard is truly a diverse community. And whereas the Community Relations Commission will host a virtual program in celebration of the 25th Annual Multicultural Festival to be held via social media to embrace and celebrate the city's cultural diversity. And whereas admission to this virtual celebration is free, it will feature entertainment, dance groups, poetry, music, culinary arts, and the vast array of cultures. And whereas a multicultural festival provides an opportunity for the community to come together to learn about other cultures and appreciate the richness of each culture that adds to our community and to recognize the common humanity that link each other's cultures. Now, therefore, I, John C. Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do hereby proclaim October 2021 as Multicultural Month in the city of Oxnard and encourage all residents to join the virtual celebration and come and discover, share, and celebrate diversity in an environment where education, music, and culinary arts are intertwined. In witness thereof, I've set my hand and caused this great seal of the city of Oxford to be affixed this 19th day of October 2021. Adam is the Community Relations Commission Chair. Adam, we'd like to share any words at this time.
Yes, sir, Mayor, can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, sir. Mhm.
Well, esteemed Mayor Zaragoza and esteemed council members, on behalf of myself, Chair of the Community Relations Commission, Vice Chair Helene Stallion, Commissioner Tiffany Lopez, Commissioner Andres Paniagua, Commissioner Cynthia Gonzalez, and Commissioner Durias, we accept and receive this proclamation. It's an honor, it's a privilege to be honored this day with this proclamation. The Community Relations Commission for the past 23 years have put together the Multicultural Festival, which has been something great that presents a diversity of entertainment, culture, culinary, dance, music, and it's just an awesome event. Obviously, for the reasons of the pandemic, we haven't had it last year. And this year, we're working on a virtual presentation. But we want to thank you for the time you took, yourself and the council members, to give us this proclamation. It's something that it's one of the many roles that the CRC has, but the one that has the most value for our community. And like I said, this year is going to be our 23rd. It's going to be virtual, but it's going to happen at the end of the year. So thank you again, Mayor and esteemed council members. It's an honor to receive this proclamation today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And hopefully, maybe next year we can have the live one. I know that over at Plaza Park, when all the kids dance and with the different cultures and so forth, it's just fantastic with all the food and culinary items that are there. Just fantastic. But thank you again, and thank you to your committee.
Thank you, and have a good night.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we have a next item. This is a really important item. We have Vietnam veterans of Ventura County. Ron Fitzgerald is going to accept this proclamation, and I'd like to read it at this time. The proclamation is Veterans Day, November 11th, and even though we still have a couple of weeks away from that, we're going to do this because we won't have a meeting in time to celebrate Veterans Day. But whereas Veterans Day has origin, in November 11, 1918, armistice which brought World War I to a conclusion, and whereas the Allied victories of World War I affirmed the strength of a great nations acting together for a high purpose, and whereas the people of the United States caused through their elected representatives designating November 11th as a federal legal holiday, which in 1954 became officially known thereafter as Veterans Day, where Veterans Day continues to be celebrated and commemorated with solemn observances in honor of all Americans who have served in our country's armed forces, and where Veterans Day has become a significant part of American heritage, as we recognize the millions of our citizens whose military service has a profound effect on our history, whereas the courage, honor, sacrifice, and dedication which veterans of the United States Armed Forces have displayed in the cause of the cause of justice and the freedom and democracy are the most worthy of recognition. Now, therefore, I, John C. Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, do hereby call upon all citizens to commend Americans veterans and observe Thursday, November 11th, 2021 as Veterans Day, and ask that this day be observed in honor of those who have served to preserve the principles of justice, freedom, and democracy. Now, therefore, I'll set my hand, causing this great seal of the City of Oxnard to be affixed this 19th day of October 2021. And I hope, Ron, you want to share a couple of words on this for Veterans Day?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Ron Fitzgerald, and I'm the Public Affairs Officer for the Vietnam Veterans of Ventura County. And on behalf of the Vietnam Veterans of Ventura County and all of our brothers and sisters around the world that have served and that are still serving, I graciously and humbly accept this proclamation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and the City Council of Oxnard.
Thank you, Ron. And also like to share that, and I've said it over and over again, that I've had my family members from going back to World War two with my father and all the way through my son and through the Vietnam and Desert Storm in Iraq and Afghanistan. Thank you to all the veterans. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And by the way, all this proclamations will be ready to pick up at the city manager's office tomorrow morning, if you'd like to swing by.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a next item that we have, and this is a accommodation for the Mixteco Indigenous Community Organization project, what is called MyCob. This is their 20th anniversary. Whereas the Mixteco/Indigenous Community Organization project, MyCob, is celebrating its 20th anniversary of supporting and organizing and empowering, the indigenous migrant community in California Central Coast. Whereas MyCob became an unincorporated 501(c)(3) in 2001 after Sandra Young, a family nurse practitioner, having witnessed the hardship faced by the growing indigenous farm worker population who were unable to communicate in Spanish or English, first advocate for the Mixteco interpreter to be hired at Las Islas Medical Clinic in Oxnard. And where Sandra Young held monthly community gatherings with translators for indigenous migrants from the Mexican state of Oaxaca, Guerrero, and Puebla, who only spoke indigenous languages, and she and Mixteco leaders distributed information and basic necessities for those families. And where over the last 20 years, MyCob has expanded their services across 5 key areas on health, community access, community organizing, education, and direct assistance and cultural promotions. And so where MyCob has served 15,000 individuals annually in the Mixteco, Zapoteco, Purepecha, and Spanish languages in Ventura County, Santa Barbara County, and St. Luis Obispo County. Whereas MyCob continues working towards their vision of a strong indigenous migrant community, actively engaged in achieving just working, living conditions, equality, and the full human rights in the broader community. Now, I, therefore, as John C. Zaragoza, Mayor of the City of Oxnard, on behalf of the entire City Council, hereby commend MyCob for his continuous service to our community and extends our congratulations on the occasion of their 20th anniversary. In witness thereof, I set my hand and caused a great seal of the City of Oxnard to be affixed this 19th day of October. And we do have Arsenio Lopez and Geneva that are the executive directors of MyCob. Arsenio, Geneva, would you like to share a couple of words?
Thank you, Mayor John Zaragoza. Just let me start by acknowledging that we are in the Chumash land. And just going to take a moment for that. Mayor John Zaragoza and City Council members, thank you for this recognition to the 20 years of MICO work. Well, we accept this recognition with great humility. And at the same time, we wouldn't be MyCob without taking this moment to be the advocates we have been for over 20 years. We respectfully ask you that tonight you take side with our gente. Our Oxnard is home of thousands of indigenous migrant people who have worked in the agricultural industry, but daily they are suffering for the out of control rent. Please show our farm workers' families that you care about them by supporting rent control here in the city of Oxnard. I hope we can count on you. Thank you for the commendations, and we look forward to continuing our work in support of the indigenous migrant communities in Oxnard.
Thank you, Arsenio. And I've known you for many, many years when you came to Ventura County for years and years, and you've done wonders in helping the Mixteco community and the community in general. So at this time, we do have, the 3-minute rule. Is there any council members would like to share any items at this time? And we'll start the 3 minutes. Okay, council members like to share any? Okay, we have Councilman Tehran followed by Councilman Perello. Tehran.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to just commemorate and recognize our 3 recipients and the items before us as proclamations and commendations. And the first for the Multicultural Month. Thank you to the Community Relations Commission and all who contribute to that, not just during the month of October, but all year. Remember the diversity and the culture that really makes up the city of Oxnard and our area and our nation as well. And then for Veterans Day, thank you to all the veterans, and thank you for your service. And of course, for Memorial Day, we recognize those who paid the ultimate price, made the ultimate sacrifice for our veterans who are here with us, and those who came before. Thank you for everything you've done in defense of what is right for our nation and for us to be here. Lastly, for Mike Kopp, I want to say congratulations on the commendation, and thank you for the services you provide to our Indigenous community in the city of Oxnard and countywide and in the Tri-County area, actually. So thank you. Those are my comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Perillo?
Yes, congratulations to the 3 recipients, but I'd just like to remind the public that I believe there will be an event. The city is involved in an event on Veterans Day at Plaza Park. Please don't forget that. We'll honor everybody that served this country. And I just like to, I continually, when I hear people sacrificed and gave the ultimate, sacrifices and taking of a life are 2 different things. And I don't mean any correction to any council member, but I was not in the service, but I have 2 high school classmates that are on that wall outside, and they didn't sacrifice their life. Their lives were taken. It wasn't by choice. I just want to share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And I think you mentioned something important on Memorial Day. We're going to have almost like a virtual type of celebration for Veterans Day at Plaza Park on Veterans Day. So thank you for sharing that. Councilmember Perillo, you want to, I see your hand still up. Thank you. Okay, any other council members like to share any items at this time? Again, as it was mentioned before, I do want to thank, the multicultural committee, the Vietnam veterans and Mike Cobb for all their work for the community, and I really commend you. And again, those accommodation proclamations will be ready tomorrow at the city manager's office in the morning. Thank you. And that's our 3 minutes are up. And our next item in the agenda is public comments not in the agenda. And those individuals have 3 minutes to speak on this item. And we have to start off Walter Snyder, followed by Douglas Partello. Walter Snyder, 3 minutes.
Mayor, Mr. Walter Snyder is not available, but we do have Douglas Partello on the line.
Okay, Douglas Partello, followed by Susan Aguirre. Douglas Partello, 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Partello. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, City Council, Mayor Pro Tem, staff, and public. I'd like to speak on the Halico homeless encampment eviction set for November. The city of Oxnard is using $790,000 in federal funds to do an eviction of the Halico homeless encampment next month. The homeless are residing on or near the slag pile of an EPA Superfund site, which is a toxic waste dump in South Oxnard. In January of this year, the City Council voted 7-0 to approve spending of $375,000 of CARES Act funding for this eviction, but the eviction was postponed due to COVID concerns. So now that figure has more than doubled. The residents of the encampment were given verbal notice a month ago. Mid-October, they were given written notice to evict, or they would be cited for trespassing. Authorities have been intensifying outreach to offer motel room vouchers to the homeless prior to the eviction date. There are currently about 70 persons in the encampment. So far, 5 have accepted the up to 6-month offering of a room at various local motels. The owners have been bad actors in being responsible for the property. They previously filed for bankruptcy. Back in December of 2019, Oxnard evicted the homeless from the slag pile. The owners have not taken any action against such encampments on their property. and provided no security measures such as a private security or improving the condition of the fence surrounding the slag pile. The question then becomes what happens after the eviction? Of the $790,000, up to $387,000 is set aside for the cost of the rooms at $100 a night, approximately $3,000 a month per person. This program ends in September of 2022. With the 6-month stay that's being offered, that amounts to roughly 21 persons who could get a motel room of the 70 or so persons in the encampment. It seems unlikely at this point that more than 21 will take the offer. But if they did, the city would be in a real pickle because of the Ninth Circuit Court decision of Martin versus Boise, saying that people experiencing homelessness will not be cited or arrested for sleeping outdoors when no shelter is available. We can clearly see that the December 2019 eviction resulted in no permanent solution to the encampments on Halico. So what is the difference now, other than the $790,000 price tag? Where will the 70 homeless people go, other than the ones that will accept the offer? This money could be used to build permanent tiny homes or other type structures for
30
14
seconds.
of the 21 offered a motel room. It costs $50,000 a unit at 1450 South Rose Street. What they're doing is like flushing the money down the toilet, and it just makes zero sense. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Aguirre, followed by Manuel Herrera.
Mayor, we have Mr. Walter Snyder on the line.
Okay, we'll go with Walter Snyder, 3 minutes. Mhm.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Yes, my name is Walter Snyder, and I'm going to be talking about two issues, the police. And at first, I like, when I hang up, can you let us know, the people in Oxnard, do you have a police commission? A lot of us having, especially black and other minority, having problem with the Oxnard police. I think several times I mentioned about the police, and basically y'all had ignored me. I have filed a complaint with the FBI, and they told me to file the complaint with the city and send them a copy of it, and then they will investigate. I will give you my little story. I had, on my birthday, I've been having problems with some of the Mexican American here, and on my birthday, I was going to go and get something to eat, and some people set me up in the light. They delayed the light in front of me in the back, and I got caught in the middle of the light on my birthday at night on Camille Del Sol and Road, and they totally destroyed my car. A guy came in with a Toyota truck and hit me so hard he flipped my car all the way around, and he totaled my car, and I had to go to the hospital, and I had some internal bleeding. And then the Mexican police came, and he did everything. He wrote the wrong car. He wrote the wrong tag number. He wrote everything. And on Camille Del Sol, going toward west, there's no speed limit on sign. And he said the guy was only going about 50 miles. Now you cannot hit a car, a Toyota car, going 50 miles and turn it 180 degrees, and then destroy the car. This police, not only that, he went and he put nothing but false information. The guy didn't even have insurance. Not only that, I went to the hospital. When he came in the hospital, he asked me talking. I told him that get with him later. I didn't know at that time, because I had no incident with police, that he had his recording on, and by the law right now, you have to let people know if you're being recorded. But I just basically told him that I would get back with him. And he kept saying, he said, I need to know this. I said, I'm sick. I'll get back with you. And I stopped talking with him. Eventually, a lot of people were looking now. And I
30 seconds.
And basically, I got very bad service once he came in there. He set the tone. And I asked the commission, the police, the chief police, to remove him from the case or show him. I have the picture of my car also, I'm going to get to the city council. I'm going to be filing a complaint against this police officer, ask him to be removed from this case. I have asked the chief to remove, and I asked several other people before I talked.
Sir, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. And let me know if you got a.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Aguirre, followed by Manuel Herrera.
Mayor, Ms. Susan Aguirre is not available. However, we do have Mr. Manuel Herrera on the line.
Manuel, 3 minutes.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Herrera, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, and members of the City Council. My name is Manuel Manuel Herrera, and I am the creator of Citizens for a Better Oxnard on Facebook. As you all know, on Monday, October 11th, it was Indigenous Peoples Day. Not Columbus Day, but Indigenous Peoples Day. So that got me thinking about the Chumash, the original residents of this stolen land we call Oxnard. It dawned on me that the city of Oxnard has done nothing to commemorate the original peoples of this land. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there are no monuments, no statues, no plaques, anything to honor the Chumash. If for no other reason than out of respect, our city officials should come together and establish some kind of permanent monument to honor the Chumash. I personally tried to do that when I was chosen to be part of the committee to name our new high school. I suggested several Chumash names, but unfortunately, the rest of the committee did not agree with me, and I was overruled. It was also recently announced that Supervisor Carmen Ramirez and Linda Parks will make a proposal to remove the image of Father Sarah from the county seal and instead include symbols that represent the beauty of our county and the presence of the Chumash people who still live here today, keeping the culture and history alive. So which one of you up there on the dais will step up to the plate and do the right thing by suggesting that this topic be brought up as an agenda item? And if you need any volunteers to help you with this, well, you all know who I am and you all have my number. I trust that you will accept my suggestion and do the right thing. The Chumash people deserve it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Manuel. That's our last speaker on this item, and we have council members 3 minutes before we go to our next item. So are there any questions, concerns regarding our speakers on this item? And we, again, Madam Clerk, can you set the clock for 3 minutes? Thank you. Thank you. So again, as per AB 361, we do have an opportunity for folks to call in if they'd like at this time. Let me see. Okay, any council members would like to share any words at this time regarding our speakers or any other items that, or Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers? Councilman Turan, followed by Councilman Perrella.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the speakers calling in on those items. We certainly can't get into detailed discussion or extended discussion on those.
That's
I wanted to offer a quick correction for the public. One of the speakers referred to CARES Act funding being utilized for the cleanup of the encampment. I shouldn't use the word cleanup, for abatement of the encampment near Ormond Beach. And they stated that it was a 7-0 vote, which caught my attention because in January of this year, there were only 6 council members because former Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez became Supervisor Ramirez. So thank you to the city clerk for our minutes. I looked at the minutes from that meeting and it was actually a 5-0 vote because Councilmember Madrigal was absent that evening, or at least for that vote. And so I just wanted to offer that correction for the benefit of the public. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Perrello.
I want to thank Councilmember Turan for bringing it up because facts matter. Facts matter. And I'd like to suggest, not to grandstand, but I think Mr. Manuel Herrera brings up a good point. I don't need to be the person that puts this on the agenda. I'm sure our council and our management can come up with something so that it doesn't look like somebody is grandstanding. But I think Mr. Herrera brings up a good point. But what I would like to do is I would like to request if our city manager or someone with the knowledge can respond to the public comments with respect to Halico, the amount of money that's spent, how it was spent. I sit as a council member knowing we can't engage people, but when, as a council member has already pointed out moments ago, facts were not correct, we need to call people and get the facts up there because the public doesn't get a chance to hear a response. Thank you,
That's a
Mayor.
good point. I'm sure that probably we can bring that up later on in the future, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, just as a reminder, 1 or 2 meetings ago, there was a council member request to have an overall update regarding our homeless efforts here in the city. So Mr. Ramirez will be bringing that to the full council shortly. So we'll include all of that in the update. Thank you.
Thank you. And good questions. And by the way, our 3 minutes.
We do have one speaker.
We do have one speaker. Colin, go ahead. What's the name of the speaker?
Lucy Cartagena. One moment.
Mhm.
Ms. Cartagena?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, council members, Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Lucy Cartagena. And to everybody listening out there, first and foremost, I just want to let you guys know that this is like the 6th time I've never been able to talk at City Council. Thank you, Rose, for reaching out to me. I keep signing up and I keep getting neglected. So just another community member in Oxnard, right? So what I really wanted to do was just invite the public and everybody to our Saturday, October 23rd, at the corner of 6th and C Street from 12 to 4 p.m. We will be having a community blessing day. So the community blessing day will be a free blessing day to anybody and everybody. We will have service providers out there. We will be working on education and prevention on homelessness. We're going to have free items there. We're going to have free services there. We just want everybody to come and be blessed by the community for the community. It's this Saturday, October 23rd at the corner of 6th and C Street from 12 to 4 p.m. Come out, be blessed, or be a blessing to somebody else. I want to thank Palmarillo for coming up, stepping up, Outsiders Brand, lending a helping hand, Community Action, various other organizations out here blessing our community and working on prevention and education for homelessness. Speaking of homelessness, I do see that we are going into our 3rd or 4th Halico cleanup. Shame on Oxnard. Shame on anybody sitting up there that has been there from the beginning. I sat as a homeless commissioner when we did the first cleanup at the Superfund site. We continue to play whack-a-mole. Our city manager keeps talking about housing first, and I have not seen a housing first since he's been there. I still have not seen anything first come up. We're looking at a long-term solution for housing, and we are nowhere to where we should at least be. At least the city of Oxnard should have a dump waste site. At least that, to throw the RV dump waste out there. People have to live in their cars. People have to dump their waste. People have to be able to be treated with dignity and respect. The city can at least do that.
30
For the very
seconds.
least, what now? We need to start looking at what now. We keep doing this, and now what? Now what are we going to do? Do we just wait? We're literally causing a war to profit. We are profiting over people. We should not be profiting. People are not for profit. Shame on you. Shame on all of you sitting up there to not do anything.
Thank you. Okay, any additional speakers, Madam Clerk?
No more public speakers at this time, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next item on the agenda is our city manager department. And the subject is COVID-19 update from the Director of Emergency Services and adoption of a resolution reauthorizing remote teleconference meetings of the legislative body of the city of Oxnard. And the recommendation of the city council, one, receive and file an update from the Director of Emergency Services on COVID-19 local emergency. And number two, adopt a resolution reauthorizing remote teleconference meetings of the legislative bodies of the city of Oxnard in accordance with Assembly Bill 361. And Alex and also our city attorney, Alex, our city manager.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're waiting for the slide deck here we go. Okay, so first we're going to have our routine COVID updates. Up first is the fact that the rent and utilities assistance continues to be available, being managed by the state. And we've announced this several times. It continues to be on our city website, the county's website, as well as the state's. Anyone who is a tenant or landlord who is in need of this assistance can continue to apply. It is online at this website, housingiskey.com, as well as the traditional phone line, 833-430-2122. Next is a quick update from the state's website about the progress we're making. So I'm going to try to highlight this a little bit here. So originally the state had budgeted just over $12 million to provide the rent and utility relief in Oxnard. They've actually budgeted more than that. They've gone up to over 16 million. And so far we have 763 households that have been approved for assistance. So there is progress being made. You can see how much money has been coming down the pipe to our tenants and landlords. Again, the program is still active. We encourage people in need to apply. Next, of course, the vaccination sites continue. So we still have in North Oxnard at 2240 East Gonzales Road. The vaccinations are available there Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. And on Thursdays, they open at 8:30 all the way through 6:30 p.m. In South Oxnard at 2500 South C Street, out there in the tent in the parking lot, that vaccination site continues Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, 8:30 to 4:30 p.m., as well as on Wednesdays, 8:30 all the way till 6:30 p.m. They were also open on Saturdays, 9:30 to 3:30 p.m. So for anyone who is still in need of vaccinations, please attend those sites. Also, testing continues at the Oxnard Performing Arts Center, and that is open Mondays through Thursdays only, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. It is not open on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Next, Dr. Levin, our county health official, has for now extended the guideline that masks are required in all public indoor spaces. He does have some medical criteria for when this guidance will change. And there's a series of criteria, which I'm not going to go over. All this information is available on the county's website, but the important message is he's extended that requirement until further notice. Okay, next is yet another reminder that we have a special election for District 2 here in the city of Oxnard, and the election date is November 2nd. Vote by mail ballots have already been shipped out. And if you need any specific information, you can contact venturavote.org or call their offices at 805-654-2664. Here again are the ballot drop-off locations. On the right there, of course, is an image of the voter guide for registered voters in District 2. You should have received that hopefully by now. And again, in terms of the ballot drop-off locations, one is at the Ventura County Credit Union, which is in the collection at River Park. The address is 691 Town Center Drive. That collection box is actually indoors and open during the week, Monday through Wednesday. It's open 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Thursdays and Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Saturdays, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. There's also a box at the Oxnard Public Library, the main one here, 251 South A Street. That box is right outside the library, so it's available 24/7. And then finally, at the county's government center, they have both a drive up and a walk up. So you can drop off your ballots there. It's outdoors. That's again 800 South Victoria Avenue, available 24/7. And again, if you have questions, you can check at venturavote.org, as well as calling 805-654-2664. So yet another reminder, due to this special election day on November 2nd, there will be no council meeting that evening. And then finally, in our continuing effort to support local businesses for the pandemic recovery, here are this week's recommendations from our elected officials. I'll read these real quick, and then the council members can make comments during council comments later. So Mayor, you are this week's cheering for Oxnard Donuts, which is at 1351 West Gonzales Road. Mm-hmm. Mayor Pro Tem McDonald is cheering on Gold Coast Glass. Not food for a change. Gold Coast Glass, which is at 2425 West 5th Street. Councilmember Perello, you are cheering on Oxnard Shores Pizza Company. The pizza company, which is at 1011 Harbor Boulevard. Councilmember Tehran is cheering on La Michoacana Azteca, and that is at, and that's, by the way, specifically the number 2 location at 2045 North Oxnard Boulevard. Councilmember Madrigal is cheering on Doceria La Colmena, and that is at 2001 Williams Drive. Councilwoman Basua is cheering on Quality Auto Works, which is at 1500 Mariner Drive. And finally, Councilmember Lopez is cheering on Mix Pizza, which is at 1720 East Channel Islands Boulevard. So we will actually bring this slide back up in a moment. That concludes the updates. Now, the next thing we have to do is to quickly adopt a resolution reauthorizing the remote teleconference meetings of the legislative bodies of the City of Oxnard in accordance with Assembly Bill 361. So I'll turn it over to the city attorney.
Thank you. And as I'm explaining this, maybe we can start the 3-minute clock just so we get the public comment registration period out of the way, and then the council can take action once that's done. So as we explained at the previous council meeting, which was the first to be held with AB 361 in effect, the new statute requires that the council make certain findings in order to keep conducting meetings remotely without complying with other provisions of the open meetings law. So basically what we've been doing during the entire COVID pandemic, now we have to make particular findings for it. So this is the first reauthorization of that. And in the future, in order to lessen the burden on the city clerk's office, we are going to put this reauthorization item on the consent agenda as a minute approval item rather than a resolution. So that doesn't clog the books for every 30 days having to come up with a new resolution, or less than 30 days, as in this case, since we're missing the meeting of November 2nd, the 30 days would have been up by the next time the council would have met. So if anybody has any questions regarding that, I can respond to that. Otherwise, the action is to adopt a resolution reauthorizing remote teleconference meetings of the legislative bodies of the city of Oxnard in accordance with Assembly Bill 361. And that covers all the other legislative bodies in addition to the city council.
So, Mr. City Manager, we have another minute. Madam Clerk, are we getting any calls? Anyone that'd like to have additional information? Because we still have approximately one more minute on this item before we can vote. Councilmember Perrello?
Yes, I attend the Ventura County Airport Authority and the Ventura Regional Sanitation District. And I know that in
Councilmember Perrello, I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but I think our interpreters are having some issues. So if someone, if Ms. Chaparro can look into that.
The interpreters having
Yes.
concerns.
I am trying to connect Anna. If Anna could please dial back in.
So we're waiting for Anna to dial back in. Mhm. Thank you, Council Member.
The 3 minutes are up.
I am available to continue. I can continue the interpretation, Major, if that is.
Order was back, and I think she was the one having the problem.
No,
Okay.
but I can continue.
Okay. Oh, it's two. Okay.
Mayor, I'm not sure if you can hear the interpreter, but she is saying we can continue.
She again?
Yes.
I know she's nodding yes. Okay.
Continue, Mayor.
Okay, Mayor, Councilmember Perrello.
Yes, number one, thank you, Councilmember Lopez. Thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
serve on the Ventura Regional Sanitation District for the city of Oxnard and the Ventura County Airport Authority for the city of Oxnard, along with Councilmember Lopez. And I would like to ask a question on this. We do have the policy of waiting 3 minutes
Tenemos
after
la política de esperar tres.
this final speaker. And I asked the question at these two
El
other agencies.
orador hizo la pregunta
Came from another planet.
y
Is that?
Councilmember
or is
Perrello,
it
Hold
something
on,
that
hold
we
on,
do?
hold on, Councilmember.
please pause. We're having an audio issue. Just
We're
give
having
us
an
another
audio-
moment.
tenemos un problema de audio. Por favor, denos un momento.
Your city manager, I think the issue's resolved.
Okay. So we're okay? Okay, Councilmember Perrello, my apologies.
Yes, so my question is for the city attorney, on this resolution, when we allow for 3 minutes to expire before we shut the thing down, if anyone wants to call in, is that a requirement for these other agencies, or is Oxnard doing that just because we're, and it's a first class showing total class to the residents of the city? But is that something just in our policy? And I support it, but I want to know, because the other guys on these other cities and agencies look at us like, that's my question. Thank you,
City
Mayor.
Attorney.
Thank you, Councilmember Perrello. So the law is brand new, and we're taking a conservative read of it until we get some interpretations. There are several ambiguities in the law, so this is one where we're erring on the side of caution and allowing a little extra time just in case.
Thank you,
Thank you for the
Councilmember.
answer. And tonight, Ms. Cartagena was able to get in and some others have. I think it's a good policy, but I thank you for answering the question.
Councilmember Turan.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Perillo brings up an important point, and I'm just hoping if we have this information for the public now, it'd be great to share it. If not, if we can follow up with it. But during that 3-minute period, if I were a member of the public and I saw an item that I now wanted to participate and comment on, how do I go about doing that? How do I get the link? How do I get the phone number? Given that it's a 3-minute time frame, what are the steps a member of the public must take to join the meeting?
So we mentioned that earlier when my presentation, when we first started, we give the number for the folks to call in when during that item, and that phone number is let me see, I have it here in front of me, where we do have, the people have the opportunity to call in, during that time.
So Mayor, if I can.
Go ahead.
The number is on the face of the agenda.
Right.
It's also on the city's website, the page that has agendas for future meetings, and including instructions. And the first page of the posted agenda includes detailed instructions about how to participate, the various ways, both before and during a meeting.
And I read that every council meeting, Councilmember Turan.
Yes, thank you. And just last question, is that, does that apply to our CAGs as well for folks who are watching those live?
I believe so.
Yes, it applies to all the city's legislative bodies, including the CAGs. And this resolution, as I mentioned, as I was explaining it during the 3-minute period, covers all the legislative bodies in the city.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
And I'd just like to share with the council, I belong to APCD2 and for the county, and they follow that procedure to council members. And I'm not sure about the 3 minutes, but they do follow that procedure, and they read that statement also, just for information. Under AB 361. So we need a motion on this resolution for.
Move the recommended action.
Second.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem and second by Turan. Roll call.
Perillo,
Okay,
second.
I would
Perillo.
like to
I'm sorry, who
review
was-
that I have a first from Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
And
a
who was the-
second by Councilmember Perillo, correct?
I'm
Yes.
sorry, Perrella.
Thank you.
Second by Perrella.
Okay. Roll call. Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Perillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Tehran,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you so much. Our next item is the City Manager Department, subject to American Rescue Plan Act investment results from the September 21, 2021 City Council meeting. And the recommendation is the City Council receive and file the American Rescue Act Plan investment results from the September 21, 2021 City Council meeting. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this item, as stated, is just to receive and file. There's no action necessary. I just put this on the agenda so we could formally publish the outcome of your decisions for the initial round of the American Rescue Plan Act investments. So it's just here for the purposes of publishing the final decisions from that last meeting. And that is all. Thank you.
So that's a receive and file, Mr. City Attorney, so we need the 3 minutes rule in this. So, okay, we'll start, Madam Clerk, we'll start the 3 minutes. And in the meantime, are any questions from staff or council members? We got about 3 minutes to 2 minutes and 48 seconds and so forth. So, but does anybody know what the score is of the Dodgers? Have we looked up the score? Councilmember Tehran, I know you raised your hand.
I could hear yelling elsewhere in the house. I believe they won. I hope no one is spoiled by that who's waiting to watch it later, but that's what it sounds like to me.
So they're screaming and yelling, so that means It's a good indicator, huh?
But it's not confirmation.
But no confirmation. Okay, so we got another couple of minutes to go. And
Final score was 6-5.
what was it?
Dodgers.
What's the score?
It was 6-5 Dodgers.
All right. Good. You know, I know my son went to see that game, you know, so he's gonna be pretty happy driving home. Yeah. Okay. So then I guess we go 4 games at least. Teron, I know you look at the score, you're smiling.
I have my thoughts on that, Mayor.
Okay.
Optimistic, but I'm realistic too. So.
Oh, good man. Okay. So we got another minute to go on this item. And yes, you know, other agencies in the county and cities are doing the same thing. They're following the AB 361. But like the city attorney says, we're conservative enough to follow the 3-minute rule, and potentially that's going to help us out and give the community an opportunity to call in on any item that they so desire. Okay. Okay, so we down to a couple of seconds here, and the 3 minutes are up. So, council member, our next item is the City Council, Housing Authority, successor agencies, and Financial Authority. Any comments by the council members? There's some brief comments, and potentially let's try to keep it for 3 minutes because we have a long agenda item. And also, if you have any agenda items that you'd like to have the City Council bring in the future agendas, we can go ahead and share that. So 3 minutes, and we'll start off with Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For my business, and yes, it's not a food business, so I'm still evaluating the city manager's comment about going away from food, but I don't take it negatively. Unless you're thinking I eat too much. But yeah, I supported Gold Coast Glass. It's a family-owned business, and it's a family that's been locally involved in real estate, the glass business, and other things. Longtime residents here in Oxnard. So excellent work, excellent people. They stand by their product. So that's my suggestion. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Teran.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to share that my business, as was up on the slide, is La Michoacana Azteca Número 2. And they have multiple locations. There's some really great fresh options there for fruit. And you can get the fruta with tajin or with other toppings as you'd like. They'll custom make stuff for you. They have licuados. They have ice cream. They have esquites. They have an amazing menu that I probably should have eaten before mentioning. And I just want to point out that they are a small business, and as I mentioned, have a couple locations. And I hope folks will check them out, especially on Sunday afternoons. It's a great time to go and just relax after doing your Sunday rituals, whatever those may be, and spend some time there on your own, read a book, read some smartphone stuff, go with your family, go with friends, whatever. But it's a great place to go, and they have just amazing selections. So just throwing that out there. Thank you very much for the time, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let me see any of the council members. I can't see their hands. Okay, Councilmember, but let me see this call. Let me see. Mayor, how about Bert, Councilman Perillo?
Thank you, Mayor. The company that I'm featuring is Oxnard Shores Pizza Company. Oxnard is blessed to have a tremendous amount of pizza facilities in the city. And I recommend that everybody that likes a pizza to give this place a try. It's multi-generational, excellent food, first class, clean, fast, efficient. That's the best I can give you. They are very good. On my comments for the night, I had the opportunity to attend the United Water Conservation District's 2021 Summit on Water Sustainability. It was very interesting. Because of the drought, we're all aware of the drought, and it's not getting better, even though it did rain, and that was not much of a rain, but the rain season started October, and we did get a little rain. We're still in serious conditions. One thing that was mentioned, they had people that were from dam safety, water holding facilities, dams. And they did mention the tremendous risk that faces the communities downstream. And this is one of the communities downstream. If, God forbid, if there was a total failure, there'd be 5 feet of water in Oxnard in 14 minutes. So when we have these preparedness and emergency disaster things, we need to be aware that things can happen, and you need to be aware of what you can do to touch base with family and friends if something were to happen. I'd like to request the comment that was made, I believe it was Ms. Cartagena. She made an excellent comment. I'm getting complaints from residents throughout the city, not just in District 1, that there are RVs parking in their areas, and RVs normally are self-contained units with their own bathrooms, but they need to have a place to dump the bathrooms. There have been concerns in the past of dumping in the sidewalk, dumping in streets, dumping in alleys. I'd request that we get something ASAP on the public works or public safety agenda. What are we going to do to accommodate this? There could be a fee involved, and even if there's not, you cannot have human waste going into a storm drain going out to the beach. One other item that I'd like to bring to the council and the public works attention, the fence on Patterson Drive on the west side between Gonzales and Doris. Apparently there's an issue with who owns the fence and who owns the water that is being used on those trees and plants that have been allowed to die. If there is going to be a need to remove that, I'd like to get some sort of an item before whichever committee it is to get this addressed again, ASAP. The work that is being done by Measure E, and a big thank you to the residents that voted for Measure E. It is stunning when you drive through certain areas of the city that you haven't driven through recently to see the changes in the city. Fantastic. One last thing, ladies and gentlemen, there is an election coming up for District 2. If you don't vote, you don't have anything to complain about. You need to vote. You need to pay attention. It's the least you can do to uphold your share of a democracy. Get out and vote. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Councilman Madrigal, followed by Basua. Madrigal.
Thank you very much. Real quickly, I'll start off with Dulceria La Colmena. Dulceria La Colmena is a family-owned business. They are off on the side on Williams. It is a great place to get all your candy fixings, anyone that has a sweet tooth. Great candy. Also, they have piñatas, so great for not only kid parties or children's festivities, birthday parties, but also for just celebrations and for those who are young at heart. So it's a wonderful experience. I just went recently to them this week, or actually last week, I'm sorry, as we had a Hispanic Heritage celebration at school. So I know we bought a couple piñatas and purchased lots of candy from them. That's one. Two, moving on over the last 2 weeks, staying busy. I want to thank, as always, Mariposa Landscape, not only Mariposa Landscape, but also Garcia Landscape, as they've been working on District 3, specifically with Garcia, not only for them doing work to beautify the city, but also supporting local business. As I saw them on a Monday morning, all at Ortiz Bakery, which was a previous recommendation from a few weeks ago. So thank you to them. I had the privilege last week of attending the Oxnard Union High School District, Oxnard Union High School District pre-districting ideas. They have 3 maps out as to how they want to break up their trustees into specific regions. There was actually a meeting today at Hueneme High School, which is the second of the third, the last meeting. The third meeting would be in Camarillo this Thursday. But please, to the public, please stay up to date with these type of things. The high school district is trying to steal this from the residents of the city of Oxnard. The Oxnard Union High School District serves about an area about over 300,000 residents. It serves the city of Oxnard, Camarillo, Port Hueneme, and an incorporated area of El Rio. And for many years, the board has been heavily in the city of Camarillo. Currently, 3 out of the 5 board members are from the city of Camarillo. And even though they are going to districts, they want to steal another seat, specifically from South Oxnard. And I don't think that's fair to us as a city. We need to speak up more about this if we are talking about adequate representation. And to the high school district, I did leave them a note and I told them they are violating the Voting Rights Act, the Federal Voting Rights Act, which I think this is very, very important. So that's one thing. And lastly, as always, to put things on the agenda, I know I've said this multiple times, but we need to focus on curb cuts, specifically for older neighborhoods in districts 2 and 4. I constantly get the constant feedback. And honestly, it's not fair. If you go to some of these streets, you know, you have a former council member, former mayor who have curb cuts at their house, and 70% of those homes don't have a curb cut. So how do they get a curb cut? So it's really unfair when you look at situations like this. So again, I'll ask for curb cuts to come to the agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilwoman Basua, followed by Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and start with my pick. It is Quality Auto Works. Junior, who is the owner, it's a small mom and pop shop. Taken my cars there for years for oil changes and other issues with vehicles. So if you need a mechanic that's trustworthy, and at times if it's really easy to fix, he doesn't even charge you. So please consider going to Quality Auto Works. This week I got to visit Ocean View School District. I received an email from the superintendent, and he had some concerns in regards to the homeless issues that are surrounding the school. Very interesting is that Edding and Old Road, which is where the Ocean View School District is, half of it belongs to the county, the other half is in my district in Oxnard, and we have a shared responsibility. And I'm going to be hopefully contacting staff and seeing what resources we can give them. Kids are going to school, walking to school in this area, and there is human waste on the floor. There is needles. It's a very bad situation. I appreciate the school district contacting me and giving me a tour of that area. And I just want to make sure that I, thank them for that. And I would encourage our local schools, if they're having issues with any problems, that they contact us. So sometimes we are just, so busy that we're not able to drive through every aspect of our city. So I'm looking forward to working with the school district, hopefully the city and the county, in order to get some resources out there. And that's all I have. Thank you.
And thank you for sharing. That's really important. Thank you so much for yours. We have Councilwoman Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. I will start with my recommendation, mixed pizza, a really great spot. I first visited during COVID in the middle of being at home and wanting to support our local businesses. And myself and my family, we've really enjoyed their pizza, especially for Dodger game nights. So I do encourage everyone out there to check them out. They seem to be very popular with the Channel Islands high school students, especially the sports and football team after school. So I hope to see anyone there when I stop by. And then just wanted to mention, I stopped by along with Mayor Zaragoza, the breast cancer awareness pop-up at Starbucks. It was about a little over a week ago. It was really great turnout, really great support, and great partnership with Starbucks, having representation from the various locations throughout the city, including their government relations person. So great event to spread awareness about breast cancer. And so I will conclude there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I also like to share that my Oxnard Donuts over at 1351 West Gonzalez Road is an excellent place to buy your donuts. In fact, if you like bagels with cheese, if you like a breakfast sandwich, they have excellent donuts and excellent food there with coffee, whether it's vanilla type, whatever type of coffee or chocolate you like is really, really delicious. In fact, I was there this morning and my thermometer in my car said 48 degrees. So I was there when it was 51 degrees. And believe it or not, there was a line of people going in for hot chocolate and coffee. So a good place to go out and have a donut. And I know I brought some donuts every so often to the city manager says, that's not too healthy, but when it's cold, it's kind of nice to have. And one of the things as Councilman Woman Lopez mentioned, the breast cancer, their Starbucks was excellent. I want to thank you for being there, Councilmember Lopez, and for sharing some of those excellent words that you shared with us that morning. Additionally, I also had the opportunity, I got invited over to Southwind's Neighborhood Council the other day. It was one of those quick moments when they called me and I was one of those bottom of the barrel type speakers, but it was great to be there. And also I had the opportunity to visit the community development department the other day and met with all the staff there. And I just want to thank Director Vito for sharing and showing me around what the community development folks do and all their work. So it's excellent. And I plan to do that with other departments too in the near future. With that in mind, that's all I have. Councilman Tehran, I see you have your hand up, but you want to share a couple more words?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My apologies. I misunderstood and cut myself short. I only mentioned my business. I have a very quick list. Thank you for the
you
extra time.
you used up 2 minutes. You got one more minute.
Thank you. So I just wanted to share also that I attended the breast cancer awareness pop-up at the Esplanade, and it was a very well-attended event, and it was great to see members of the community supporting and showing their support by getting shirts and hats and other apparel. And thank you to the fire department and the police department for working together to put that on for folks. And just a couple of real quick things. I want to thank Mr. Francisco Hanna from the Carriage Square neighborhood. He's called in a couple of times, and he and I have talked a number of times regarding an issue at C Street and Roderick, where there are a high frequency of collisions there. And it seems that the collisions, based on him, he lives right in the corner. He talks with folks who have been in the collision while they're waiting for tow trucks to show up and making sure everyone's okay. And there was a belief by a lot that that's a four-way stop for some reason, and it's only a two-way stop. The cross traffic on C Street does not stop. So, and thank you to our traffic engineer, Mr. Tim Bokum, and again, Mr. Hanna. They work together, and they have added signs. Well, the traffic division has added signs that say cross traffic does not stop to remind folks who are at that stop sign waiting. And we will now observe and see if that changes behaviors and frequency of collisions there. And then cones, I've had quite a few. Oh, it seems there's no sound for the interpretation, I think is the message we're getting. So just throwing that out there. So regarding traffic cones being left to save parking spaces in some of our neighborhoods, a number of complaints went into one of the neighborhoods in District 2, and I want to thank Code Compliance for addressing that at the request of those residents. And it's just a reminder for folks that a public street, unless there's official signage that restricts that parking in some way, like timed parking or disabled parking, the public part of the street doesn't belong to any one home, person, or business. And it's my hope that neighbors will work together and communicate on understandings around parking situations. And rather than having to put items out, the items do cause obstructions and cause other issues. And technically it is littering and obstructing the street, and those items can be taken away and disposed of. So I just wanted to acknowledge that happened and thank Code Compliance for working with residents on coming to a solution on that. Last thing is, at the request of the speaker earlier, Indigenous Peoples Day is something that was recognized earlier this week. And I am hoping that, the previous week, and I'm hoping that we can look at what possibilities are for that, for recognition and acknowledgement of that in next year when that comes forward. I'm curious what other cities have done and what we can do to address that or recognize it. So those are my comments. Thank you so much for the extra time, Mayor.
Thank you. And our 3 minutes have gone by. So do we get any speakers during the 3 minutes? No speakers. Okay. Okay. Our next item, and then is the Community Development Department. And here's a resolution in support of HR 2307, Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act of 2021. And the recommendation of the City Council adopt a resolution in support of HR 2307, Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividends. And before we continue, we have 4 speakers that'd like to speak on this item, and we'll take the speakers before we continue with this item. We have Max Hennis, followed by Maria Navarro. Max, is he on, Madam Clerk?
Max Ennis is not available, Mayor.
Okay, so our next speaker is Margarita Navarro.
Hi, all. It seems to me that Max is here. He just said so in the comment, but I'll just go ahead and do my public comment really quickly, and then Max can go.
Thank you.
Hi, Mayor Zaragoza, council members and staff. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Good Club. Thank you for considering this resolution to endorse the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act. It's obvious that global warming affects each and every one of us, especially the residents of Oxnard that are disproportionately affected by pollution. HR 2307 is the only policy left at the federal level that gives us a shot of cutting carbon emissions by half. By approving this resolution, Oxnard would join 27 other local governments that have taken a firm stance in the fight against pollution. We urge the city of Oxnard to follow their example and formally endorse HR 2307, not only for the people present here now, but for the future generations of Oxnard residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You say it's Max on, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor.
Go ahead. So Max, you got 3 minutes.
Max?
Oh, he's able to type in the chat comments, but I don't see him on the screen.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay.
Hi, Max. You seem to have an old version of Zoom. So I promoted you to panelist. You have 3 minutes to speak, please. Go
Great.
ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza and City Council. On behalf of Ventura Citizens Climate Lobby, I'm extremely grateful for the opportunity to speak in favor of this bill. CCL is a nationwide grassroots advocacy group with over 500 chapters across the country, including 2 in Ventura County, and we have over 60 members in Oxnard. Our mission is simple. We want to pass this policy, a national carbon fee and dividend. Mayor Zaragoza, we had an important victory in 2018 when the Ventura County Board of Supervisors endorsed the policy, and we're grateful to your support and exceptionally excited for this resolution. So CCL is a climate organization, and HR 2307 is chiefly a climate bill, but it's not just about climate. It's true that a corporate polluter fee like this bill is the most important single action we can take to curb emissions. Economists and climate scientists agree on that. It would cut them in half by 2030 and put us on track for net zero by 2050. And that's what the UN International Panel on Climate Change recommends to avoid catastrophic warming. But this bill isn't just about the families facing sea level rise or fire risk here, or those across the world facing hurricanes or other kind of natural disasters who are also affected by our carbon emissions. It's also about the child who lives near a dirty industrial site and has to breathe polluted air, damaging their cognition and health. This bill would avert over 4 million deaths from air pollution in the next 50 years, saving thousands of lives in Oxnard alone. It's also about the 1 in 4 Oxnard residents who live in poverty, which especially harms kids' development. This bill's monthly cash dividend would cut poverty in California by 10% in the next decade, lifting thousands of Oxnard residents out of poverty. This comes at a critical time. This weekend, Senator Joe Manchin killed another climate program, the Clean Electricity Payment Plan, from the reconciliation package. That leaves a corporate polluter fee like this as the only tool left that can get us even close to our climate goals. It might be the single policy that economists support more than any other. There have been over 3,500 who have signed a statement, including dozens of Nobel Prize winners, top US government economists, and even economists here in Ventura County. The Greater Oxnard Organization of Democrats supports it. It has 86 co-sponsors in the House, and a similar bill in the Senate has 9.
40 seconds.
Those are all Democrats, but even just today, Mitt Romney called for a policy like this in reconciliation. So this is a unique opportunity for Oxnard to lead on this critical trio of national issues that affect our community: climate change, air pollution, and poverty. Your voice matters to Congresswoman Brownlee, to Senators Feinstein and Padilla, and to our broader community and the country. I hope you will use it to support this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Our next speaker is Mindy Greenberg, followed by Jay Pong. Mindy Greenberg.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes. Mhm.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on this resolution. I'm a member of Ventura Citizens Climate Lobby and the Greater Oxnard Organization of Democrats, and I'm thrilled to see my city open to leading on this important climate policy as those two organizations have. The reconciliation package is being crafted as we speak, and Congress is looking to leaders like you to help them prioritize its contents. The Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act is critical for us to meet our climate goals, but it would also avert over 4 million deaths from air pollution in the next 50 years and cut poverty in California by 10% in the next decade. I'm going to say that again, cut California poverty by 10% in the next decade. Our city has long supported environmental improvements and economic inclusion, and endorsing HR 2307 is the perfect culmination of that on the national stage. Please endorse it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Jay Pong. Jade Pong.
Jade, you may unmute by pressing *6.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
go ahead.
Can
You
hear
have
me?
3 minutes to speak.
Sure. Hi, Mayor and Council. I'm Jade Chongsapaponpong, a student at MIT, graduated from Oxnard High back in 2019. First, I hope it's evident that the effects of a less stable climate and pollution on the systems we depend on represent considerable risks. But I'm not here to say what everyone else has already said. And I'm happy to see we're taking the issue seriously with the Climate Action Plan. From that, I assume you understand why reducing pollution and emissions would be beneficial. And so I'd like to just offer a practical voice encouraging you to support HR 2307. As a researcher, I've worked on several projects in sustainability and low carbon energy. They all have in common the question of economic viability. With respect to a carbon tax, the main opposition I hear is it'll raise prices and pass the costs to consumers. However, we should find that misleading as it assumes companies will forever stay with fossil fuels and pay the tax. But looking at the data, life cycle costs of low carbon energy have been comparable to fossil fuels for years, and recent improvements in storage are making it feasible to use that energy. This means in reality, the door would be open for those who do embrace change to undercut prices. So in my assessment, the holdup is no longer technical. It's industrial inertia. It's expensive to retool, and we're reluctant to let go of old equipment. Just look at Ormond Beach as an example. But after that upfront cost, things are not necessarily more expensive, and a carbon dividend would give energy companies an early push to invest that upfront cost. And then if they don't do it, someone else would. And that brings me to my next point. New innovations can improve on the energy status quo if implemented. But working in that area, I know the challenge is scaling up technologies quickly enough to make an impact. Even with an economically significant advantage for low carbon energy, I imagine fossil fuels, just by nature of being incumbent, could stay in use for a few decades if no pressure is applied. And by then it might environmentally be too late. Ramping a carbon tax would make way for entrepreneurs and innovative companies with low carbon technologies, leveling the playing field, even for those which currently only hold a marginal economic advantage. They say taxes
30
stifle innovation,
seconds.
but here I disagree. To stifle innovation is to continue supporting a century-old technology predicated on resources that will be depleted and that pollutes our world for generations to come. So to invite an expedited transition to an energy system viable for us in the long term, I encourage you, council members, to support the bill. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much. Council members, let's start off the 3-minute, Madam Clerk. And the recommendation after the 3 minutes is that the City Council adopt a resolution in support of HR 2307, the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act of 2021. Council members, is there any questions you might want to ask at this time during the 3-minute process here? Okay. Councilman Perrello?
Mayor, is this an opportunity to give my view?
Go ahead. Yes.
Okay. I'm a dues-paying member of the Good Club. Proud to say that. But I don't always agree with everything that's done. I do agree with trying to save the environment and some of the things that are going on. But ladies and gentlemen of the council and the members of the public, articulate and terrific speakers that we had tonight, when we have something that we're going to impose on our nation, and we're hoping other nations go along with it, if the globe warms up, we're all going to pay the price. But in getting to that point to put pressure, we need to be very well aware. World wars have started over for less than this. And I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen. But when you start putting the screws to other nations and you tell them how to use their power, what they can and can't do, you will find out. I believe we need to look no further than within our borders. Tonight, we have an issue. People can't afford the rents. We have rent control is a big issue. People are looking for the cheapest item that they can get that they need. And usually those things come from overseas. If this thing continues, how will we stop those items being produced dirtily with fossil fuels from entering our area to impact those countries? That's where I'm concerned conflicts start. I do support this concept, but I don't want to go in blind. Facts matter. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. As we have the clock winding down here, I see that Ms. Mallory and Mr. Adomaitis are here. After the clock is done, will they be giving a quick introduction and just a summary of what we're looking at here and how it applies to Oxnard? Or could we do that now? I'm just wondering about the process of that.
Yes. Okay, let's do it now. Who is
Thank
a staff member?
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Thank you, Councilmember Tran, for teeing this up. So this is a follow-up to the council's meeting on September 21st in response to a member of the public also on the call this evening, as well as Councilmember Tran's interest in this. And council gave direction for staff to return with this resolution, HR 2307. As has been summarized and spoken about, HR 2307 is a pending bill before Congress, which imposes a fee on the carbon content of fuels, including crude oil, natural gas, coal, and other products derived from fuels, which will emit greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. The resolution before you this evening is consistent with Council's direction to prepare a climate action and adaptation plan. And at this point, I'll turn the microphone and comment time to Councilmember Turan for some additional response and comments.
Councilmember Turan.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Mallory, for that. And I this certainly piqued my interest when I had heard about it, and looking into it and doing some research, speaking with Miss Mallory, and then hearing from some folks who have looked into this even deeper. I would like to just summarize that, as was mentioned, this places a fee on essentially fossil fuels and trying to mitigate the emissions that we get from their production and their use. And the idea from this fee is that this fee will be paid into, and then dividends will come from the industry to the residents, who can then utilize that in a way that they see fit to help them with their day-to-day lives. And so if you think of a dividend being paid out to you by like your insurance company, for example, when there's savings, it would be something like that, but it'd be at a much larger scale because it's federally and looking at fossil fuels, which are a huge industry. And as was mentioned by the speakers, with the fee being imposed, the idea is to gradually increase that fee as time goes on to decrease the use and dependence on fossil fuels as we go through here. And as was mentioned, our climate action and adaptation plan really directs this council and our city to go toward something like this. And so I, in looking into it, saw it as a really good fit to what our priorities and our direction already is. One thing that's important to note from this in my conversations with folks and looking into it is agriculture, which is a large industry here, is largely exempt at this point in the bill's life and when it's implemented. So when we look at agriculture and in the Oxnard Plains area and the county of Ventura, that is an industry that won't be adversely affected by this legislation if it were to move forward at the federal level. And also know that this is really looked at as an incentive for folks to look at slowly discontinuing and changing over their use of fossil fuels or products that are used by those. And really, it's just one of the steps of many we need to take as a nation to continue to mitigate our carbon footprint and the issues that are being caused by greenhouse emissions. So I thank you again for bringing it forward. And if there are no more speakers, because our time is out, I'm not sure if we'll have more comments from council, but I would like to make a motion to approve this resolution. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Teran. Our 3 minutes are up, and I'll second the motion. Roll call.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Teran.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you so much. Our next item is a review of the information consent item. That's J, and then K would be public comments on the consent items. I don't have any public speakers on this item, but we do have information consent items 1 through 7 items. Council members, we need a motion or any concerns on any one of the 7 items. If not, we need a motion. Councilmember Teran.
Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question about the California Resilience Challenge Grant Program application. And I see that did not originate in committee, and I'm just hoping that someone from Public Works can, for the benefit of the public, just share a little bit about what that is and what we're looking at with that grant application.
Madam Clerk, we start at 3 minutes. Excuse me. Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead. We're starting at 3 minutes. Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you. Would we have someone from Public Works who would just explain a little bit for the public on what that is and what we're looking for with that grant application?
Good evening, Councilmember Teran. It's Michael Wolf, the Director of Public Works. I'm going to ask maybe Steve Howlett to provide that information, or Brian Yanes, please.
Steve.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Yes, this resilience item, this went straight to City Council because of the fact that due to the timeliness of it, that the application needed to be submitted on September 13th. So in the interest of time, we went straight to council to bring this to your approval for our application for the $200,000 grant for resiliency. And this plays into the climate change and looking for ways to mitigate and make improvements that are supported by our Parks and Recreation Master Plan.
And just very quickly, Mr. Howlett, can you give us some examples of what that might look like when it's all said and done, if we were to get this grant?
Yes, if we're able to get this grant, it focused on, it's prioritized based on communities of need and looking into an outreach that involves the community and residents to come up with ideas and innovative ways to take care of disadvantaged communities by looking into ways to provide cooler shade areas within the parks and reduce our need for water.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I had a minor correction in the minutes of September 7th on page 36 under council comments. I just want to make the correction on under my comment, the title for it should be State Senator Monique Limon, not Governor, although that would be great, but I just wanted to correct that.
We want to make her governor, right?
Yeah, I'll let her know.
I'm sure that the clerk will correct that.
We will make it clear
Make
to
a
the
correction.
clerk. But that is one heck of a promotion.
Thank you so much. So we have another 20 seconds before we need a motion on this items 1 through 7 of the consent item. So thank you again for sharing, council members, but we have 2, 3, 1. Do we have a motion to approve consent items 1 through 7?
I'll move approval of the consent agenda items with the corrections.
Okay, Councilman Lopez with a correction. I'll second that. Roll call. There's a correction, Madam Clerk, and
What is the amendment?
the amendment was that
We'll give it to you. We wrote it down.
the senator's not going to be the governor.
Okay. Who was the first, please?
Lopez, Councilman Lopez, and second by Zaragoza.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me, Councilmember Perello.
Yes, I appreciate Councilmember Lopez catching that, but I heard her mention a page number. My staff report has no page numbers. Can you please give the page number so the clerk gets it? So we all know what page number the mistake is on for the correction?
Page 36, I believe.
Yeah, page
36. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I hope we can get these numbered correctly and numbered in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
No on 3, aye on all others.
Councilmember Perello,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is a public hearing, and this is a time and place to set a public hearing on item M1, Public Works. The subject is a 2020 Urban Water Management and Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan. The recommendations at the City Council: 1, receive a presentation and hold a public hearing to receive public comments on the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan. And 2, to adopt a resolution to approve the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan and authorize city staff to file the plans with the state of California. We start off with the city clerk's certification of publication and any written communications, if any. Madam Clerk.
Mayor, there was a legal Notice for this public hearing published in the Vida newspaper on September 30th and October 7th, 2021, and also in the Ventura County Star on October 1st and October 8th, 2021. The city clerk's office has not received any written communications on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now the Public Works Director will now introduce the item.
Good evening again, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, Michael Wolf, Public Works Director. Thank you, Mayor, for introducing that. This has two items tonight, the Urban Water Management Plan and the Water Shortage Contingency Plan. Our Water Resources Manager, Abraham Maldonado, will give the initial presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Maldonado.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council, City Manager, City staff, and the viewing public. My name is Abraham Maldonado, and I am the Water Resources Manager for the City of Oxnard's Water Division. The City of Oxnard's Water Division staff and our consultant, Water Systems Consulting, has worked diligently to prepare the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and the Water Shortage Contingency Plan as required by the State of California. The Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan provide a long-term view of our water resource and provision to continue to manage and provide a safe and reliable water supply to our community. The state provided their guidebook on the Urban Water Management Plan preparation in early April 2021, resulting in a slight delay in submitting the plan by the July 1st, 2021 due date. This evening, we have Spencer Waterman from Water Systems Consulting, who will provide an overview of the final draft 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan. Spencer, I will now pass it on over to you.
Welcome.
Abraham. I'm going to share my screen. All right, is my screen coming through?
Yes.
Great. All right, well, hello, everyone. Thanks for having me here tonight. I'm here to talk about the Urban Water Management Plan, commonly called the UWMP, as well as the Water Shortage Contingency Plan, commonly called the WSCP. In this presentation, I'll go over the key parts of the UWMP and the WSCP, and then we can discuss any feedback you may have on the plans. So on the agenda for this presentation are the following core components of the UWMP. We'll get into each one in a little bit more detail in the following slides. So to start off with a bit of background about UWMPs, they are required by the California Water Code, and they must be updated every 5 years. The California Department of Water Resources, or DWR, develops guidance, which Abraham mentioned, and we use that to help meet the Water Code. The intent of the UWMPs is to support near-term and long-term planning for supply, demand, drought and other potential shortages, and reliability. To ensure a robust analysis, it's encouraged that water suppliers coordinate with their land use planning agencies. The framework for long-term conservation programs is discussed in the demand management measures portion of the UWMP. The WSCP provides a framework for shorter-term water shortage and response. Lastly, UWMPs are a prerequisite for certain loans and grants. As required by the Water Code, the city coordinated with many other agencies in developing this UWMP. A list of these agencies is shown here in this slide. In addition to notifying other local agencies, the city also communicated with the public through a community meeting, which was held in July, and a Public Works and Transportation Committee presentation back in September. The city also posted the draft plans to the city's website. The required elements for the UWMP and the WSCP are shown in this table here. The first 3 chapters give the background and the setting of the city and the UWMP process. Then the water use and water supply chapters inform the water service reliability and drought risk assessment chapter to identify potential long-term or short-term shortages. These in turn inform the description of long-term conservation measures known as demand management measures, or DMMs for short. They also inform shorter-term measures covered in the WSCP, which we'll discuss a little bit in more detail later on in this presentation. The Senate Bill X7-7 chapter explains the city's compliance with per capita water use standards which were established back in the 2010 and 2015 UWMPs. Lastly, the UWMP process is documented. One change since the 2015 UWMP is the update of water demands. So the chart shown here has historical gross water use measured in acre feet per year, or AFY for short. And the chart also shows water use in gallons per capita per day, or GPCD for short. The city used about 116 GPCD in 2020, and thus achieved compliance with using less than the Senate Bill X7-7 2020 water use target of 140 GPCD. For reference, 116 GPCD translates to about 1.2 units of water used per month for an average residential customer. And a unit is quantified as 100 cubic feet. Since the end of the most recent multi-year drought ending roughly around 2016, demand has remained approximately 15% lower than pre-drought levels. And much of this reduction is the result of more efficient toilets, washing machines, and irrigation equipment, as well as permanently reduced outdoor watering times. The historical demand trends shown in the slide were used to inform future demand projections. The city's Public Works Department developed projected water demands in coordination with the city's Community Development Department. Future demand was based on forecasted population consistent with the 2030 General Plan, as well as data from the Southern California Association of Governments, or SCAG for short. Future demands are assumed to have lower water use trends, and mainly that's due to compliance with forthcoming conservation mandates that were established under the governor's 2018 legislative initiative called Making Water Conservation a California Way of Life. To estimate future demands, several assumptions were developed with city staff. Assumptions included applying a 55 gallons per capita per day factor to future population estimates to yield indoor residential demand estimates. Once again, for reference, 55 GPC of residential indoor use translates to about 1.3 units of water per month for an average residential customer. And once again, a unit is measured in 100 cubic feet. Irrigation demand is expected to remain roughly similar to 2020 in the future, and that's due to increased efficiency offsetting growth. A slight increase in commercial, industrial, and institutional demand is expected. Lastly, a reduction in water losses is expected based on compliance with forthcoming state performance standards. Future efficiency standards are currently being developed by California Department of Water Resources, and they will be incorporated with greater certainty when available. Proactively, the city has started working on that by planning to work with a company called, a software that's called WaterView, and that'll be used to develop a more specific analysis that really drills down to parcel level geographical information system mapping information, including landscape measurements, evapotranspiration, census data, and city water customer consumption records. For now, the UWMP uses a higher level demand methodology to plan for sufficient supply to meet the population growth identified in the general plan. Development-specific water demand factors were not developed as part of this project. Details on the city's land use-based water demand factors are included as part of the Public Works Integrated Master Plan, and that could be used for more development-specific water demand estimates. To meet potable and recycled water demands, the city will rely on local groundwater, imported water, and recycled water. So the local groundwater sources from the Oxnard Plain Groundwater Basin, and also from the United Water Conservation District. Imported water comes from Cayugas Municipal Water District. And the city currently blends groundwater and imported water to achieve an appropriate balance between water quality, quantity, reliability, and cost. Lastly, recycled water comes from the Advanced Water Purification Facility. Currently, recycled water is used for agricultural, industrial, and irrigation applications. Recycled water use will be expanded to include groundwater recharge and indirect potable reuse in the near future. The water supplies mentioned in the previous slide are expected to provide the volumes of water shown in this table through the year 2045 in order to meet projected demands, which were discussed a few slides ago. It's important to note that the city will likely have more water available than shown here in this chart if needed, but anticipates using only as much as needed, striving to provide more reliable and affordable service. The reliability and drought risk assessment portion of EWMP analyzes the city's ability to meet demands in dry years versus normal average years, which I showed in the last slide. Demands tend to fluctuate in response to local rainfall conditions, and therefore historic rainfall was used to determine normal and dry year demand patterns. The percent change in demand for each dry year compared to a normal year really corresponds to anticipated demand pattern changes during a historic drought cycle. So for example, as shown in the table in the chart on the slide, if a 5-year drought were to start its first dry year in the year 2025, demands would be expected to increase a bit, particularly outdoor demands. Then, kind of as the drought continues through multiple years, it's anticipated that demands will reduce through the second and the third years. Then they will slightly rebound in the fourth and the fifth years based on historical patterns. These demand changes are typically a result of conservation measures implementation and usage behavior changes due to social awareness of the drought. Drier demands need to be met with dynamic supply portfolio, considering supply constraints at the given time. Therefore, projected supplies were estimated for dry year scenarios, considering a variety of factors for each individual source. And some of those factors include hydrology, rainfall, groundwater allocations, wholesale allocations, various agreements with neighboring agencies, production capacity, as well as water quality standards. While supply constraints vary by source depending on these various factors, the city can adaptively manage its water supply portfolio to meet demands. Based on the analysis of supply and demand in dry years, it's expected that the city will continue to be able to manage its supply portfolio and will continue to promote water use efficiency to meet demands in normal and dry years. So as I mentioned in the previous slide, water use efficiency will continue to be a valuable resource management strategy for the city. And the various programs that have been successful for water use efficiency are summarized in the DMM chapter and are also summarized in this table here. The city anticipates continuing these successful water use efficiency and conservation programs to support providing reliable service. Important forthcoming DMMs, which are not shown here, include implementation of automated metering infrastructure, or AMI for short. And this will really provide customers with ready available water use information for their account, so they're well aware if there's a leak or if they're using too much water. The city also continues to expand water conservation staff, and they're really focused on educational outreach and programs for the community. While the city is expected to be able to meet long-term demands while continuing to promote conservation, there is a potential for shorter-term shortages due to a combination of foreseeable and unforeseeable events, such as an earthquake. So if there were to be a shortage, the WSCP provides a plan to address it. The WSCP is intended to be a guide to help the city and customers identify potential shortages and how to respond to them if they occur. Various levels of potential shortage are categorized as shortage stages, summarized in this table. The city has established its WSCP in alignment with the 6 standard stages, which are recommended by the state. Lastly, new requirements for this UWMP cycle include adopting the WSCP as a separate standalone document from the UWMP. And the reason for that is to really allow flexibility to amend the plans separately if needed. The required elements for the WSCP are shown here in this table. The water supply reliability analysis is summarized from section 7 of the UWMP, which we discussed a few slides ago. The annual water supply and demand assessment procedures also known simply as the annual assessment, outlines how to complete the assessment, including the key data inputs, evaluation criteria, and overall methodology to determine if a water shortage is going to occur in the next coming year. And starting in July 2022, there will be an annual assessment submitted to the state as a requirement. To help avoid confusion with neighboring and statewide agencies, DWR has recommended the inclusion of 6 standardized water shortage stages. And as I mentioned, the city has elected to use these same 6 standard stages. The shortage stages range from 10% to greater than 50%, and they increase in increments of 10%. Shortage response actions are identified, and they could be implemented to help mitigate a water shortage. The WSCP outlines how the city will communicate with customers, the public, and other agencies during a water shortage. The WSCP also describes the compliance and enforcement actions to implement shortage response actions and demand reductions, the legal authority, and any financial impacts for enacting and implementing the WSCP. Furthermore, monitoring and reporting assessments are identified to help the city determine if additional response actions are needed during a shortage. Special water feature distinction applies to decorative features. That's really identifying measures that are targeted at decorative features aside from pools and spas. And this is a minor requirement from DWR to separate those. Lastly, procedures for refining the WSCP, adoption, submittal, and availability are also provided. The intent of these components is to lay out an actionable plan for identifying potential shortages and responding to them effectively. A lot of the effort to update the city's current WSCP included documenting sources and protocol that the city really already carries out as part of proactive management. And it was just a matter of documenting that in this updated WSCP. So in summary, the key takeaways from the EWMP are that the city's supply is expected to meet demands through 2045 with continued water use efficiency and increased recycled water use. However, in the event that there are short-term shortages, the city's updated WSCP provides a roadmap for anticipating and responding to them. The city has achieved the required conservation target from Senate Bill Act 7-7 and is well positioned to continue meeting forthcoming efficiency targets from the state. Lastly, the EWMP is anticipated to meet all DWR requirements and maintain funding and grant eligibility. So with that, I'd like to thank you all for your valuable time so far and look forward to hearing any input you may have on the draft plans.
Thank you, Spence. Thank you, Spence. Mr. Public Director, any other items before we go to council members?
No, sir.
Okay, council members, are there any questions that staff might be able to answer at this time before we close this item? Council members. Councilman Perrello, and followed by Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. As the chair of the Public Works Committee, this did come to the Public Works Committee, but some information has come up since that meeting. And I'd like to have the presenter go to slide 10, please. I'm just going to ask some basic questions to share with the rest of the council. With the recycled water on the far right, produced at the advanced water purification, the AWPF, used for groundwater recharge and indirect portable reuse. How long do you think before it is deemed by the state that it can be direct use for potable water? In your professional opinion?
You know, it could be years. I'm not quite sure. It's really, okay. There's draft language for how it could possibly happen, but I honestly don't have the crystal ball on that. So sorry, I don't have more info on it.
Just as, in my opinion, council members and public, the worse the drought gets, the more opportunity there is for this to be done, because this opens up some other questions. The use of groundwater recharge for indirect potable reuse. Is the city of Oxnard indirectly recharging groundwater at this time?
So Councilmember Pereira, it's Michael Wolf. Maybe our water manager, Omar, can provide some of the responses to these questions.
Well, I'd like to have the same guy that made the presentation because it's his slides, okay, Mr. Wolf. If, just from my knowledge, we are not injecting the water into the ground at this time.
That's correct.
Okay, second question, if we go to slide 14. Okay, if we were to have a catastrophic earthquake and the 42-inch water line that delivers water from the state, we were to lose it, which of these stages would we be in?
Most likely you'd probably hit stage 5 or stage 6.
Okay,
And
if we do go into stage 5 or stage 6, the assumptions from the meeting at the Public Works is the rates that people will pay if they go into the penalty use of water above and beyond what they're supposed to is supposed to even it out. Do you foresee the city of Oxnard coming in and when a person uses X amount of water, then they are notified and the water meter is shut off?
so I guess I'd back up for a second there. So if state water were to be shut off, Oxnard gets their water or their imported water from Callegas, and Callegas gets theirs from Metropolitan Water District. And so each of those suppliers have their own local resources. And so they have their water supply allocation plans, which even if state water, in a doomsday scenario does go down, then they do have other supplies to try to.
Well, that's my question. The single source to get that water to the city of Oxnard is a 42-inch pipeline. And if that is broken in the earthquake, which we're told is a possibility, and there is no backup for that 42-inch pipeline, and it would not be replaced in a matter of weeks, all we have left is groundwater and United Water Conservation District. And that's why I asked the question that I did. It's not that we'd be able to go to municipal or metropolitan or Callegas and ask them to supply the water. It all comes through the same faucet. And there's only one faucet. Correct or right or wrong?
Well, yeah, correct.
Okay. The last question, I don't have the slide number, but you had it, and I appreciate that. You mentioned groundwater credits and you mentioned recycled pump back credits. The reason I asked this, we have one gentleman, apparently he has not been able to call in, Mr. Lawrence Paul Stein, who continually asks about these things. In your work as a consultant and doing this work, do you foresee that these credits will become valuable or the opposite of valuable in the future?
I'd probably defer to Omar Castro on that one, on how they can be used. I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Because my concern is I recently learned that apparently our recycled facility is not running right now. And I didn't know if you were aware of that.
Councilmember Perello, if I could address your question.
Okay.
So first on the recycled water plant, the recycled water plant is running intermittently based on the demands from ag. And currently we have one ag customer that would take that water. Last month we had more usage because the golf course was using recycled water as well. Once the pipeline is completed, we will be able to have more connections and more use going through the recycled water plant.
Okay, because the concern that I have is that we are, this may be getting fellow council members. We have some real tigers working for the city of Oxnard on your staff. Ms. Klima is one of them. Mr. Newen is another, and the attorneys working with the city. But there is a need to be upfront, truthful, and honest with our surrounding communities. And I'm learning that some of the surrounding communities have some concerns with respect to us being a reliable partner. And so I want to make sure that you're aware that we need to pursue that we have our recycled facility working whatever amount, 10%, 50%, 100%, what 5%, whatever it is, consistent, so that we're working today and we're not working tomorrow. We're working today, we're not working tomorrow. A past city engineer, Mr. Taniangi, made a big point of saying the hardest thing on that great recycling facilities was starting and stopping it. It's a tremendous asset. And if we wear it out because we have to start and stop it, I want to share that. And I don't want any council member not to hear it coming from me, the chair of the Public Works, because there are some items I know now that I didn't know when this went to the committee. Thank you, Mayor, for letting me ask those questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
I don't have any questions. I was just going to make some comments, but I'll wait till we end the public hearing.
Okay, so our next item here is I'm going to open the public hearing. Testimony portion of the public hearing. Members of the public were invited to sign up to speak on this item on the city website, and a person that did not sign up to do so by following the instructions posted on the agenda of this meeting at the city's website. I'm sorry, let's go back. The instructions posted on the agenda for this meeting are at the city's website, which is oxnard.org/city meetings. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers at this time?
Mayor Zaragoza, we do not have any public speakers for this public hearing. Thank you.
If we have no public speakers at this time, staff can respond to questions or have council begin discussion on this matter. And we'll start the 3-minute allowed for additional speakers to register to be recognized. And then we'll close the public hearing after that. So we'll start the 3 minutes. So council members or any other members have any other questions at this time? So we did start the 3-minute for any additional speakers at this time.
Mr. Mayor, if I could ask Mr. Waterman to stop sharing his screen so we can see the board better. Thank you.
Mr. Waterman, go ahead, Alex. Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, we are waiting for any speakers. We don't have any speakers at this time.
I'll go ahead and make comments if it's okay with you, Mayor.
Okay. So we have about 2 minutes and some before we. Any other comments from council members on this item? I just want to share one of the things that I think is important that was shared by staff is that our water supply is good for many, many years, and potentially if we have to, then we can do some water regulations depending on the drought conditions. So I think that's good news for the public, but that doesn't mean you to waste water, to make sure you're conservative in using water, which I think is extremely important. Mayor Tehran, Councilmember Tehran.
Thank you for the promotion there, Mayor.
Not for another few years, okay?
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Waterman. And I just wanted to take the opportunity here to mention to the public the importance of water and access to water in our city and in our region, and knowing that in this next decade, there will be a lot more conversations about water. Some of them will not be very comfortable conversations for certain areas. And I just hope that the general public can appreciate that and start taking note of when these items come up on your city council agendas or for the Board of Supervisors, because this is a very, very important item, and water is essential to our everyday lives. Every single person who's on this call and watching this now and who's not watching it needs water to survive. And we need water for agriculture, we need water for production. And there's just some very, very important items that I hope folks will take note of as time goes on here regarding water every time it comes up. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, council members, we have another 40 seconds before
Mayor, if it's okay, I'll go ahead and make my comments now.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I just want to thank you for the presentation to the consultant and staff members. And I think we have made some headway in this area, and it was kind of alluded to. We have removed some ag users off the potable system into the reclaimed water system because it is eligible for them to use on crops, although we can't commingle it currently with drinking water. In watching the ASR well process at Campus Park, they seem to be moving well ahead on that, and eventually we'll be injecting water into the ground. But people have to remember that under current regulations, when that water goes into the ground, it takes 6 months plus testing before it can be commingled with the potable water system. And even the charts that the consultant showed shows that we really won't see any benefit from that water probably till 2024 at the earliest. There is an opportunity to add 2 more skids into the AWPF and increase the output, but it's going to be a long, slow process. And I don't know how many people have been watching the news lately, but the weather prognosticators or predictors, whatever you want to call them, are saying that we're going to have a La Nina winter, which means it will be warmer and drier than what most winters are. And that's going to have an effect on us, not only here, but also probably for the snowpack up in the Sierras, which all of which play into the consideration of availability of water and what's out there for us. So people need to be aware of this and still continue with their conservation efforts as much as possible until we can get through this. I mean, there is a light at the end of a tunnel, but it's kind of a long tunnel at this point, but I think we're on the right path. So I appreciate all the staff's work, the consultant's work, and the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much. We don't have any additional speakers, so I'm going to close the public hearing. And I'd like to make a comment too that we have a lot of recycled water that's being sent over to the wastewater plant. So I think that it's really important that we push our legislators that we use some of that water that's being recycled and some of the water going out into the ocean. And I think that's important that we push legislation that potentially we can use that recycled water for potable water. And I know that we have the ASR items that are coming up soon, the wells up to help us save that water. But we are in a major drought, and like Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, they're predicting that La Nina is going to be coming around, and potentially La Nina means a probably very minimal water this winter. I hope they're wrong personally, but we need to do some conservation, and hopefully that we can push some legislation and talk to our legislators, our assembly people, our senators over in Sacramento that potentially we can have some legislation to start using some of that water that's being recycled over at the wastewater plant. So thank you. With that in mind, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve this action. And the action we have, one of the items is, of course, to receive the presentation. And number 2, that to adopt a resolution to approve the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan, and authorize city staff to file the plans with the state of California. And do we need a motion on this item?
So moved.
Action.
I'll second it. I'll second it.
Okay, it was Mayor Pro Tem first, second by Councilman Perrello. Roll call.
I have a first by Mayor Pro Tem McDonald and a second by Councilmember Turan. Is that correct?
It's good.
I thought it was
Perrello was the second?
Oh, that was Perrello.
Thank you.
Roll call.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Turan.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Our next item is on reports. Item number 1 is Finance Department. Subject is authorize the issuance of sale of water revenue refunding bonds, series 2021, to refinance outstanding 2014 bonds. The recommendation is the City Council adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance of the sale of water revenue refunding bonds, series 2021, in an aggregate principal amount that shall not exceed $25 million to refinance outstanding bonds, authorize the execution of the indenture of the trust, placement of an agent agreement, and related official actions. And this is, again, was approved by the Finance Department 3-0. And we do have a live presentation as Betsy George.
We have staff covering for Ms. George tonight.
We do have.
Mayor Pro Tem, this is Sherry Klima. We will have a presentation from our NHA, from Christian Sprunger at NHA Advisors. They're going to be giving you all the presentation and answering some questions about these bonds. So
Thank you, Shari.
Christian?
Mhm.
Yes, good evening all. I will share my screen here. Okay, I've begun screen sharing. I hope you all can see it.
Yes, we do.
Excellent. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, and members of the public. The item I'll be speaking about tonight is refunding of the city's outstanding 2014 water revenue bonds. My name is Christian Sprunger. I'm an Assistant Vice President with NHA Advisors, and we are the Municipal Financial Advisor to the city. To start, there's the recommended item, which has been read just a moment ago, essentially that the City Council adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance of the bonds and authorizing the execution of an indenture of trust and related official actions. To get into it, by way of background, back in 2004, the city issued water revenue bonds to finance various improvements, including the early stages of the GRAPE program. These bonds were issued with a 30-year term at an all-in interest rate of 4.62%. In 2014, the city refinanced those 2004 bonds at a new 3.8% interest rate, thereby capturing some savings. Those 2014 bonds were privately placed with Capital One Public Funding, the bank, who currently still owns those bonds. Based on the current market conditions, the city has an opportunity to again refinance those 2014 bonds for additional savings. Before going into that more, I did want to introduce the team. So by way of introductions, the key financing team members, of course, the issuer, City of Oxnard, most important team member. You have ourselves, NHA Advisors, for the Municipal Financial Advisor, Best & Krieger as bond counsel, Wells Fargo as the trustee for the bonds. Placement agent is RBC Capital Markets. They're the original placement agent on the 2014 bonds. And then the lender or the bank is Capital One Public Funding, or Capital One for short. To talk about the economics, the 2014 bonds have 25.6 million outstanding par. The interest rate on that is 3.8%, as mentioned before. Capital One has provided a fixed refunding interest rate of 2.78% all in. That represents, or that results in approximately $153,000 of annual cash flow savings. That's from fiscal years 22 through fiscal years 34. The sum of those cash flow savings, when taken at a present value, is about $1.6 million, or 6.8% of refunded par. As a frame of reference, 3% net present value savings is considered a minimum threshold, and so this refunding at 6.8% is above that minimum. The next slide is a graphic representation of the savings. So as you can see, the gray bars here represent the current payment structure, just a shade over 2.5 million. The orange line represents the refunding, the payment after the refunding. It's about 2.35 million, so about 150,000 less in each year. As you can see, there's no extension of final maturity. So the gray bars end in 2034. That's when this refinancing would also end. So no extension happening there. With regard to timing, Mayor mentioned that this item was reviewed and approved by the Finance and Governance Committee on the 28th of September. Pending tonight's action, our plan is to close the refinancing on November 2nd. This slide just reiterates the recommendation that the City Council adopt the resolution authorizing the issuance, authorizing the execution of the indenture of trust, and other related actions. With that, I will take any questions.
Christian, if you can stop sharing your screen, that would be helpful here.
Certainly.
It looks like the mayor stepped away for a little bit, so do any of the council members have any questions for the presenter? Councilmember Perrello.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. There is a term that is often used by people making financial presentation to the city, and the term is, you used it again tonight, all in. Can you give me a plain English definition of all in, please? Thank you.
Certainly. The all-in interest rate represents the interest, the stated interest rate on the bonds, but it also reflects the cost of issuing the bonds. So it's reflecting all costs, the interest cost and the issuance cost of the bonds.
So as the council asks questions, it appears that we don't have any pre-registered public speakers for this item. So at this point, as you continue to ask question, we'll have that 3-minute clock start.
Hey, council members, any other questions for the presenter?
Any other council members? Any questions? So this, by the way, this is going to save us quite a bit of money. That I think is really important that the public understand that. Can you share? I think we're going to be saving us about $1 million+ dollars. Can you share that information?
Certainly, yes. This will result in approximately $150,000 of annual savings through 2034. In net present value terms, so today's money terms, that's $1.6 million of savings, or 6.8% of the refunded par.
And that's very significant dollars I'll be saving over the term of the remaining term. And the opportunity, I think that was mentioned before in the Finance Committee, was that because the interest rate is so low right now, it's an opportunity to refinance that bond, which is, I think, is very appropriate.
You're correct that it is a function of the low interest rate environment we're in. And the bank that owns the debt is really wanting to keep the city as a customer on this. And so they offered some aggressive interest rate to achieve that.
And one thing I failed to mention too, that it's a fixed rate, which is really, really to our benefit, so.
That's correct. Fixed rate of interest with no extension of final maturity.
Thank you. Okay, so any other questions, council members? We have about a minute to go here.
Can we get somebody to cue up the Jeopardy jingle?
Mr. City Manager. So 49 seconds to go.
And that's all I can play without having to pay royalties.
Okay, so got about 20 some seconds to go. So then, Mr. City Attorney, we're being very conservative with this 3-minute rule, which I think is very important.
And perhaps we'll consider on items where there are no speakers signed up to start that clock running maybe after the announcement of the item.
Absolutely. Remind us of that.
But again, this is the second council meeting where we've been under these new rules.
Thank you, council members. So we need a motion for this item.
I'll move the recommended action.
Okay.
Second.
First by Tehran and second, I'm sorry, who's second?
Perrello.
Perrello. Tehran first, second, but Perrello, roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes, and Mr. Springer, thank you for adding the bank wanted to keep the city as a customer. That's why they did this. Thank you. Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Tehran,
Yes, and thank you for the work and the presentation.
Of course.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Our next item is N2, and this is Finance Department. Subjects authorize the execution and delivery of schedule of property to the Bank of America Master Equipment Lease/Purchase Agreement, A7667, for the acquisition, finance, and leasing of certain equipment. The recommendation is the City Council, 1, adopt a resolution authorizing the execution of delivery of schedules of property to the master equipment lease/purchase agreement not to exceed $10.5 million for acquisition and financing of leasing of certain equipment for the public's benefit, with the terms provided herein, authorizing the execution of delivery of other documents required in the connection herewith, authorizing and taking of all other actions necessary for the consummation of the transaction contemplated by this resolution, and to adopt a resolution declaring the intent of the city to be reimbursed for certain capital expenditures from the proceeds of the indebtedness. Of course, this will be a live presentation, and it was approved by the Finance and Governance Committee by 3-0. And we do have, again, Sherry, who's
Christian again is from NHA Advisors. He'll be presenting on this topic as well.
okay. Thank you, Spence.
Okay, good evening all. I have begun sharing my screen again. I hope you can see it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Good evening again, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, and members of the public. I'll now be speaking about an equipment acquisition financing through Bank of America called the 2021 Equipment Lease. This slide identifies the recommendation that was read just now by the mayor. It's a twofold recommendation. The first is that the council adopt a resolution authorizing this equipment scheduled draw on the master equipment lease purchase agreement and the documents related to that. The second item that is recommended is that council adopt a resolution declaring an intent of the city to be reimbursed for certain capital expenditures that have already been made out of this lease. So it's a twofold recommendation. By way of background, the city's Environmental Resources Division has approximately 10.2 million in vehicle needs. These needs were detailed in a March 2021 council meeting. There was a detailed staff report there. There are 43 vehicles needed with an average useful life of 7 years. These vehicles include refuse collection vehicles, semi-tractor transfer vehicles, and transfer trailers. The proposed capital lease would have a 7-year term, which ties to the useful life of the vehicles. That way the financing and the asset being financed have the same term effectively. We received multiple proposals for this. Bank of America's was the most advantageous. The city has had a master equipment lease in place with Bank of America since 2014 and has drawn on it a few times. Tonight's item would effectively authorize an additional draw against that agreement. As you can see here on the screen, the second bullet from the bottom, the final fixed interest rate on this financing will be a 1.455%. That's for a 7-year financing. That is locked from now through closing, assuming we close when we intend to, and then it's locked through final maturity. So it's not a variable rate, it's a fixed rate. This will result in level semi-annual debt service payments of about $770,000 or $1.54 million per year. With regard to timing, as the mayor mentioned, this came before the September 28th Finance and Governance Committee and was approved there. Pending tonight's consideration and approval by council, we plan to close and fund these purchases by next Tuesday, October 26th. So a pretty rapid timeline there. This slide just reiterates the twofold recommendation. One, essentially that the council authorize the draw on the master equipment lease purchase agreement that's outstanding with Bank of America. And then second, that council adopt the resolution for the reimbursement of already spent of vehicles that have already been purchased. With that, I will stop sharing my screen and see if there are any questions.
Thank you, Spencer. We'll start at 3 minutes at this time. So council members, any questions on this item? Any clarifications on the two resolutions that we potentially can adopt? I know that we have lengthy discussion with the governance and Finance Committee, and this is items that the Environmental Resources Department needs, and it's going to be to good use, and it's a seven-year term, and it was mentioned by Spence that this is the life of the equipment. And then again, we refinance accordingly. And by the way, refinancing this equipment after 7 years saves a lot of money and the wear and tear, because after the 7 years, the maintenance of the equipment is far exceeds, the use of that equipment. So I think it's a good investment that the ER has, and also the funding is there, which I think is extremely important too. So I just want to share that when we discussed that in the Finance and Governance Committee, that it will save us a tremendous money, and also have the proper equipment that is used to service our residential or commercial, industrial entities. For example, restaurants and hospitals and so forth, they need to have, in some cases, daily refuse collection. And so we have to have reliable equipment for all those entities, which I believe that the ER department is doing a great job on that, just for information. Any additional information, Councilman Perrello?
Thank you. And again, thank you to the presenter. I need to ask this question. I really appreciated the last item you mentioned that the bank wants to keep us as a customer. On this item, that we're a long-term customer, is this used as stimulus to entice them to give us the sweet deal that we gave on the last item? And how do you go about doing that?
So the city has had, as I mentioned, an agreement with Bank of America since 2014, and the city has drawn on it a few times to finance equipment needs. And so Bank of America, the document structure or the loan structure is in place, and so an additional draw is a fairly straightforward process. But to keep them honest, we did solicit several bids, and we wanted to see if they were going to come in aggressively, and they did come in aggressively. We were very, very happy with they were the low bid. They came in aggressively relative to the other bids we received.
My hat's off to you. Thank you. I'm glad you're working for us. Is there any connection with soliciting the aggressive bids to the action they took on the previous item?
The bank in this case is Bank of America. The bank on the previous item is Capital One. I'm not sure if I understood the question.
But it wasn't it Bank of America going to Capital One to refinance it?
To clarify, this item would just be financed through Bank of America. Their new vehicle purchases, no relation to the Capital One item.
Right.
Two separate transactions.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your work.
Certainly.
Thank you. Council members, our 3 minutes are up. Do we have a motion to approve this item, or?
I'll move it.
First by Councilman Perrello. Yeah, and I'll second it. Councilman Perrello, motion, second by Zaragoza.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Our next item is item 3, Housing Department. The subject of review of rent control and tenant protection strategies. The recommendation of the City Council conduct a review of potential strategies regarding tenant protection strategies, to give direction to staff on the preferred components of the tenant protection strategy, and 3, direct staff to return to the City Council for consideration of specific components of the tenants protection strategies. Mr. City Manager, you want to share some?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I may provide a quick introduction to this and try to help move the conversation along by framing the problem from my seat. So in a few minutes, I'm going to ask for one slide to come up, but let me just begin by saying that this is the next iteration of this very, very important, significant policy discussion with regard to rent control for our community. The staff has initially done our research. We've made our recommendations, but we've also received a lot of public input. We have listened as best as we could. We've analyzed as much as we could. We've synthesized as much as we could. And that brings us before you tonight. Now, this item includes a couple of staff reports. So I certainly hope all who are interested have taken the time to review those, as well as the 4 associated videos that have been available online. So I hope people have taken the time to look at those. And if not, perhaps you can do so after this meeting. So I want to start by reminding everyone that the state of California is in a crisis situation with regard to this issue. The state of California is undergoing a housing crisis and an associated homelessness crisis. This has clearly been stated by the governor, the state assembly, and the state senate. Over the last 5 years, they have passed numerous bills and legislation trying to help solve the problems. But the problem, as we understand it, goes back, and it's been 3 to 4 decades in the making. There's a lot of history to that. We confront that not only with the homelessness crisis, but when we work through our housing numbers for the next RENA cycle, that the state's requiring all local communities to produce housing, we struggle with it there. So we understand the history of it. The policy question before the city council right now is, what should we do here at the local level? And probably more importantly, what can we do that here at the local level that would be both pragmatic and useful? So I'm going to bring up one slide that I think summarizes the crux of this problem. That's not the one, but here it comes. All right, so we're going to get this on the screen. Now, you may recall I've shared this slide in the past when discussing the homeless crisis. So here's the graph from, whoops, let me bring it back up. There it is. Okay, so this is from the Southern California Association of Governments, SCAG. So it represents the Southern California region, which Oxnard is a part of. Now, this is 5 years old, but it depicts a 20-year period between 1996 and 2016, and the trend lines remain the same. But in essence, what you can see is over that 20-year period, the median home price in our region increased by over 300%. And you can see that at the top there, it's $552,000. And the median household income stayed flat. And in fact, adjusted for inflation, it was actually down about 5%, over 5%. So I want to highlight this gap here. Let me see if I can get this gap here from the income line at the bottom. My favorite pointer is not working so well tonight, all the way up to the cost of housing. So this gap here, I'm nicknaming it Mount Everest, because very few individuals or families at the median income of $65,000 can bridge this gap to afford the median cost of housing. So please keep this graph in mind as we proceed. Diego, can you take it down? So the primary problems, obviously, are the extremely high cost of housing in California, and we're not exempt from that. And again, decades in the making, this has to do with over the decades, the sacredness of single-family residential zoning, has to do with NIMBYism, with a lot of cities across the state refusing to provide and construct multifamily housing. So as a result, over the past several decades, we, as a state, we've not added nearly enough housing stock to keep up with the population growth of the state. And specific within that, we've certainly not added nearly enough affordable housing stock. So in recent years, over half the cities in California produced zero affordable housing. So I want to place that in the context. Next, of course, and I think the primary reason we're here tonight is the rate and the pace of rental increases, and of course, the corresponding consequences. After that, we also have the issue of habitability of our housing stock, and some of our residents have made it clear that the living conditions of their units are not up to code, and something that we have worked on and we will continually have to work on. And then finally, the actual issue of affordability, going back to that chart, that graph, you can see that huge gap. So the issue is, many of our residents simply aren't earning wages high enough to truly afford the housing that they're currently in. And as we all know, the cost of housing burden has gone so high, it's well beyond the 30% that traditionally you would expect a family to pay for housing. So going back to the question of what should we do and what can we do here locally, I want to recognize that many members of our community are in a crisis, and therefore we should seek a crisis intervention measure. And I want to be very, very specific about those words, a crisis intervention measure. The staff believes that rent control in and of itself is not ultimately the right solution. We recognize that it would, in the short run, slow the pace of rental increases. And we recognize that many of our residents could certainly use that relief right now in this crisis. But in the long run, rent control has shown to create significant problems to a local housing market, and in some cities, including spurring gentrification. And that's why staff has not recommended a permanent rent control ordinance. Now, as for the recently enacted state rent control, AB 1482, I have heard and I've read and I understand that the advocates against local rent control want us to wait and see how that law will play out. But we've studied AB 1482 as well. And while I don't have a crystal ball, but having worked in local government for nearly a quarter century, I can tell you the likelihood that 1482 will not be highly effective at the local level. There is, in that bill, there is no discernible mechanism for enforcement. Now, in recent weeks, I've reached out and spoken to the district attorney, as well as a consultant working with the California Attorney General, in discussing how the state rent control would ever be actually enforced at the local level. It's been a head scratcher. So we continue those conversations and certainly hope to find some possible avenues there. But based on my experience, I can tell you, if left to our resident tenants, 1482 is really a non-starter for them, given the realities that our community faces. So of course, back to that SCAG chart, permanent rent control will not bridge that gap. And as we've seen in the staff report and made comments from both sides of the debate, rent control also will not produce or procure or ensure affordable housing and affordable rentals. So getting back to the primary problems, we certainly need to work on finding ways to produce more affordable housing. And that really needs to also include adequate, proper, dignified housing for our farm worker communities. So there's a lot of work to be done there. I think it is important, again, given the crisis that our community, our residents, tenants are in right now, I think it is important to have a way to slow the rent increases. Again, on the habitability issues, we've started efforts on that and we can continue that. And likewise, on the wage gap, we also need to work to push the wages up. There's nothing we can do to bridge that gap that I call the Mount Everest gap. There's nothing we can do to push the cost of housing that far down. We also have to push wages up. And there's a lot of efforts that we can address there. So we do have to address all of these separately because they are related but separate. So we have to address them separately, but we certainly have to do it simultaneously. So I want to go back to what I said about this being a crisis, and that is what it means for our current community, our current resident tenants. Is the rents here and everywhere else in California is so high right now that even at AB 1482's cap, it could represent pretty high rent increases between now and 2030. And if we have families that are already strained in terms of nearly half of their income is going to housing costs, a 9 or 10% increase for a 2-bedroom apartment here is pretty significant. And under 1482, if you run those numbers, through the end of AB 1482, it could more than double. So the crisis situation, given that a family is struggling, given that families are living in crowded conditions because they are surviving, it isn't just that the next rent increase will dig into their family budget more. It could literally displace them from the housing that they have, and it would be very, very difficult to go and find the same cost housing in this city. So from that perspective, again, I hope that what we seek to achieve is a crisis intervention measure, albeit staff could not recommend permanent rent control. So, Mr. Mayor, with that, I'm going to end the introduction, see if there are any technical questions or comments from the council before we go to public comment. Thank you.
Yeah, council members, we have about 80 speakers, but before we do have any concerns or questions you might want to share at this time before we go to the speakers. If not, then I just want to share with the public, we have approximately 80 speakers, and that at 3 minutes apiece, that equates to about 4 hours of testimony. But you have 3 minutes per person. However, you do not need to use all the 3 minutes. You can use a minute, you can use 30 seconds, or just whatever you want to share. But you, or also, if you want to speak for 10, 20 people yourself, that's still okay. But however, you do have the right to speak for the 3 minutes. So I just want to share with you that we have potentially approximately 80 speakers. So I'm going to start that at this time, but if you can help us out, if you want to say, if people are saying the same thing over and over again, I know that the city council and council members will understand exactly what you're saying. So at this time, council members, I do have a list. I'm going to start the public speakers at this time. And we're going to start off with Maria Navarro, followed by Ocel Erahan. Maria Navarro, and OCILHERREJON. Maria Navarro.
Mayor, we have a list of callers from CAUSE. This caller Maria is included in that list. So I'm going to dial that number and then we're going to go in the order
Okay.
of the list.
And
of
you have the
callers.
list there of,
Yes.
we have Maria, and we have
Yes.
Lucero, Teresa, Cecilia, and so forth.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Is this Maria?
Yes.
Hi, Maria. Thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak. Go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. Hi, Mayor Zaragoza, council members and staff. You know, for the last 2 years, community members have spoken up against extreme rent increases. We understand that this item is a contentious one, but it shouldn't be. Every day we receive calls, hear at calls, and emails from desperate tenants who are not able to make ends meet. Although some would say that AB 1482 has not had the time to be implemented, we at COS know that this law inadequately covers tenants in Oxnard. Extreme rent increases that surpass $100 or $150 are still happening. The only thing we can tell people that come to us with a problem about rent increases is that, you know, we're sorry, but your rent increase is perfectly legal under state law. The cap right now is 9%, which is astronomical, when according to the 2021 Out of Reach report, it already takes 2.4 minimum wages to rent a 2-bedroom apartment in the city. Let's not forget that everyone should have a right to afford their home. We're not talking about statistics only, but people's livelihoods. Finally, we do support education initiatives, and we also support getting rid of barriers to build new for sale and rental housing, but we have to do this consciously. We have to protect the people of Oxnard. The bottom line is that rent stabilization is proven to lower the risk of displacement of our community immediately, right now. And there is no single policy that is an alternative to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Madam Clerk, you go ahead and read the
Yes, the next caller is Osil. Is Osil available?
followed by Lucero. Mhm.
Hi, this is Ulet. I'm available to speak.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ulet, and I'm organizer with COWS here in Oxnard. We are happy to see that the city is looking to adopt AB 1482 and can stress how important it is. While AB 1482 is great, it's that we need to strengthen in order to truly provide the protection our community needs. Today, we ask the rent stabilization policy be amended in 3 areas. 1, decrease the rent cap from 5% plus inflation to just inflation, also known as CPI. 2, increase displacement assistance from 1 month to 3 months. And lastly, make the policy permanent as extreme rent increases are unacceptable, not as we ask 10 years from now. These recommendations are also supported by more than 9,600 emails from community members sitting in your email box. As I have mentioned in previous meetings, many people here in Oxnard cannot pay the rent because it's too high. Wages are the same. People lost their jobs last year, had to deplete their savings, but the rents continue to rise. I speak with people in the community every day. I hear their stories and their current situations. 3 farm workers that I have been working with for a year now had to move to the Central Valley because they couldn't afford the rent anymore. It is not fair that our families have to move from their hometown because they can no longer pay the rent. As I mentioned, we have over 9,000 signatures of people in our community who support rent control. Those are people that elected you to represent and stand up for them. Many families have called these past few weeks asking for rent control. With the amendments above, hence, I am here urging you to pass a permanent rent control in Oxnard, which includes a rent cap based on CPI and relocation assistance of at least 3 months that will permanently protect the renters of today and of the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Mhm. Is Lucero the next speaker?
Cecilia? Cecilia or Teresa?
Cecilia is here, but she needs an interpreter. Mentira, Teresa is here and she needs an interpreter.
Do we have Teresa or Cecilia?
I'm sorry, is Teresa available?
Hola, mi nombre es Teresa. Soy campesina y residente de Oxnard. Nosotros como...
Hello, my name is Teresa.
Okay, thank you.
I'm
Go
a
ahead.
resident of Oxnard. I work in the ranch and we are working in the fields.
No ganamos lo suficiente para pagar los precios tan
We don't earn enough to pay such a high prices in rent. Right now, I'm paying about 2,000 in rent for a small apartment. In south of Oxnard, our building is old and it's not well maintained. It's not just you have to pay that much money in rent each month. The last few months, we didn't even have enough to buy the food that we usually buy. That's why today I'm urging you to pass rent control permanently. Based on inflation and rent assistance for 3 months in case of displacement. Also today, I'm speaking for all the people that work in the fields and all those people that had made calls and sent emails, the 9,600 people. That's our petition, and we hope that you support it. I want rent control permanently. We want it. Thank you.
Thank you. Was that Cecilia or Teresa? Okay, Cecilia's next, right? Followed by Arturo.
Yes, is Cecilia available? Cecilia or Arturo?
Arturo is available.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Hola, mi nombre es Arturo.
Sí, señor Arturo, ¿necesita traducción?
Sí.
Gracias.
Hola, hello, my name is Arturo.
Y ahorita yo trabajo en mantenimiento de departamentos, pero mi mayoría de tiempo trabajo en el campo.
And now I'm working in the maintenance of apartments, but I used to work in the fields.
También trabajo en el remate de Ventura los fines de semana, porque no nos alcanza lo que ganamos para pagar la renta.
I'm also working on the auctions in Ventura during the weekends because I don't make enough to pay the rent.
No podemos ajustar, tenemos que trabajar 7 días y 2 turnos, porque la renta está muy cara.
We cannot take any time off. We just have to work every day, 7 days, because we don't make enough and rent is very expensive.
No tenemos tiempo de descansar. Eso no es vida para nuestra comunidad. Es muy difícil y no es justo.
There is not even a day to rest. That's not a way of living. That's not the quality of life for our community. It's just not fair.
La mayoría de nosotros somos campesinos o trabajadores con sueldos mínimos y es muy difícil poder pagar la renta.
We are workers and we have in many cases just a minimum income, and it's pretty impossible to pay rent with those type of incomes.
Hoy estoy aquí para urgir que pase el control de renta permanente basado en la inflación y una asistencia de reubicación de 3 meses.
So I'm here today to ask you that you will approve the rent control permanently with the inflation and with assistance extended to 3 months in case of disallocation.
Nuestra comunidad ya no puede con los aumentos de renta y necesitan que usted tome medidas para protegerlos.
Our community can no longer do with the rent increases, and we need you to help us.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. So our next speaker is Hugo, followed by Ines.
Is Hugo available?
Yes, this is the.
Yes, we can barely hear you.
Hola, mi nombre es Hugo. Soy residente de Oxnard. Yo pago 1,550 de renta.
I'm a
Hello,
resident in
Hugo.
Oxnard and I paid
I paid
$1,550 for rent.
Los biles, nosotros las familias trabajadoras de Oxnard necesitamos un control de renta.
We, the community who are workers in Oxnard need a control, a rent control.
Porque todo está muy caro y es muy difícil encontrar un apartamento en buenas condiciones.
Because everything is very expensive and it is very difficult to find an apartment in good conditions.
Y si pasa algo, no podemos decir que lo reparen porque nuestra renta sube.
And if something happens, we cannot ask them to repair it because then they increase the rent.
Eso no es justo. Estos últimos años han sido muy difíciles para nosotros los trabajadores de Oxnard.
That's not fair. These last years have been very difficult for us, the workers in Oxnard.
Poder pagar renta o encontrar lugares en buenas condiciones.
To be able to pay rent or find places that are in good conditions.
Por eso, como residente de Oxnard, le pido que apoyen un control de renta.
That's why, as an Oxnard resident, I ask you to give us a permanent rent control.
Basado a la inflación y que ayuden con al menos 3 meses de asistencia para ubicación.
Based on inflation and to help with at least 3 months to relocate.
Ya que también pedimos que a los arrendadores nos den un instructivo en reglas y también, derechos y obligaciones porque abusan de eso.
And we also request that the renters give us a list of rules and what's expected because they abuse.
Hay lugares que están llenos de cucarachas, insectos y eso es peligroso para todas las familias.
There's places that are infected with cockroaches and insects, and that's very dangerous for the families.
Eso es algo muy peligroso para la salud de todas las personas.
That's very dangerous for people's health.
Muchas gracias, espero que sí puedan apoyar. Gracias, buenas noches.
Thank you, and I hope you can support us. Good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ines, followed by Maria S. Ines, followed by Maria S.
Hello, we have Maria S. here.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hola, mi nombre es María.
Hi, my name is Maria.
Soy una trabajadora del campo.
I'm a farm worker.
Apenas nos alcanza para la renta
We barely have enough for the rent
y la comida.
and the food.
Nosotros
A lot of us
no calificamos para ninguna ayuda, ni siquiera
do not qualify for any help. We don't even qualify
para tener una aseguranza de vida.
to have a life insurance.
Todos nosotros salarios se van a la renta.
All our salary goes to the rent.
Los precios de la renta están muy altos.
The rents are very high.
Es muy feo cuando tenemos que escoger entre pagar biles,
It's horrible when we have to choose between paying the bills,
citas al doctor, comida o pagar la renta.
doctor's appointments, food, or the rent.
Y hoy estoy aquí para urgir que pasen el control de renta
And today I'm here to ask you to pass the rent control
permanente basado en la inflación y una asistencia
based on the inflation and an aid
de reubicación de 3 meses.
of 3 months to relocate.
Nuestra comunidad ya no puede con los aumentos de renta.
Our community cannot take the increases on the rent anymore.
Y necesitamos que ustedes tomen medidas para protegernos. Muchas gracias.
And we need you to take some measures to protect us. Thank you.
Gracias. Our next speaker is Indina, followed by Petra. Indina, followed by Petra.
Is Enedina available?
We have right here Lucila.
Lucila. Okay, so we don't have Enedina, Petra,
And Indina or Petra?
Caridad.
No, I'm sorry. They left a little earlier.
Okay, then our next speaker would be Carida. Carida?
Can I please have the name of the speaker you have available?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Lucila.
Lucila.
Lucida. In
Okay.
place of Petra?
Please go ahead.
Lucila will be replacing Enedina.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hola, mi nombre es Lucila, yo soy campesina
Hi, my name is Lucila and I'm a farm worker.
y madre soltera. Al momento estoy viviendo con mis hijos en un departamento.
I'm a single mom and right now I'm living in an apartment with my children.
Pequeño en el sur de Oxnard.
It's a small apartment in South Oxnard.
También estoy pasando por una crisis económica
I'm also going through a financial crisis
y tengo miedo de que no pueda pagar renta.
and I'm afraid to not be able to pay the rent.
Miedo de que nos desalojen y no tenga a dónde ir.
Fear of being taken out of my apartment and not having a place where to go.
Con mis hijos estuve aplicando para ayudas, pero no pude calificar.
I applied for some aids, but I didn't qualify.
Tengo miedo de no poder pagar renta, de que me desalojen
I'm afraid of not being able to pay the rent and then they evict me
y de no poder encontrar un lugar seguro para mí y mi familia.
and not being able to find a safe place for myself and my family.
Es muy difícil para nosotros, las familias trabajadores,
It's very difficult for us, the working families.
por eso les pido que nos apoyen con un control de renta permanente
That's why I asked you to support us with a permanent rent control
basado en la inflación y con una ayuda de asistencia de 3 meses.
based on inflation and with help of 3 months to relocate.
Para reubicación, yo sé que esto me ayudaría a mí y a muchas familias de Oxnard.
I know this would help me and a lot of families in Oxnard.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. So it's Petra next, followed by Carada.
That's correct.
Petra?
Is Petra available?
Ya. Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Petra. Yo soy una rentera más de aquí de Oxnard.
Good evening. My name is Petra and I'm a renter here in Oxnard.
Yo también estoy ayudando a recolectar firmas para nuestra petición de control de renta.
I'm also helping to get some signs to get a permanent rent control.
Estoy platicando con muchas familias de Oxnard.
I talked to a lot of families in Oxnard.
Yo recolecté 100 firmas y tuve la oportunidad de escuchar a todas las personas y qué tan difícil ha sido para ellos pagar renta.
I was able to get 100 signatures, and I heard from all of them how difficult it has been to pay the rent.
Y también tienen que pagar plomería cuando tienen algún problema, aseguranza para las viviendas y otras cosas más. Y sumando la renta y los arreglos de cualquier cosa, es mucho más cara la renta. Hoy estoy aquí hablando con todas las personas que no pudieron hablar hoy.
They also have to pay from plumbers sometimes and all the repairs, and that brings the rent up, and it's very difficult. Today, I'm talking on behalf of all the people that were not able to be here today.
Todos en la comunidad de Oxnard queremos un control de renta permanente que sea basado en la inflación y también que nos ayuden al menos con 3 meses de renta para poder reubicarnos.
We all want you to help us with a permanent rent control and with help of 3 months to be able to relocate.
Esperamos que sí nos apoyen.
I hope you do support us.
Oxnard está en crisis de vivienda y necesitamos un control de renta.
Oxnard has a housing crisis and we need a rent control.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Carida, followed by Yesenia Gonzalez.
Is Caridad available?
Carida.
Caridad o Yesenia?
Sí, Caridad.
Gracias.
Bien.
Por favor.
Muy buenas tardes, señor alcalde y miembros del board. Mi nombre es Caridad. Yo soy promotora de alcance en la comunidad.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Caridad and I'm a promotora.
Los precios de la renta están demasiado elevados. No nos alcanza para nuestras necesidades básicas.
The rent prices are very high and we don't have enough for our basic needs.
Yo como promotora miro lo difícil que es encontrar una vivienda y es muy difícil encontrar algo al alcance de los salarios de nuestra gente trabajadora.
As a promotora, I can see how difficult it is to find a place that is affordable based on what they make at work.
Hoy estoy aquí para que por favor tomen una acción rápida que pase el control de renta permanente basado en la inflación y una asistencia de reubicación de 3 meses.
I'm here today so you can pass a fast action for a permanent rent control with help of 3 months to relocate.
Nuestra comunidad ya no puede con los aumentos de renta y necesitan que ustedes tomen una medida para protegerlos.
Our community cannot afford the rent increases anymore, and they need you to take measures to protect them.
Muchas gracias por escucharnos.
Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you. Yesenia Gonzalez, followed by Marilu. Yesenia Gonzalez.
Yesenia Gonzalez.
Okay, and we do have one person here. Her name is Virgida Gomez, and she should be one of the last ones in the list. I'm sorry, but she has to go home a little bit early, so I was wondering if they could get.
Yes,
public
of course.
comment.
Go ahead.
Virgida Gomez.
Thank you. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes. Vengo aquí a hablar sobre control de renta para toda nuestra comunidad.
Good evening. I'm here to talk about the rent control for our community.
Ya que nosotros trabajamos en el campo y ahora ya no nos alcanza tanto dinero para pagar un departamento de 2 recámaras. Ahorita están muy caras, está subiendo mucho lo que es la renta.
We work in the fields and we don't make enough to pay an apartment, a 2-bedroom apartment. The rents are very expensive.
Aunque tengamos 2 trabajos, es difícil dejar nuestras familias, niños con la niñera y poder sacar lo que es solamente para la renta.
Even if we have 2 jobs, it is very difficult to leave our family, our kids with a babysitter and still don't make enough to pay the rent.
Tenemos que trabajar doble para que nos alcance. Ahora queremos control de renta para todos en esta ocasión el condado de Ventura.
We have to work double to barely make it. So that's why we want a rent control in Ventura.
Y queremos que si nos pongan atención y que nos ayuden o que nos apoyen para que no suba más la renta de los departamentos o casas.
And we want you to pay attention to us and help us or support us so they don't increase the rents anymore.
Ahora en esta temporada de fresas se ha bajado mucho trabajo, entonces tenemos que decidir si pagar la renta o vivir bajo de los puentes, ya que no nos alcanza para estar para estar trabajando tanto, ya sea que nosotros tenemos doble trabajo y no nos alcanza.
This strawberry season has been slow, so we don't have enough. So we have to decide to either pay the rent or live under a bridge because we don't have enough, even if we have 2 jobs.
Y es todo, gracias.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yashina Gonzalez, followed by Marilu.
Is Yesenia Gonzalez available?
So the next speaker is going to be Reina.
Reina, but is she on the list?
Yes, she is. Please go ahead.
Where's Reina?
She's down the list, about 7 colors down. Reina.
Hola, mi nombre es Reina. Yo soy trabajadora del campo.
Hi, my name is Reina and I'm a farm worker.
A mí me beneficiaría un control de renta para no pagar mucho de renta.
I could benefit from a rent control so I didn't have to pay so much in rent.
Por ejemplo, yo por no tener crédito tengo que pagar 2,600 de renta.
For example, because I don't have credit, I have to pay 2,600 for rent.
Y nosotros ganamos un salario mínimo que no nos alcanza.
And we make minimum wage, so it's not enough.
Estamos pasando por una crisis y hoy estoy aquí para urgir que pase el control de renta.
We're going through a crisis, so I'm here today to make sure the rent control passes.
La renta permanente basado a una inflación y una asistencia de reubicación de 3 meses.
A permanent rent control with help of 3 months to relocate, and that based on the inflation.
Y un control de renta a mí me beneficiaría para compartir más tiempo con mis hijos.
And a rent control would benefit me so I could spend more time with my children.
Y estar más al pendiente sobre su educación escolar.
And be more aware of their education, their scholar education.
Y pedimos toda la comunidad de aquí de Oxnard que se apruebe un control de renta.
And all the community here in Oxnard asks for this to be approved, the rent control.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, who's next then? Because we're
Yes, is Marilu or Miguel Garcia available?
No, they're not here anymore, but Yesenia is.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, hello everybody. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Yesenia. I am a youth leader with CAUSE and I am currently enrolled in Oxnard College. During my 16 years here in Oxnard, I've seen many families struggle to pay rent. With these rising rent prices, it has become clear how much the working class is overlooked. My parents, who are farm workers, often work 7 days a week just to make sure their kids have a roof, but you have to keep in mind that it's not just rent we have to pay. We also have utility bills and other expenses. I am privileged enough to be able to have a job and help my parents with expenses, but what about the children who can't help their parents? The children who have to see their parents come home exhausted, barely having enough energy to greet their children with a smile. The cries of the people of Oxnard have gotten louder. We have been yelling for rent control here in Oxnard. My question is, how much louder until you finally pay attention? Take a moment to listen and pass rent control, not just for me, but for the struggling people in Oxnard. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mary Lou next or Kimberly?
Marilu.
Marilu, go ahead.
Estimado alcalde Zaragoza y concejales que están presentes hoy,
Dear Mayor Zaragoza and the councils that are present today,
primeramente les quiero felicitar porque se está mirando que están trabajando muy duro en mejorar la imagen de la ciudad de Oxnard.
first of all, I want to commend you because we can see that you're working very hard to make Oxnard a better city.
Es un placer estar hoy pidiendo por nuestra comunidad.
It's a pleasure to be here asking for our community.
Comprendo que varios propietarios de los apartamentos y casas no están de acuerdo con un control de renta.
I understand that a lot of owners of apartments and houses do not agree with a rent control
Porque varios aumentan la renta exageradamente, aún sabiendo que la gente de la comunidad gana un salario mínimo y la comida cada vez más cara.
because they exaggerate when they increase the rent, knowing that the community make a minimum wage and the food is very expensive too.
Aún sabiendo que las casas se están cayendo en pedazos y mal equipadas.
Even when they know the houses are falling apart and they're not well equipped.
Si pedimos que se arreglen el techo, que pinten la pared, el próximo mes seguro ya es un aumento de renta.
And if we ask for them to repair the roof or to paint the walls, for sure they're going to increase the rents for the following month.
Por eso venimos con ustedes para que nos apoyen hoy para un control de renta permanente.
That's why we're here before you to ask you to help us with a permanent rent control
Basado en la inflación
based on the inflation,
y que también nos apoyen con al menos 3 meses de asistencia para que las familias se puedan reubicar, encontrar un lugar más seguro para rentar.
and that you can also help us with at least 3 months of rent to be able to relocate.
Estimados representantes de Oxnard, sigan haciendo todo lo posible por el bienestar de nuestra comunidad. Gracias por su atención.
Dear representatives of Oxnard, continue doing all you can for Oxnard's welfare. Thank you.
Gracias. Thank you. Kimberly Garcia, followed by Marbelli. Kimberly Garcia.
Do we have Miguel? Kimberly Garcia?
We do have Miguel. So Miguel went home.
Okay.
But he is signed into the meeting with another phone number. I don't know. What's the last digit of the phone?
We have Kimberly Garcia then.
It's husband and wife.
So his phone number is 5789.
Okay. Miguel or Kimberly? There they are. Okay, we found them. Thank you. I'm gonna let's see, how am I gonna do this? I'm gonna allow him. Yes, is this Kimberly? Yes, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Kimberly, and I'm a young adult leader with Cause. I've lived in Oxnard my entire life, and I've seen firsthand how rent prices have gone up and only continue to increase. Even though minimum wage has been increased in the past few years, it's still not enough to pay to live here. Because of how expensive rent is, multiple families have had to share a small apartment. These are already undesirable living conditions, but COVID makes living like this much more dangerous. And if these people can't afford rent, chances are that they can't afford to pay for healthcare if they get infected, and they can't afford to miss work either. Even in a post-COVID world, Oxnard will desperately need rent control as our homelessness crisis continues and disabled residents continue to have limited housing options. I implore you to implement rent control because no one should have to choose between keeping their family fed or paying rent when they have lived in this city for decades. Thank you.
Thank you. Marbelli, followed by Claudia Casada.
So we have Maria Torres here.
Okay, please go ahead.
Ok, buenas noches. Mi nombre es María Torres.
Good evening. My name is Maria Torres.
Yo soy voluntaria en la comunidad
I'm a volunteer in the community.
y un control de renta nos beneficiaría para vivir mejor y mejorar la situación de la vivienda en Oxnard.
A rent control would benefit us to live better and in better conditions.
Yo estoy aquí hablando por nuestra comunidad.
I'm here talking on behalf of our community.
Los salarios están por debajo de las rentas.
The salaries are way lower than the rents.
El salario no solamente se basa en pagar la renta, sino en otras necesidades.
The salary is not only to pay the rent, but we have other needs.
Nosotros hemos escuchado sobre la pirámide de Baulos de que no nomás es la renta, sino también hay necesidades básicas como el alimento y el vestuario.
We have heard about the pyramid, and it's not only the rent, there's needs like food and clothing.
Y muchas veces no tenemos la manera para sobrevivir.
And sometimes we don't have the means to survive.
Por eso les estoy pidiendo a todos ustedes
That's why I'm asking you to all of you
que hagamos un balance en las necesidades básicas del ser humano.
to have a balance on the basic needs of the human being.
Es un abuso de los que están cobrando los dueños de los apartamentos y de las casas.
It's an abuse from the ones who are charging these prices on apartments and houses.
Y un control de renta nos ayudaría
And a rent control would help us
a parar las injusticias
to stop this unfairness
que muchas personas están abusando
that a lot of people are abusing
de nuestra comunidad.
our community.
Un control de renta pararía el alto
A rent control would put a stop
de intimidar a nuestra comunidad.
of intimidating our community.
Por eso hoy estoy aquí para pedir
That's why I'm here today to ask
que pase el control de renta permanente basado en la inflación
about the permanent rent control based on the inflation
y una asistencia de reubicación de 3 meses.
and a help of 3 months to relocate. Thank you.
Gracias. Okay, so do we have Claudia or Olga?
Claudia Quesada, Olga Medina.
Claudia Casada.
Ajá.
Sí, por favor.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Buenas
Good evening.
tardes.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Claudia Quesada y trabajo con la comunidad muy de cerca. Durante más de 30 años, nuestra organización ha luchado por defender los derechos de los trabajadores agrícolas.
My name is Claudia Quesada, and I work very closely with the community for over 30 years to protect the rights as farm workers.
Durante muchos años nos ha tocado ver los retos que afrontan o enfrentan nuestra comunidad, especialmente con las viviendas, ¿no? Entonces,
During many, many years, we have to see what our community has to face or has faced with the rents.
con este desastre que tuvimos con lo de la pandemia COVID, nos pudimos dar cuenta la necesidad tan grande que existe en nuestras comunidades.
With this pandemic, with this disaster, we were able to see the great needs our community has.
Mirando cómo nuestras familias en una sola vivienda estaban hasta 2, 3 familias completas. Esto afecta mucho lo que es lo de la pandemia, cómo ellos no tenían el estacionamiento en sus propios hogares, no tener una vivienda accesible.
Like seeing how 3, 4 families were under one roof, and with the pandemic was not the best, and they couldn't afford anything else.
Otra de las cosas que hemos notado es el estatus migratorio. Nuestras comunidades son las más vulnerables, ya que no cuentan con un estatus migratorio
que les ayude a calificar para los programas del Estado.
Another problem we've seen is their immigration status. They don't qualify for a lot of state programs or helps.
Y esto incluye la asistencia a las viviendas del Estado. Entonces, el ingreso es muy limitado y las viviendas son muy pocas. Entonces, por lo menos, necesitamos un control de renta justo, accesible para nuestras comunidades y estar preparados para siguientes desastres donde nuestras familias tengan la oportunidad de vivir en un lugar sano, en un lugar accesible.
Permítame, Claudia. And this includes the state housing for which they don't qualify. So we would really benefit from a rent control, a permanent rent control that would help them. ¿Qué más dijo Claudia? Perdón, es que va muy rápido.
Sí, un control de renta justo para nuestras comunidades.
A rent that is fair for our communities.
Así que le pedimos a toda la mesa que conforma el concejal de aquí de la ciudad de Oxnard que nos apoye y que es justo para nuestras comunidades latinas e indígenas que por lo menos cuenten con una vivienda segura, ya que no pueden tener un estatus migratorio, por lo menos tener un techo seguro para las familias que son el futuro de este país.
So we ask the city council to support us with having at least a roof over their heads, being that they don't have a immigration status that could help them, so they can live in a safe place and have a place to live.
Gracias, Sam.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias a usted. Olga Medina y con Lucila. Y Lucila sigue. Olga Medina.
Is Olga Medina available?
Yes. Hi, good evening. Just bear a little bit with me. I had it written in Spanish, so I'm gonna try to translate it myself. So my name is Olga Lidia Medina, and I'm a member of Líderes Campesinas, and I'm an in-home support services provider, and I'm a member of the affected community. I live in Oxnard and El Rio area. I'm making a calling to members of the board, and I want to thank Señor Zaragoza and Gabe Teran for their support to the community. Your community needs you. I've been looking for rent for 3 months already, and I'm unable to find rent. I reached out to Gabe Teran, so he knows of my situation. And since then, I have not been able to find a rent. I don't know how people don't understand how one person can pay $900 to $1,200 for a room. And it really saddens me to know that there's families living so crowded with their kids in one room. Kids that go to school and they are unable to focus and concentrate. So this is, I think, is really inhumane and unjust for our kids to live like that. Please listen to our voice. We want rent control for Oxnard today, now, not tomorrow. Listen to our voice, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Olga. Lucila, followed by Adriana. Lucila, followed by Adriana.
Juanito or Mirna?
We do have Juanito's comment, but a Youth America will be reading it. Is that okay?
Sure, please go ahead.
By who?
It's Juanito's comment read by a youth
Okay.
called America.
Okay, good. Mhm.
Ahorita la renta está demasiada cara. Nuestra renta sube cada 6 meses o cada año?
Right now, rent is too expensive. It increases every 6 months or
Every year.
or
A veces
cada
no
año.
tenemos trabajo constante
Since we don't have constant work
debido al tipo o ahorita por la pandemia y los propietarios.
because of the type of work or because of right now the pandemic,
No quieren esperar para pagarles tarde.
they don't want to wait to pay late.
Yo trabajo en el campo en la mora y la fresa.
I work picking up strawberries and blueberries.
Todos de mis compañeros de trabajo dicen lo mismo
And all my coworkers think the same.
y comparten cómo se les hace difícil poder pagar sus rentas.
And they share how difficult it is for them as well to pay for rent.
Ahorita solo unas cuantas personas están hablando,
Right now, there are only a few people that are talking,
pero yo sé que toda la comunidad trabajadora de Oxnard está pasando por lo mismo.
but I know the entire working community of Oxnard is having the same issue.
Y ellos apoyan un control de renta también.
And they also support rent control as well.
Y hoy estoy aquí para urgir que pase el control de renta permanente.
I'm here to ask you that you approve rent control permanently.
Basado en la inflación y asistencia de reubicación de 3 meses.
Based on inflation and with rent assistance for 3 months.
That's it.
And that was it.
Thank you. Adriana, followed by Soledad.
So what we have is Adriana is also on the and Soledad on the phone, and their numbers are Adriana is.
I have Adriana.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
perfect.
Yes.
Sorry about
Yeah.
that.
Adriana, please unmute by pressing *6. Adriana, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hola, mi nombre es Adriana.
Hello, my name is Adriana. I work in the fields and I reside in Oxnard. I live in a room with my family right now. We are paying $10.50, and that is the cheapest we've been able to find right now. The apartments are very expensive and we cannot find something bigger to be able to live better. It's really hard because most of our check goes to rent. The truth is sometimes it's not enough for money, and since the pandemic started, they have reduced our hours, which has created an economical crisis for me and my family. And that's why I'm here today asking you to approve rent control permanently, so Oxnard families can be protected. I would also like for you to approve rent assistance for 3 months to be able to alleviate the situation that we're having with houses. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Soledad.
Okay. Followed by Carmen, right?
Soledad, you may unmute by pressing *6. Hi, Soledad. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay. Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Soledad.
Hello, good evening. My name is Soledad. I work in the field, and I am one of the people that assign and gather signatures to rent control in Oxnard.
La renta es muy cara aquí en Oxnard.
Rent is too expensive here in Oxnard. Me and my family live day to day, and we barely have enough to pay for all the bills. And at the end of the month, at this moment, I'm paying right now $1,900. This month, I had to pay $2,000 for an apartment of 2-bedroom in south of Oxnard. Right now, work is very low. And we need to find a new room to be able to pay $2,000 in rent. And right now, I am afraid that they will increase my rent again and that I just won't be able to pay it. Where are we going to go? There is nowhere to go, especially with children. We cannot just take another apartment because rent is just too expensive. That's why I'm asking you today that you will support us with rent control permanently based on inflation and with assistance for displacement for 3 months. This would help very much. This would help us and all the working families of Oxnard. Right now, we're talking for all the people that live here in Oxnard, so they wouldn't have to go to other places, or Bakerfields or the South in those areas. Rent for 2 rooms is $700 or $800. Please, we ask you that you take our proposal of rent control so that people that won't have to move so far away. Thank you.
Thank you. Carmen Obeso, followed by Guillermo.
Carmen Obeso is here. And
Yes, please go ahead.
Sí, ahí donde está eso.
Buenas noches, soy Carmen Obeso, soy
Good
campesina.
evening, so Carmen Obeso. I work in the fields.
Yo estoy pidiendo un control de renta. Vivo aquí en Oxnard.
I'm asking for rent control. I live here in Oxnard.
Y la razón es que aparte de ser campesina, también soy líder comunitario y
In addition to work in the fields, I'm a community leader.
Y yo estoy mirando de que, al igual que yo, muchos
And
de mis compañeros campesinos
And I can see that just like me, many of my colleagues working in the fields
también están pasando por la misma situación. Nosotros tenemos que compartir.
they are experiencing the same situation. We have to share our house.
2 a 3 o más familias para poder cubrir un costo de
3 or more families just to be able to come up with the rent cost.
Por lo que vivimos de 4 a 6 personas en una sola habitación.
So there are 4 to 6 people living in one room.
La renta ha aumentado demasiado últimamente.
Rent has increased a lot lately.
Yo pasé en los últimos 2 años de pagar 1,100 por
In the last 2 years, I went from paying $1,100 for an apartment to
a 2,600 por un departamento de
$2,600 for an apartment with 2 bedrooms.
Para mí es muy difícil pagar yo sola.
For me, it's very hard to pay for me by myself with my children.
Por esa razón tuve que mudarme a un lugar donde solamente estoy rentando un cuarto prácticamente.
And that's why I had to move to a place where I'm basically renting just a room.
Por más del precio de lo que pagaba antes el departamento.
It's even more than I was paying before for the apartment.
Por eso estoy pidiendo, por favor, que nos apoyen.
And that's why I'm asking you, please, to support us.
Porque nosotros,
Because in order to be able to pay rent,
limitamos hasta de, muchas veces hasta de las cosas básicas para nosotros y nuestros hijos.
We are limiting ourselves, even from the basic things, for ourselves and even our children too.
Por favor, ayúdenos a pasar un control de renta permanente.
Please helping us by doing rent control permanently. Thank you.
Gracias. Guillermo, followed by Silvestre. Guillermo, followed by Silvestre.
And our next speaker is Guillermo. Guillermo, you may unmute by pressing *6. Yes, Guillermo, you have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you. Guillermo, please go ahead.
Muy buenas noches.
Sí, buenas noches.
Good evening. Good evening, council, mayor, council members. As a resident of Oxnard, and I am organizing, and in Bakerfield, the rents are so inexpensive, and I wonder why Oxnard has rents so expensive. It's almost unreachable for people working in the fields. In other places, to rent a place for 2 bedrooms, $800, $900, and in Oxnard, $1,200, $1,300, and it's the same type of work. Please, Mayor, we're asking you to stop the injustice. These owners are becoming rich with our people. It breaks my heart to know this. They are becoming rich thanks to the people that are working in the fields day in, day out. When it's cold, without taking water when it rains. Is that what Oxnard wants from its people? We ask you, Mayor, please, rent control now. We are not asking you things from heaven. We are asking for things that you can do for our community. It's not fair what people in the fields are living in this moment. And we also ask you assistance with relocation for 3 months. We will continue to fight so the workers in the fields will have justice and rent control. Thank you.
Gracias. Silvestre, followed by Nancy Lindholm. Silvestre, followed by Nancy Lindholm.
Mayor Silvestre is not available.
Okay. Nancy Lindholm, followed by Juanito.
Nancy, you may unmute by pressing *6. Nancy?
Yes, yes.
Yes, thank
Good
you. You
evening.
have 3 minutes to speak. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Nancy Lindholm, CEO of the West Ventura County Business Alliance, which is a chamber of commerce serving the communities of Oxnard and Camarillo. If there's one thing I'd like you to remember from my remarks this evening, it is rent control does not create affordable housing. Examples of cities with rent control programs prove that it does not accomplish what is intended to. New York City and San Francisco are 2 of the nation's least affordable cities. Even the staff report cites an example of from Santa Monica. It's time to look at other solutions. I respectfully disagree with the city manager and believe that we need to educate both tenants and landlords about the tenant protections in state laws, the state law from AB 1482 that went into effect January 1st, 2020, and has really not been implemented yet. We also need to allow time for the city of Oxnard to implement Safe Home, Safe Families program that was stalled by the pandemic. Regarding wages, recent data has shown that this is a very strong employees market, and wages have increased, especially for low-income workers, from 5 to 20%. So let's let the market play out. Every day, I am thankful for the home that I have here in Oxnard. I worked very hard to afford it. I wish nothing more than to have all Oxnard residents live in safe, comfortable, and affordable homes. I urge the council to seek solutions that will produce results, not make the affordability worse with rent control. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Juanito, followed by Myrna. I said Reina already spoke, right? So it's Juanito followed by Myrna.
Juanito also spoke.
Okay, Juanito spoke, then Myrna followed by Felix Gonzalez.
Is Myrna available to speak?
No, Myrna is not, but Lucino is.
Okay, please go ahead.
Lucina Solano.
Sí,
Okay.
Muy buenas noches a todos los que...
Yes,
Lucino.
good evening a todos. So to everyone that's present, good evening.
Yo soy un residente más de acá de Oxnard
I am another resident of Oxnard.
y soy campesino también.
I also work in the fields.
Y yo estoy aquí igual para exigir
And I'm also here to ask for rent control for everyone.
porque esto ocasiona de que como padre y madre van a trabajar para poder tener los recursos para pagar el precio de lo que es una vivienda, es muy cara.
Because mothers and fathers are going to go work to have the resources to pay for a house, but the prices are too expensive.
Y eso ocasiona de dejar los hijos con personas desconocidas.
And that creates them or makes them have to leave their kids with people that they don't know.
Y no sabe uno cómo tratan a los hijos donde uno los deja. A lo mejor puede que
We don't know how they treat our children in these places.
no los educan como la forma de como los puede educar unos padres que sí son hijos propios.
They don't raise them how their own parents will raise them. It's not the same.
Entonces es muy importante que tomen acción, que nos apoyen en este proyecto, en este.
It's very important that you take action and you support us in our request.
Porque sí nos está afectando mucho más en estos tiempos de pandemia.
Because it's affecting us even more during these pandemic times.
Hay veces que nos recortan los tiempos de horas y no se puede saldar la deuda con la renta.
Sometimes they even cut our hours off and then we don't produce enough money to pay for our rent price.
Agradezco mucho su apoyo, que nos brinden de ese apoyo que los estamos esperando para estar bien todos con la familia.
Thank you. We're hoping you will support us so we can all, on the families, be well together. Thank
Gracias.
you.
Felix Vasquez,
everyone.
followed by Petra Rodriguez. Felix Vasquez, followed by Petra Rodriguez.
So we have only 4 people left here, and they are Graciela, Petra, Marisol, and Josefino.
4 people
And-
left.
Yes, and Graciela, since she's elderly, we would want her to go first, please.
Yes, please go ahead.
Buenas noches a todos los presentes.
Good evening to everyone present.
Me llamo Graciela Silva de la Organización de Líderes
Soy
Campesinos
Graciela Silva de la Organización de Campesinos
de la comunidad de aquí de Oxnard.
in the Oxnard community.
No trabajo por ahorita porque soy señora de la tercera edad y no es
I'm
muy
not
fácil.
working right now because I am an elder and it's not easy to find work in my age group.
Estoy aquí porque hablo por los hombres solos también que viven también en un cuarto.
I'm here and I'm also speaking for those men that are on their own, living in a room.
Los que trabajan en el campo también y que tienen que alquilar un cuarto para vivir.
They also work in the fields and they do have to rent a room to live in.
A ellos dicen que les han cobrado y no pueden de 600 a 700 ya los cuartos.
They are charging them from 600 to 700 per room and they just can't afford those numbers.
Yo no les creía, pues.
I couldn't believe it. I didn't believe them.
Pero cabe que me tocó a mí que buscar también, porque la señora quería que yo le entregara ya la sala donde yo vivía. Y
But then it happened to me because the woman in the room where I was living, she wanted the room back. So I had to go out and look for a new place.
Soy de la tercera edad y por lo tanto ya no trabajo. Entonces, soy jubilada. La cuestión
I'm retired, so I'm no longer working. I'm older, so I'm not working anymore.
Y luego, sí encontré, pero como dice, de 600 también y de 700 un cuarto con un bañito.
And then I found a room with a little bathroom, and it was, yes, $600, $700.
Pero como dice, Dios me hizo su milagro, Dios que todo lo puede. Ahora vivo en unos departamentos pues de bajo recurso.
But now, thank God, I can live now in some apartments for low-income people.
Pero por lo más que vine fue porque hay unos niños que yo pienso que son como genios.
The reason I came here is for these kids. I feel they are like geniuses. They wrote.
Ellos me escribieron un mandilito en los cuales nosotros exhibimos para ahora violencias domésticas.
Muchas gracias. Gracias. Who's next?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Madam Clerk, we have three more from.
Who is the next speaker, Maria?
The next speaker will be Petra. The next speaker is Petra, and she will be, her comment will be read by Angie, who's a youth as well.
And then we have two more after that, right?
Yes.
Okay. But can we, before we continue, council members, we are reaching the 10 o'clock in a couple of minutes. What is the pleasure of the council to continue after 10 p.m.?
I move to continue the meeting.
And take the rest of, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would move to continue the meeting after 10 p.m.
Okay.
I'll second that, but can we take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, okay, well, after we got two speakers and then we'll take a, so it was motion by Tehran and second by Councilor Perello.
And that would include taking the rest of the items on the agenda?
Right.
Is that correct?
Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we got two more speakers on this particular from cause, and then we can continue from there. Roll call.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Tehran,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasua, Councilmember Pasua, Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Okay, we have a couple of speakers, right, to go. Go ahead. Mhm.
Yes.
Maria, who's our next speaker, please?
It'll be Petra.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hola, mi nombre es Petra y soy trabajadora del campo y líder comunitario con MICO.
Hi, my name is Petra and I'm a farm worker and a community leader with my cop, dijo?
Sí.
Gracias.
La comida y las cosas
Okay.
necesarias para vivir están muy caras.
The food and the basic things to live are very expensive.
Es muy difícil poder pagar nuestras rentas y además están muy caras.
It's very difficult to be able to pay our rent, and besides, they're very expensive.
Ahorita muchos de nosotros tenemos que vivir amontonados porque no hay más si no nos quedamos en la calle.
A lot of us need to live all crowded, otherwise we would be in the streets.
Trabajar y dejar a nuestros hijos en manos extrañas es muy triste tener que salir a trabajar porque no nos alcanza para pagar la renta.
Having to work and leave our children with strange people is very sad, but we have to go out to work, otherwise we don't have enough for the rent.
La mayoría de nosotros, nuestro dinero se va a la renta y a la niñera.
Most of our money goes to rent and the babysitter.
Eso es todo.
That's all.
Thank you. Gracias. Next speaker.
Marisol, and it'll be read by our youth idol,
Who is the name of the next speaker, please?
Marisol.
Marisol.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Jairo, and today I'll be speaking on behalf of Marisol Torres. Mi nombre es Marisol Torres y soy un líder comunitaria con MICO.
My name is Marisol Torres and I'm a community leader with MyCop.
Y le pido a ustedes, nuestros representantes,
And I'm asking you, our representatives,
que pasen un control de renta
to pass a rent control
basado en la inflación
based on the inflation
y una asistencia de reubicación de 3 meses.
and a 3-month help to relocate.
Gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have one last speaker from.
Maria, who's the next speaker, please?
Last one is Josefina, read by Josue, who is a young adult community member here as well.
Okay, go ahead, please.
I'll be talking on behalf of Josefino Cervantes. Hola, mi nombre es Josefino. Soy un líder comunitario con mi COP.
Hi, my name is Josefino and I'm a community leader with MyCop.
Yo soy campesino de aquí de Oxnard. Ahorita estoy pagando $2,135 de renta y mi sueldo semanal son $500.
I'm a farm worker and right now I'm paying 2,000, dijo 2,135, perdón.
Sí.
$2,135 for my rent and I make $500 a week.
Y pues todo se nos va a la renta. No alcanza para lo básico y lo que necesitamos en la casa.
Everything goes to the rent. We don't have enough for our basics and things we need at home.
Estoy aquí hablando porque se nos dificulta mucho pagar la renta. Tenemos que pedir dinero prestado para poder pagar la renta al mes.
I'm here speaking because it's very difficult for us to pay the rent and we have to borrow money every month to be able to make enough for the rent.
Hoy estoy aquí para urgir que pase el control de renta permanente basado en la inflación y una asistencia de reubicación de 3 meses.
Today, I'm here to urge you to pass a permanent rent control and a 3-month help to relocate. All this based on inflation.
Nuestra comunidad ya no puede con los aumentos de renta y necesitan que usted tome medidas para protegerlos.
Our community cannot handle the rent increases anymore, and they need you to take measures to protect them.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to take a 5-minute break. And we're going to start off with Isa Cordova, followed by Sebastian Cortez. Cordova, followed by Sebastian Cortez.
Mayor Ilse Cordova is not available.
Okay, then we'll go Sebastian Cortez, followed by Karen Marcel.
Sebastian Cortez is also not available.
Okay, Karen Marcel, followed by Maribel Garcia.
Karen Marcel is not available.
Okay, Maricel Garcia, followed by Martha Baldonado.
Maribel Garcia is not available.
Okay, Martha Maldonado, followed by KNG, KG, Martha Maldonado.
Okay, Maribel Garcia is not available. Cristel Gonzalez is not available. Marta Maldonado is not available.
Okay, let me go ahead to the next.
We do have Luz available.
Luz, okay. Luz is Spanish. I thought we had Luz already.
Not yet, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Luz, you may unmute by pressing *6. Luz Maria Ramirez, please unmute by pressing *6.
Hola, buenas noches.
Sí, buenas noches. ¿Necesita traducción?
Sí.
Ok, gracias.
Yo
Un
le voy a
momento.
traducir, Luz.
Perfecto.
Gracias.
Mi nombre es Luz Ramírez,
My name is Luz Ramirez.
líder comunitario de Oxnard.
I'm a community leader in Oxnard. I'm a farm worker.
Estuve viviendo ahí por 21 años.
I lived there for 21 years, but I had to move
Que ya no podíamos pagar la renta.
because we couldn't pay the rent anymore.
Tuve que dejar a toda mi familia en Oxnard.
I had to leave all my family in Oxnard.
Ojalá puedan pasar un control de renta para que muchas familias no tengan que separarse.
Hopefully you can pass rent control so a lot of families don't have to split.
Al control de renta.
We asked you to support the rent control
No tengan que mudar a otro condado.
so families do not have to move to another county.
Hoy estoy aquí para urgir
Today I'm here to urge you
que pase el control de renta
to pass the rent control, the permanent rent control, based on the inflation
de reubicación de 3 meses.
and a 3-month help to relocate.
Unidad en los aumentos de renta. Y
Our community and the rent increases
tome medidas para protegerlos.
need you to take measures to protect them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rosa G, followed by Marisol Jimenez. Is that correct?
Rosa G, seguida por Marisol Jiménez.
Mayor, Rosa G is not available, but we do have Marisol Jimenez on the line.
Marisol Jimenez next, okay.
Marisol Jiménez.
Sí, buenas noches.
Sí, buenas noches. ¿Necesita traducción?
Ok, Marisol, yo le voy a ayudar, nomás me da unos espacios entre oraciones. Good evening, my name is Marisol Jimenez and I'm one resident in Oxnard. I work in the fields and I have 2 jobs. I live in a 2-bedroom apartment and I pay $2,000 besides the utility bills.
Para mí en estos momentos está siendo muy difícil acabalar mi renta cada mes.
And for me, it's very difficult to get all the money for my rent because in the city, everything is very expensive. That's why I'm here tonight to ask you to please have a rent control in all the city because it's not possible that there's other cities that the rents are lower and they have the same jobs and the same salary and the rents are better. I've lived in Oxnard for 16 years. And these last 2 years I've been struggling to pay. I'm a single mom. That's why I joined these people to support and to request that you please have this rent control because we're desperate. I chose to get 2 jobs because it's not enough what we make. And they ask for a lot of credit for an apartment or a house. So we please ask you, Mayor, to listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Max Hennes, followed by Danielle.
Max Hennes, seguido por Daniel.
Daniele. Max Hennes.
Hello, sorry, it's 1 minute now? Okay. Oh.
Max, you have 3 minutes to speak.
3 minutes.
Please go ahead.
You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mayor and City Council and City staff. So economists disagree on a lot. I say this as an economist myself. We disagree on the optimal tax structure, how to guide macroeconomic policy, most reliable methods to identify causal effects, and more. But when the evidence is overwhelming, our community generally reflects that. Tonight, we're discussing 2 policy questions on which economists have some of the clearest consensus. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, a carbon fee and dividend is one of them. It's the topic of one of the biggest signed statements in our profession's history. The other is rent control. In separate polls from 1992 and 2012, over 90% of economists asserted that rent control has not had positive effects on the amount and quality of affordable rental housing. And for good reason. According to various studies from the country's top research institutions, rent control has the following effects. It raises housing costs for immigrants. It discourages new construction. It worsens the quality of rental housing. It lowers property tax revenue, increases homelessness, lengthens commutes, which adds to pollution and carbon emissions. It worsens matches between where people live and where they want to live. And it favors more affluent families in the rental market. Of course, this doesn't mean that there are no options to address the important concerns we've heard tonight. Housing affordability really boils down to 2 factors. 1, how scarce is housing, and 2, how much income do people have? So the idea that these can only both be affected by long-term policies is again disproven by the evidence. Multiple studies show that new housing, even market rate housing, reduces housing costs within 1 or 2 years as renters filter through the market, which leaves more vacancies that increases bargaining power. That's about as long as it takes to meaningfully benefit from rent control itself, but without the harms, and also, of course, it addresses other issues like overcrowding too. Nor do we need to wait for better jobs, given the option for cash assistance, which has been proven at length throughout the pandemic. If this is truly an emergency, as City Manager Nian said, and I believe it is, let's take emergency action that can make a big difference. Why not legalize fourplexes citywide, or remove parking requirements, or we can raise height limits on bus routes. These would produce new housing quickly, and consequently, they would cut housing costs. Or if we're willing to spend money, which rent control would do, given the fact that it immediately reduces property values and property taxes, we could use that money to instead send checks directly to low-income families. We can and should take ambitious action to address housing affordability, but I hope we'll also still follow the evidence. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Danielle, and I'm going to spell that Lednerperetz, Danelli.
Good evening, Danielle Ledner-Peretz with the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles, representing small business rental housing providers in Oxnard. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank
Yes,
you.
please go ahead, Danielle.
Thank you. Local rent control is not the solution to the housing affordability gap. Production of housing is critical. Rent control does not equate to affordability and will not result in the construction of a single affordable unit for residents of Oxnard. Rent control will decrease the quality and quantity of affordable housing in the city and will only discourage development of new rental units. City staff's own report reflects that rent control has failed to provide affordable housing. Rent control measures provide a benefit to a small number of individuals who are encouraged to remain in their low-cost apartments even when their financial earnings significantly increase, at the expense of lower-income residents in need of affordable housing who must now move elsewhere. Absent such measures, they would have moved to more expensive housing, possibly purchase their own home, making those lower-cost units available to individuals in actual financial need. Renters in Oxnard are already provided with significant protections under AB 1482, which have yet to be fully implemented. Enhancing the city's community education and outreach efforts on existing laws, programs, and resources is key, as staff has identified that Oxnard residents are unaware of AB 1482. Adopting additional local rent control measures will not increase awareness and will likely create greater confusion. A community outreach campaign is a targeted, cost-effective solution that has stakeholder consensus, is recommended by staff, and will ensure that Oxnard renters and rental housing providers are knowledgeable of existing laws and their rights and responsibilities. We also encourage the City Council to explore instituting emergency rental voucher programs for struggling residents with supportive services and a voluntary mediation program. The association appreciates the discussions to date and welcomes the opportunity to continue this important dialogue towards the advancement of targeted solutions that directly benefit Oxnard residents.
10 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine Peak, P-E-I-K, Catherine, followed by Daniel Gonzalez. Catherine.
Mayor, Catherine is not available.
Okay, Daniel Gonzalez, followed by Thomas Katie.
Daniel Gonzalez is not available.
Okay, Thomas Katie, followed by Eduardo Zarate. Thomas Katie.
Thomas?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you very much. I'd like to begin by saying I'm glad I'm not one of you sitting up there on the dais. I know this is a really challenging issue, but I think it speaks to the larger issues around land use and affordability. Many of our residents wanted SOAR, but don't want high density development in their neighborhoods. Many want you to do something about housing affordability, but they don't want to put low income or homeless projects near them. So I don't envy you, but I think we should rely on the first principle of trying not to do harm, or at least in this context, no further harm. I'd like to thank the housing director facilitating discussion that we had with CAUSE on this issue, and I sat in as a representative from the chamber. I think we have to look at more restrictive rent control measures and what might be the negative consequences from those. It does nothing to reduce the current rental rate. And I'm not sure even the 3-month rental relocation assistance really helps tenants who are dislocated and would have to move from one high rent location to another. I'm not sure that's really any kind of a long lasting solution for the individuals. Implementing the proposed policy does nothing to increase the housing stock in the city. And in fact, it may incentivize the sale of some of the rental units. I speak specifically about condos and those kind of units where people can sell them for owner occupied, which would take them out of the rental market. Also, the proposed policy doesn't do anything to address the current overcrowding in Oxnard, which I suspect almost all of you on the council, probably all of you, have received complaints regarding parking in the neighborhoods. And you heard a few of the individuals who previously spoke about sharing houses with other individuals, and which I think puts them at risk, and they may not realize that. So my recommendation would be that you ask staff to come back with some data, particularly on the point about people who are doubling up in single family units, because this is going to likely be a violation of their lease, and it puts additional burdens on the tenant as well as the owner of the property because of the extra use on it, and may open up the tenants to for-cause eviction, which will even worsen their situation.
15 seconds.
If we really think there's shortcomings of 1482, we should join other cities to address those issues rather than having a hodgepodge of jurisdictions, which I think restrictions, which I think the state was trying to avoid. And the other we approach the state should be to look for redevelopment.
Thank you. Eduardo Zarate, followed by Graciela Silva. Eduardo Zarate.
Mayor Eduardo Zarate is not available.
Okay, Maria Torres already took her turn.
Yes, Maria Torres spoke, Graciela Silva spoke, Virgida Gomez spoke.
And now Laura Perez, followed by Sofia Vega.
Laura Perez and Sofia Vega are not available to speak.
Not available, okay. Okay, then we go over to Matt Caprito, followed by Karen Scher. Matt Caprito, followed by Karen Scher.
Matt Caprito, you may unmute by pressing *6. Thank you, Matt. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Mayor Zaragoza, council members, I'm Matt Caprito. I'm a lifelong area resident. I attended local schools and Ventura College. I'm also a property owner, property manager, housing provider, and realtor. I started my career over 30 years ago, and always based on doing the right thing for others. That means working with tenants, some that can't pay their rent, some that need financial relief, and there are countless other property managers and owners doing the same thing. The disturbing issues I heard tonight, the habitability issues, the retaliatory actions, we definitely support and we need in this community additional tenant education. But one thing I want you to consider is the ideas being proposed here would put a small guy like me right out of business. This is my retirement, my rentals, and I would strongly consider selling based on the following reasons. One, the additional 3-month relocation would punish small operators like me, and there's no statistics to support 3 months. I mean, why not 2 or 6? The Housing Subcommittee did a great job of outlining and working with cause over the last couple of years. The commendable work, though, does not include or given the same consideration working with property owners and managers over the last couple of years. I can't understand for the life of me how we could make recommendations based on partial community engagement. You can't have a dialogue when you only hear one side of the consideration. Rent stabilization, rent caps will hurt my owners, and the tenants they've had it'll punish the tenants that have low rents for many, many years. And additional rent control measures statewide will not, as others have said, produce any more homes. None of the measures that we've talked about will affect those individuals that rent rooms. It'll drive good landlords like me right out of business. The confusing rules in different communities, if Ventura or Oxnard or Santa Paula have different rules. Look, let's work together, define the issues, and resolve them. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Scher, followed by Francisco Dueñez. Karen Scher.
Karen Scher. Please unmute by pressing *6.
Hi, I'm sorry. I did not realize that you were talking to me because my name was incorrect. This is Cher Hurd, Mayor Zaragoza and council members.
Okay,
Hi.
I have Karen Scher, then I have Scher. Is the same then? Scher Hurd.
I'm not sure. It just
No.
told me to unmute, so I unmuted myself.
Yes, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Go ahead, Scher Hurd.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza and council members. I am Cher Hurd, and I'm the president of the Ventura County Coastal Association of Realtors, representing over 2,000 members here in West Ventura County. Many of our members and their clients work or own property in Oxnard and are also your constituents. I'm pleased to state that we are in the business of providing housing and we support safe housing for all. We want to commend the city for their recently completed housing element, which shows the strong commitment to build more housing in Oxnard, affordable and market rate, rental and owner occupied. And we oppose rent control and do not believe it helps create affordable housing, just as your staff report states. We've seen examples in Santa Monica. We've seen examples in the Bay Area. The original example, New York City. It just doesn't work. Rent control does not work. It will not create more affordable rental housing, and it will not create lower rentals. The rental rates will not go down. So we believe the creation of additional housing to provide options at all financial levels is the best way to assist renters to find the best accommodation available. California legislator approved AB 1482, as you know, and has been discussed. It went into effect in January of 2020. It includes the most comprehensive protections for tenants ever enacted in the state. And shortly after, the pandemic struck and the state was locked down, and new pandemic legislation overlays were enacted to support eviction moratoriums. As a result, the items included with AB 1482 have not been in full force and effect, and without the additional pandemic legislation. We ask that you not add additional local legislation until we've had time to see the true effects of AB 1482. We also request the city fully enforce the Safe Homes, Safe Families ordinance. It too has not had the opportunity to see how this helps with rental units in the city. Our association worked with the city to craft this ordinance, and we're looking forward to the positive effects it will have. Finally, we are in support of education for tenants and landlords. We pledge to participate in the city's efforts to provide education for both tenants and landlords about existing programs, and we are aware that they are underutilized and want them to be understood and to provide the services as intended. We hope to continue to discuss the solutions to these complex issues of affordable housing, rental housing, and we appreciate that the city is working to engage various groups on the best solutions for your residents. Thank you so much for your time and for listening to all of us.
Thank you, Sher. Our next speaker is Francisco Dueñez, followed by Debbie Mitchell.
Mayor, we do have Karen Scher.
Oh, we do have a Karen
Yes,
Scher.
we do.
Oh, okay. Karen Scher, then. My apologies.
Karen Scher?
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Wonderful. Greetings, Mayor Zaragoza and Mayor Pro Tem McDonald and council members. My name is Karen Scher. I am a teacher of 22 years in the Oxnard School District and a twice elected trustee for the Oxnard Union High School District. Today, I am speaking as a private citizen to ask that you pass a permanent rent stabilization and tenant protection ordinance in Oxnard. Prior to the pandemic, the Oxnard Union High School District had a student homelessness rate of 16%. In real time, that means that we could fill an entire comprehensive high school of 2,800 students solely with our students who are experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity. Housing insecurity and homelessness result in trauma for children, disrupting their learning with lifetime effects. Rents have been increasing while wages have remained stagnant. We are now in a housing crisis and state protections are not enough. This problem has only worsened during the pandemic through 2020. Landlords were allowed to increase rent and many did. While rents kept rising, unemployment figures were at an all-time high. Some tenants, including children, countless children who were displaced, could not afford to move into other buildings. As the pandemic continues, renters in Oxnard are burdened by rising rents. Our community cannot afford these rent increases. The high cost of living has led to overcrowded housing, debt, and worse displacement, making students and their families vulnerable to COVID-19 spread. Everyone deserves to live in an affordable and safe home. No family with multiple members working full-time should fall short on their monthly rent. Oxnard is becoming more and more unaffordable for immigrant and working class families. This is not the future that we want for our community. Rent stabilization is an important step in helping to solve the complex housing crisis by providing tangible relief to Oxnard tenants, which no doubt includes students. Let's keep Oxnard affordable for the working class, for families, and especially for students by passing rent stabilization. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Karen. Francisco Dueñas, followed by Debbie Mitchell.
Mayor Francisco is not available.
Okay, Debbie Mitchell, followed by Matthew Buck. Debbie Mitchell, followed by Matthew Buck.
Debbie Mitchell?
Hello. Hello.
Yes, thank you.
Can you
You
hear
have
me?
3 minutes to speak. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll try and make this quick. Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza and council and staff. After watching all of the pre-recorded presentations and listening tonight, I definitely agree that there are huge housing problems, but I strongly oppose rent control programs. In addition to the negative impact on property tax, another consideration is the management and administrative overhead costs of a city rent control program. Santa Monica, as an example, the employed personnel on the rent control board expenses are extremely high, and fees used to pay these employees are extracted from renters and landlords. These costs should be considered as they are real. Looking at the 2021 budget for Santa Monica Rent Control Board, the total salary and wages, $4,548,648, and yet the total operating expenses is $5,287,331. Next, rent control would stop development of new rental housing. Santa Monica is a good worst case example where 1-bedroom apartments are now being sold as condos for $1 million instead of renting at the affordable rate of probably $1,800 if it was not for rent control. And the reason I say that is if you have a 10-unit building and half of them have been under rent control for an exceedingly long time, they are 50 to 75% below market rents. Rents would not rise as much in the open units if the other units weren't tied down by renters who could afford to move elsewhere if they weren't locked into such a sweet deal. Yes, Oxnard needs affordable housing. All cities need reasonable business practices by all rental providers. I agree that education, safe homes, local level tenant financial resources, I would support the EHV rental vouchers, but rent control is not a broad stroke answer, and it certainly hurts people who have invested in providing good rental units and good landlords who are trying to be reasonable with their tenants. If you were to support a cap on increases, I would only support that if all properties were included with no new passes for new developments. Don't give passes to developers to have an unfair advantage over mom and pop landlords in improvement of properties. We need more housing, not less. We need more rentals, not less. Don't hobble the market. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Buck, followed by Yusuf ASAS. I don't want to pronounce the last name. ASAAS. Yusuf.
Matthew Buck?
Yes,
Hi, Matthew. You have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you. Matthew Buck, Vice President of Public Affairs with the California Apartment Association. Dear Mayor Zaragoza and council members, the California Apartment Association represents local housing providers, operators, and suppliers, along with business owners and real estate industry experts who are involved with a range of rental properties, from those that offer single-family residences to the large apartment communities. Our members provide a majority of the affordable housing throughout the state. Please know that housing providers are facing unprecedented hardship due to the coronavirus pandemic, and yet they continue to play a pivotal role in helping residents who are struggling. On behalf of our members, we ask that council be aware that residents in the city of Oxnard are already protected under a state rent control law. State Law AB 1482 took effect January 1, 2020. It caps annual rent increases and institutes 4-cause eviction policies statewide. This is the strongest statewide law of this nature in the country. It was created after months of negotiation and strove to strike a delicate balance between further regulation and continuing to incentivize the development and maintenance of rental property. We urge council to oppose further tightening of price controls and direct staff to design an outreach program to educate residents on state and local rental housing laws. Rent control does not make housing more affordable, and it actually increases overcrowding. Oxnard should steer clear of a draconian form of rent control that will make housing in the city more expensive, harder to find, and of a lesser quality. As a public policy trade association engaged in cities across the state, CAA is available to offer views and solutions that have been proven effective in the rental housing industry statewide. We appreciate the meetings with staff that we've had so far and look forward to continuing the dialogue with them on this important issue. Again, rent control does not make housing more affordable. Thank you.
Thank you. Yusuf ASASA, followed by Manuel Herrera. Yusuf.
Mayor Youssef is not available. However, Manuel Herrera is available.
Manuel Herrera, followed by Veronica Garcia.
Mr. Herrera, you may unmute by pressing *6.
Hello,
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
thank you.
Thank
Well,
you.
first of all, thank God for coffee, right? Okay, so Mayor Zaragoza, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, and members of the City Council, my name is Manuel Herrera. I am the creator of Citizens for a Better Oxnard on Facebook. First of all, I wanted to thank Cause for bringing rent control to the forefront. I reviewed all the information on this topic and I wanted to offer my own feedback. Although I agree with some of the suggestions like just cause evictions, building more affordable housing, higher paying jobs, etc. Those are all long-term solutions and don't address the current problem, which is outrageous rent prices. What needs to be addressed, in my opinion, is the crazy mindset that rents have to go up every year. Why? Says who? If you're a rental property owner and you have a standard 30-year fixed mortgage, that means that your payment to the bank is fixed and stays the same for 30 years. So why would there be a need to increase the rent? I know many of you will say it's because we have to put money aside for repairs, mortgage insurance, taxes, etc. Well, that should already be included in the original rent amount. And although a small increase every other year or so should suffice to cover these expenditures. What other reason would there be to raise the rent every year? Is it greed? Is it because many apartments are owned by corporations and their goal is to increase profits every single year? Don't get me wrong, capitalism is great. Making money is good, but it can't be a good thing when an 856 square foot studio apartment rents for $2,690. At this rate, only the wealthy will live here and the rest of us will need to move to Mississippi, the cheapest state to live in the United States. Therefore, I think it's to the best interest for the residents of Oxnard to implement a stronger rent control ordinance, at least for the time being,
30 seconds.
a permanent solution is figured out. And if these corporations don't like it, then they can be the ones to move out. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Veronica Garcia, followed by Daniel Wilson. Veronica Garcia, followed by Daniel Wilson.
Veronica, you may unmute by pressing *6. Veronica Garcia?
Hello?
Yes, hello. You have
Hi,
3
can you
minutes
hear
to
me?
speak. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council members and staff. My name is Veronica Garcia, Chief Real Estate Development Officer for People's Self-Help Housing. People's is an affordable housing developer, and we're actively building affordable housing throughout the Central Coast, including projects in the city of Oxnard. I'm also a proud Oxnard resident, and I'm here tonight to support the proposal for a permanent rent control ordinance for our city. I'm a mom, I have 3 kids. I hear all the time anecdotally about families leaving the area because they can't afford to stay here. And I've heard some of the comments tonight about the fact that this question that rent control does not improve housing affordability and does not create additional housing supply. And I agree. I think they're 2 different questions. I think we need both. We need all 3 things, the 3 Ps: housing production, housing preservation, and tenant protection, particularly in light of the really dire circumstances and housing crisis that we're facing in our community. I think we need to employ all of the tools at our disposition, and I trust that our wise council members, leadership, and staff will create policies and establish programs that mitigate displacement in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Daniel Wilson, followed by Chante Singh. Daniel Wilson.
Daniel Wilson, you may unmute by pressing *6. Daniel Wilson?
Hello?
Hi, you have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you. Go ahead, Daniel.
Is he muted?
Daniel
Thank you.
Wilson?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah,
Thank
can
you.
you hear
Go
me?
ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Apologies for that. All right. Good evening, members of Oxnard City Council. My name is Daniel Wilson, and I am actually running for Congress to fight for the very housing crisis being discussed right now. My wife and I together do not make more than $50,000 a year, and our rent is $2,200 a month, taking up over 50% of our combined household income. Contrary to what all of the real estate developers and realtors would like you to believe tonight, I am not squatting in a house below my means and keeping it from a low-income person. In fact, I am a low-income person renting a home at the average cost of rent for Oxnard, and we can barely afford that. It was not always this way. As with most families, when we moved in, we were more than capable of paying. However, as the cost of rents continue to rise yearly and our wages stay stagnant, it may only be a few years before we are priced out of being able to stay in our own homes.
I do not want someone to move out of their home to make room for me. I want our legislators to find their spine and stand up to the real estate and developers that clearly do not care at all about the people of Oxnard, and they continue to push for higher rents than we can already afford, and then turn around and lobby the council to deny us the rent controls that the entire community of Oxnard would benefit from. When us poor people have money in our pockets, we spend it in our community and enrich all our lives. If a doctor is charged with malpractice, the judge isn't going to seek out the doctor to ask him how to fix the damage he caused. And that is exactly what is happening when you allow real estate developers to tell us what low-income renters do and don't need to protect them from the exploitation, abuse, and neglect of the realtors and landlords and the real estate industry. This is a problem nationwide, from city council leaders all the way to the presidency, where our elected leaders fail us time and time again as they continue to kowtow to establishment and industry interests at the expense of the people. The time for change is now, and I call on all of you to please take a stand and show the people of Oxnard that our city council is fighting for our people over landlord and real estate industry profits. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Shantae Singh, followed by Ian Gamble.
Mayor Shante Singh is not available.
Okay. Ian Gamble, followed by Eric Fruit. Gamble.
Ian Gamble. You may unmute by pressing *6. Ian Gamble. Hi, Ian, you have 3 minutes to speak. Go ahead.
Hello?
Hello. Go ahead. You have 3
Okay.
minutes to speak.
All right, thank you. I'm calling in from Chumash land, also known as the city of Ventura, but I have friends and I spend time and money in Oxnard. I eat the produce that is grown and harvested by the farm workers that live in Oxnard. I'd like to thank MyCop and Cause for making sure their voices are heard here. I'm here in favor of additional rent stabilization measures and additional relocation assistance for tenants who have been evicted without cause. Only Nancy and the other business interests are saying that rent control makes housing affordable. This is a straw man and only serves to confuse the issue. We are in a global pandemic in which 700,000 of our neighbors have died, more than 10,000 of which are due to evictions. The city's primary goal should be keeping people housed, and rent control means keeping families in their homes by slowing the rate of increase in rent. Only a disingenuous ghoul would argue otherwise. Keeping people housed means keeping people safe. It's not a homeless crisis, it's a homelessness crisis. The crisis isn't the people, it's the conditions that we as a society allow them to fall into. As an organizer for the Ventura Tenants Union, imagine my surprise when I hopped on to a presentation by the California Apartment Association that was arguing that Oxnard doesn't need these measures because there are a bunch of luxury units being built. It's absurd to say that low-income renters need to wait for middle-income renters to move into higher rent units. Firstly, because nobody is interested in paying more for a place to live just because of the luxury amenities. Secondly, let's not forget the incredibly anti-poor attitude of saying that low-income people don't deserve housing with those same amenities because they are unable to pay. And thirdly, landlords are allowed to charge whatever rent they want after tenant moves out because there aren't any vacancy controls. And finally, there is no housing shortage, only an affordability crisis. Rent is already inflated, and property taxes don't go up more than 2% per year. Housing is one of the most critical aspects to a safe, healthy, and dignified life, and limiting the amount that rent can be raised every year to match inflation will keep more people housed while more housing is built. With the majority of the country not having even $500 in savings, 3 months of relocation assistance when their landlord evicts without cause would get people rehoused quicker. I can't speak to the specific experiences of tenants in Oxnard, but I can say that I personally have been priced out of places that I've lived. It's extremely stressful not knowing where you're going to live and having to move to a completely
30 seconds.
I've had to live in an RV because I couldn't afford my own place. Rent stabilization keeps people housed. It's the right thing to do, and we can't rely on the market to solve the problems it has caused. It's time for our local governments to treat housing as a human right and not a commodity. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Fruit, followed by Leticia Perez. Eric Fruit.
Mayor, Eric Fruit is not available. Leticia Perez is not available.
Okay,
Patricia Zavala is not available. Maite is not available. And we do have Mindy Greenberg available to speak.
so Mindy Greenberg should be the last one, right?
We actually have 3 additional
Three
callers.
additional calls, okay. So Mindy Greenberg.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for letting me speak with you. I feel such compassion for the stories that we're all hearing on the call. We all know that affordability, housing affordability, is a huge problem, and it's incredibly sad what's happening. But the problem is that rent control, or I should say additional rent control, because we do have rent control in California now. Additional rent control measures are just not going to fix the problem. We really need to look at things like rezoning and how to really increase housing supply. So I urge you to get more studies done and figure out how we can bring costs down without putting a burden on landlords. If we want to have a voucher program, or if we want to give cash assistance to families, individuals, that's great. But it seems like we're villainizing landlords, and it just doesn't make a lot of sense. So I'm hoping that we can go back and get some data and work from there. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. So we have an additional 3 people. Who are they, Madam?
We do, Mayor. We have Ryan, Janet Sprisser, and Barbara Macri Ortiz. So I will call on Ryan next.
Okay.
Ryan, you may unmute by pressing *6. Hi, Ryan. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, thank you. I probably won't take all 3 minutes.
Thank you.
I'm calling on Oxnard City. Thank you. I'm calling on Oxnard City Council to vote in favor of an immediate and permanent rent stabilization measure, rent control, and the measure for landlords to provide 3 months assistance to evicted tenants that were evicted without cause, and also to cap the rent at the level of inflation. I don't have a statement prepared, but I would like to say that I appreciate all of the extremely impressive and brave testimonies from the farming community that spoke earlier on in the call, and the tenants of Oxnard, organized by cause. I would also like to say that we cannot continue to tolerate the highly paternalistic and highly racialized comment from economists, landlords, real estate developers, and other people that were calling in from the comfort of their home that they own. They all seem to have a vested interest in the prospecting over land and shelter, and we can't allow that to overshadow the overwhelming approval from the community that is renting from those landlords. There's one thing that I continue to hear from the community that called in favor of rent control, was that this was the first and immediate need that must be passed in order to be able to maintain a base level of economic participation in society. They said this because they're already working as much as they can and earning as much as they can, and most of their earnings goes towards rent. There's the community organizers and tenants unions are unanimous in requesting that rent control be the primary protection for all renters, and it be the first safeguard in tenant protection. The landlords are definitionally in a safer and more secure position than the tenants that are renting from them.
40 seconds.
And I thank you. I call on Oxnard City Council to just consider who is going to be put in a more precarious position if rent control were to be passed, and who would be and what would be the benefits of those of the constituency in which you are beholden to, and what would be the downfall for the landlords if rent control were to pass for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our second speaker, Madam Clerk.
Janet Spitzer?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Janet Spitzer, and I'm a member of NARPA, which is the National Association of Residential Property Managers. I live and I work here in Oxnard. And tonight, the one thing I truly got out of this meeting is that we definitely need more education. Education not only for housing providers, the city council, the community, but especially for the renters. Tonight, the majority of a lot of what I heard from the farm workers, and unfortunately, my heart goes out to them. I know I watch them working in the fields, and I'm so appreciative of what they do. But the one thing that got me was that they're not being taught that if they're in a house and they're renting a room, that if there's a lease, more than one lease in a house, it's against the law. So if you have multiple families living in a house under a bunch of different leases, they're all illegal leases, and rent control will not be able to help them on that, nor will a 3-month relocation, because they will not qualify. Again, if they don't have a lease, they still won't qualify. So there's education that is just really missing throughout the whole conversation that is being had tonight. When it comes to rent control, we've seen where it's decreased housing and did not increase, because let's face it, once someone gets into a unit, they share it with their friends, they bring in a substitute roommate, they keep it for years upon years, passing it down to their families, not being able to offer that to new people who are coming into the area. What Oxnard needs is more housing, more education. Stick with AB 1482, see if it even works. We haven't even had an opportunity to see if it works, and it's in place for a decade. So I implore the council not to make a vote tonight, not to make a decision on this, but to, if there's going to be a decision, to have it be for more education for all. We should all be working together on this to make housing for all fair and equal, and to have the opportunities out there. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, our last speaker is Barbara Mackey-Ortiz.
Barbara Macri-Ortiz, you may unmute by pressing *6. Hi, Barbara. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you, and congratulations to the council for making it through the night. This has been a real tough night. I want to say just a couple of things, because a lot of what you heard today or tonight was not really accurate, including some of the statements made with the previous speaker. And what we have here is a runaway train going down the track. And it's a train you cannot stop. You can put a brake on that will affect some people. And we need that. We need that. Talk about 1482. The lady said, let's see how it works. Yeah, I just had a call from someone under 1482. They got a 9% increase on their rent, which is $200 a month. $200 a month the rent was increased. So multiply that times 12. That's $2,400 over the course of the year. We've got a real problem, and you're not going to solve it tonight, because we got some state laws that aren't great, and they exempt a lot of what the landlords were crying about. Those properties are probably even exempt, but there are some we can deal with, and we need to. And I think there was a suggestion about just from the city manager about let's limit it at 5%. Yeah, we could do that. We would be making some progress. And education, yes, some eviction, defense, we need that. And then we also need the council, the supervisors, and everybody else to start working with the legislature to get rid of the Costa-Hawkins Act. That's what we need. But for right now, we need hope. The people who spoke tonight, they need hope. And if you can put in an ordinance that will affect even a few of them, that is at least hope. At least you're trying to do something. Your hands are basically tied by the state, but you do have a little light at the end of the tunnel, and you really need to use it because our people need hope. They need to see that their elected representatives are at least trying to do something to make their life just a little bit better, a little bit more secure.
30 seconds.
It's hard, but you need to do what you can. And this, woe is you're going to lose, rent control is going to make the market crash. That is just absolutely off the wall. People have got property, they're making a ton, and they will make a ton, and property values are not going to go down because of rent control. Because it's not really rent control. It's a little bit of help. That's all you are able to do, and that's what we ask you to do. Do what you can under the law to give our residents
time
a
is up.
little relief.
Thank you. Okay, council members, that was the last speaker on this item. Any comments, concerns? We have Councilman Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor, and I really appreciate all the comments. I think the patience from everyone. I know we still have a few items on the agenda, so I want to go ahead and thank everyone who is waiting on the next items. This certainly has been a lot of information and feedback, and quite a process from the initial comments that started coming to council over a year ago about these concerns locally. And the great need that a lot of residents have in our city. So I want to thank the staff who has been working very diligently, trying to work with all sides of this issue, working with cause, working with the associations, the Chamber Alliance, and to really trying to figure something out. And with Barbara, Ms. Macri Ortiz's comments, I think that is the perfect comment and ending to this discussion, and leading into hopefully what we can do as a council to address the concerns and the needs that our community is facing. It's not going to be a perfect system, but I think we can make some progress to help relieve some residents in our city. And I think that will be a difference, even if it's not completely alleviating the issue for everyone. So I actually want to go ahead and introduce a motion for consideration of the council with the staff report and the information that was included to direct our staff to bring back a local ordinance version of AB 1482, understanding that yes, we do need some time to see this be fully implemented, and with that, adding a 5% cap on the rent increase, and looking at an expiration date of 2030. And listening to the concerns and definitely the need in addressing and providing some education and resources. We want to ensure that a rent control program is being enforced locally. And so I would also ask for staff to bring back a proposal on an educational program and the enforcement mechanism for the local rent control. So that is the full motion. I can repeat it again, but that's what I would like to introduce.
Okay, so we have a motion we have some other other council members, but we have a motion by Councilmember Lopez. Do we have a second on this item?
Second that for discussion. If I can request clarification. Is that including the recommendations that are currently included by staff, which would be, you mentioned tenant education. Will we also look at local tenant protection, density bonus continuation, inclusionary ordinance, and then the focus on the employee pipeline?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you, council member.
Yes, thank you. I will second that.
So we have a first and a second, and then first by Lopez, second by Tehran. And do we have, you said with additional comments from other council members before we vote?
I think several of us have comments.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's been a long night. I heard a lot of information, and one of the things I didn't hear a lot of was the discussion of what rents were, what they are, how much they had increased from a lot of the people. I did hear one young lady say that she's paying $2,000 for a 2-bedroom apartment, which I think is exorbitant, but that's just me as an individual. I've talked to a lot of people about AB 1482, and I've heard different versions of, yeah, it's all right, or no, it can't be enforced on the local level. But in doing some research on this, it seems like Sacramento introduced some sort of internal legislation to make them able to enforce the elements of 1482. So I think that might be something that we want to look at. I'm not a big fan of reinventing the wheel. Now, what concerns me about this is anytime that we as government or an entity goes to regulate something, it tends to have the opposite effect on the market. And I may be oversimplifying this, but to me, this is boiling down to supply and demand. And there's a huge demand for affordable housing, and there is no supply for affordable housing. And that's what's driving the rents through the roof. And that's unfair. It's unfair to the people that depend on it. And so that's one issue that we need to address. The second thing is that when we invoke rules to try and regulate something, sometimes the desired result is not received. And I'll make this oversimple, but when the pandemic started, there was some discussion somewhere about, oh my gosh, toilet paper and paper towels are becoming a valuable commodity. So everybody needs to be careful about how much they buy, so there's enough for everyone to go around. So what happened? Everybody, not everybody, but a lot of people and their relatives all ran out to Costco and everywhere else and bought up everything of toilet paper they could and everything of paper towels they could, and just depleted the market. And it really was an exercise in insanity. And I say that because my fear is that if we were to introduce a cap and not really think it through, and 1482 has a 5% cap per year plus an allowable cost of living adjustment. So you could look up to an 8% increase on a yearly basis for rents. If all of a sudden we get some owners who are saying, oh my God, they're going to stop what I'm able to do, I need to increase the maximum amount I can, it's going to be 8% a year. And they may not need 8% a year, but they're going to try and get that to try and protect their income. I don't know. I'm speculating here, but those are the things that I'm worried about. If we're going to start some sort of, insane movement to increase rents, we're going to have the negative effect of we're trying to protect the low-income people and the people that deserve good housing at a good price, and we're going to penalize them because of that. I don't want to see that happen. And I truly feel for the campesinos, the farm laborers. They're hardworking people. They don't get paid the best wages. They deserve good quality housing. How do we protect that for them? And that really concerns me because they're the lifeblood of our community. So we have to do something, but we have to make sure that our actions don't create the unintended consequence of people running amok. Not everybody, but some people, and going overboard and doing things like that. So I would like to see if there's a way that staff, and I don't have a problem with Councilmember Lopez's motion. I'd like to see staff take a look at it from the angle of how do we increase the availability of affordable housing? And it's not going to happen overnight, but we need to bring the supply up so the demand diminishes. And when that happens, I think you'll see a reduction in prices, because when people are sitting on empty units, they're going to do what they need to do to get people into them. And talking to people in the real estate world today, the available inventory for rental for these types of units is probably less than 1%. Is extremely limited. And when you have it that limited, that's what drives the prices up, because people that have units are going to try and get as much as they can out of them. That's what we need to negate. You know, it's just a matter of how do we do it the right way, protect everybody's interests, and yet get things moving forward, not creating a panic. So I had one other thing I was going to say, but it's late. I probably lost it in the fogginess of my brain. I apologize. So I will end there. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you so much. We have Councilman Madrigal, followed by Councilman Perrello.
Councilmember Tehran was first.
Well, Tehran, I think he.
Thank you, Councilmember Madrigal. I appreciate that. Well, thank you for the to all the speakers who called in and were patient, and those who sent in emails and participated in this process, no matter which side of the item you fall on. I appreciate everybody taking the time to weigh in on it. Thank you to Councilmember Lopez for putting this motion forward for discussion. I was really trying to write down the names of folks as they were making important points. And I apologize, I did not get the chance to write down the name of the woman who mentioned what I'm about to say about the items of the cost of rent and the availability of housing not being mutually exclusive items. Your car can have engine problems and brake problems, and saying fixing the engine doesn't fix the brakes is a true statement, but it doesn't mean you don't fix the engine. And so I would like to thank the speaker who brought that up, because that's what was going on in my mind too, that these are certainly separate but related issues. They can occur at the same time, but they can also be addressed concurrently as well. And looking at it from an economic point of view or a financial point of view, as many did, I see the point of, if we were to cap rent more than what the state currently does per year for increases, that would not increase housing availability. That is an accurate statement. However, and it also won't bring rent down. That is an accurate statement. However, it is intended to slow the increase of rent costs right now. And looking at the graph that we saw earlier, and as was mentioned in the multiple presentations we've had on this subject, the cost of rent far outpaces the increases in wages. And so how do we try and get those two graphs closer to one another as much as possible? And in the presentation by Mr. Ramirez, you'll see that there are some strategies around that. One being uplifting the marketability and skills of our job force in the city of Oxnard, and our employee pipeline is really a great way to look at doing that. So really what we're doing, I'm hoping, is studying this to see if doing this would actually slow down the cost of the rate of increase on rents, while increasing and accelerating the increase of jobs and wages for our local residents, and getting those two items closer to one another. A question I have for Mr. Ramirez is, there are some types of rental units that do not apply for AB 1482. Would you mind sharing what those types of units are?
Thank you, Councilman Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director. Some housing types are preempted from rent control from Costa-Hawkins. Generally, they include units that are newer than 15 years old and single-family homes. So things that are alienable in that regard. There's just a few other that matter as well, things that are owned by nonprofits, et cetera. But generally, single-family homes and newer than 15 years old.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And so I would imagine, hopefully, if this goes forward after a vote, staff will study it and will come back with, I'm assuming, exemptions that would be similar to what AB 1482 has on the books as well. And I appreciate, again, folks on both sides of this item reaching out. When it comes to speaking with the associations, I really appreciate them taking the time to speak with me as an individual council member. I do have to say, when I asked how many individual property owners do they represent in the city of Oxnard, I couldn't get an answer out of that, and that's not a dig at them, but it's when you're speaking to the council members about a very important issue, that's important to know how much effect that we're in our discussion is really reaching those who we represent. So I hope that in future discussions on this after tonight, that might be some harder data that we can get as far as how many folks are represented by those associations. Also, I had asked them what their stance was on AB 1482 before it was approved. And I can see that I see an article from one of the associations where they say we strongly oppose 1482, but here we are now in October of 2021, and they're touting it, saying we need to see how this works. This is great. And I appreciate that change of thought on it, but I am hoping that there's also open-mindedness to what we have in front of us may also lead to, oh, that actually may have worked out for what we were looking to do. So those are my comments. The last thing I'll say is that one speaker brought up the notion of local small property owners or mom and pop operations for rentals. And I'm hoping that staff can look at a definition of what a small operator would be. And if maybe there's an opportunity for exemption of that. I believe in AB 1482, there is a definition, but my apologies, I don't know what that is. Do you have that, Mr. Ramirez?
No, I don't. And actually 1482 wouldn't exempt a small property owner if it is in fact a multifamily complex, which is older than 15 years old. But again, small property owners oftentimes own single family units, like a house, and that would be exempt from 1482.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So I'll just close by saying that small property owners, if I'm someone who owns a single apartment building with 6 units, this would probably affect me differently than someone who owns 15 apartment buildings and dozens of units, or a corporation who owns hundreds of buildings and thousands of units. And so I just wanted to throw that out there as well for staff for consideration, as far as, well, if there's any way we can look at small operations, and if there's ways that they can be considered moving forward with this. Those are my comments. Thank you for the extended time, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Madrigal, followed by Perello and then Basua.
Thank you very much. I know this is a long time coming. At the committee level, back when it was the the Housing and Economic Development Committee, back with Mayor Flynn, I know that there was a few times where we got into the same argument, and this concept of coming forward to the full council never came to fruition. So I know that this is a long time coming. So as of the motion, I'm a little hesitant because I know how long something like this gets lost, and sometimes even forgotten along the way. So I'm a little hesitant, and also a little hesitant with the 5% cap. I think it should just simply be the inflation rate. This year would have ended up being about 4% instead of 5%. So I'm a little hesitant there as well. So overall, like I brought this up at the previous committee level, an increase in rent. And, we got hundreds of emails both ways over the last 10 days. One that really caught my eye was a lady literally showed a picture of her friend where they got the rent increase during COVID. It even had the address and everything labeled on it. So you know that these things are happening. It's it's a tough market out there. This weekend, just driving by different areas of the city and just looking, seeing what issues there were in and around the city. And yes, whatever ends up happening is not going to solve problems by the next day. Realistically, it's only going to solve problems for only a small percentage of the population. Just similar to what Ms. Macri-Ortiz said, it gives people hope. And that's all really that we are doing, because a lot of these places are going to be exempt from whatever it is that we pass whenever that does happen. So, it's something that we need to look at. And, overall, like I did say at the committee meeting, if they told every single one of us that we were going to get a $500 rent increase, yeah, we would all be complaining. But yes, some way, somehow, we would all be able to afford it. And unfortunately, that's not what it is for the majority of the residents here in the city of Oxnard. And, once you realize that, then I think it opens up a bit more eyes. People are saying that, it's a heavy cost to the city. I actually see a similar cost than what we are doing with short-term rentals. It is a heavy cost to the city, but it is done for what's best for our residents. Right before we approved our short-term rental ordinance, that we were going to create chaos, and none of that has really happened, or yet, I guess. But you have to look at things from a different perspective. I always look at it, and the rent increase, it's not just the farm workers. I don't know why it's always that stigma. The majority of the people, it's the majority of the residents in Oxnard, regardless of where it is that they work. I remember growing up, that's the way it was. For my parents, for my neighbors, that's the way it was. You had to do what you had to do to survive, and it's hard. It's hard to see as a kid. So now, like, I see families struggling. Parents are very prideful people, and they want to do what's best for their kid. But the kid is going to realize how much their parents are struggling to get by. And I think when they become adults, it's a vicious cycle. It's hard for our residents, and it's something that you never truly forget. Yes, I understand the concept of capitalism, of doing well and doing well for your family, but you can't do that on the back of the less fortunate, and that's something that we all have to take into consideration. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Perello, followed by Councilman Basua.
Thank you. One comment. First off, the city attorney. When do we disclose if we've had outside communication? And if there is a time, I think we need to start incorporating it in the agenda. I've had tremendous amounts of emails. I've met with the Chamber of Commerce. I've talked to realtors. I'm not a landlord. I don't own property that when do we just start disclose this? If I can get an answer before.
So as we've discussed before, Councilmember Perello, that is more applicable to site-specific permitting type of agenda items where there is an applicant and perhaps neighbors that are opposed to the subject of the application. It's understood that council members receive comments from their constituents on items of business that affect citywide, and this is one of those.
Okay, thank you. Because I'm sure the rest of the council members are the same thing. As the meeting is going on, we're still getting emails. Just as a matter of fact, the initial motion did not include what the second of the motion has now included. It's like a mix. And there have been some tremendous comments by the council. But before I vote on this, I want to have somebody read the motion. I want the motion read. Not that I'm going to be stuck voting on something. I don't know what I'm voting on. That's a bad policy, council members. I'd like to just weigh in on a couple of things. Having grown up doing farm work, the method by which this item got on the agenda is a mistake. If there are farm workers going to speak, and this is being driven by an organization that wants farm workers involved, you put it to front of the agenda. These people get up in the morning early. I'm sure some of you have come to work and seen them working in the fields. These guys that didn't speak, they left, they had to go to sleep. They got to get up in the morning. That's common sense and disrespect. The other item, I don't know, maybe it's me and my computer, but the first, 20, 30 speakers, all I heard was Spanish. I didn't hear any translations, but I did hear when Lourdes got on and she started translating. Thank God Lourdes is working on this translation. Something got dropped there. And I don't apologize. I don't speak Spanish. The things that I take from this, some great comments by some of these councilmen. The last councilman made some great comments. One of the issues that happens that I learned in the world is when there's an ample supply of people that are willing to work for any wage, there are people that will hire them. And until that group stands up and demands their rights for a decent wage, for a decent work, you will continue to have problems like this. The reason I go this angle right now, we had multiple people talk about multiple people living in rooms, renting rooms. Well, I can tell you, I sat on this council and was extremely proud of Mayor Brian McDonald, Mayor Pro Tem Brian McDonald. At the time, I don't think he was Mayor Pro Tem, but he called out when this organization was coming up and asking questions about why don't we have decent housing? Why don't we have this? Why don't we have that? And he asked for addresses. A second time, the organization did that. I asked for addresses. I asked for names. And I called out Mr. Lucas Zucker. And I got chastised by members of the council for that. It takes two to tango. You have to help. You give and you take, and you take and you give. You need to help each other. The issues and the increasing of the rent control matter, I believe, will not help the city. I do believe that there's a lot to be said when it comes to people that own these facilities. If they can make more money selling them as individual apartments, condos, they will do it. But is that going to help the people that are in the dire straits right now? No. Those are the people that are in real tough spot. That's why I want to know, what exactly is the motion that we're making? Because education is going to be great, provided the farm workers or any labor, because Councilman Madrigal is absolutely right. There's like a stigma, it's all farm workers. I mean, I didn't always work on a farm, and I knew people that were having a hell of a time making the rents. Some of them worked at the post office, considered a good job. And when you have people like that in the same spot as the farm workers, and we put a stigma on it, you need to have the education opportunity, but you need to have an opportunity, in my opinion, for them to take advantage of it, not have to go through a second party that acts as the go-between. The issue of this, the labor, when anybody, you work for a living, you learn some lessons in life. If you like to eat, you're going to want to work. And it's not because you want to work, it's because you like to eat. And if you get a family and you have responsibilities, it becomes more important. But you also learn, if you don't have a skill, you'll be at a disadvantage. And if you have a skill, you better know what you're worth, or you'll always be taken advantage of. Those are simple life lessons. They taught me that when I was in grammar school. Mesa School. I don't know what they teach in grammar school now. I hope it's something similar or better, but I hope the basics they learn. Because the issue of we're going to put a cap on the rent, but the rents are already too high for these people, and we're going to put a cap allowing them to go higher yet. How will we fix this issue? And we have representatives from the organization that spoke to me, and they spoke tonight, saying they're willing to work with it. When I sat on this council, and I know that Councilman McDonald was on the council, And I believe Oscar Madrigal was on the council. The rest of you weren't. But there was a big push for safe homes, safe housing to go in to do something. It never was accomplished. Combination of money, staff, and then COVID. That needs to be addressed. All Oxnard residents, whether they're homeowners or renters, whether they're young or old families, legal or illegal, they need to have a safe place to stay. They need a roof over their head. But where do you get the funds to do that? I've already had one person tell me, well, we got Measure E, we can take Measure E and pay for everybody's rent. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's a good idea. Multifamily housing and the multifamily housing, and when we asked, one of the council members asked Mr. Ramirez, how does that work for a small owner? Well, if we have a single home, but he's renting to multiple people, renting out rooms, do we call him a multifamily housing? Can the rules be made to enforce upon that guy? Or is it simply up to the city to get a complaint to go into it? Or do we do what we've always done? Turn a blind eye. When we had a member of the school district speak, and we have, opportunities, and I respect the job that they do. But we have a high school district that's selling 13 acres of property right now. If we have surplus property, does the city have an opportunity? Maybe we put affordable housing on it when we look for things. One of the, I think his first name is Max. He's talking about going higher, going up. Is the ultimate solution here, and I hope it's not, is the ultimate solution here we do away with SOAR? Because a lot of this seems like that's the ultimate goal. Anything goes anywhere in the city of Oxnard, and we become the San Fernando Valley. I hope that's not it. But before I vote, I want a clear understanding of what the motion is that was made by Councilman Lopez and seconded by Mr. Turan. Thank you, Mayor. Those are my comments.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. The motion was made by Councilman Lopez and also second by Turan with discussion. And I'm sure that after we discuss the items, then Councilman Lopez can reiterate her motion. So the next person is Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank everybody that spoke today, lots of speakers. As somebody that gets to work providing low-income housing to individuals on a daily basis, I get to see a lot of the struggles that a lot of our speakers spoke about. But I also see a lot of our landlords, our property managers that that care so much and do things by lowering the rent. And I just want to commend them also because it's an effort, and I want to make sure that I give credit where credit is due. Mayor Pro Tem asked in regards to the rents, and just, with what I see in the market on a daily basis, a 2-bedroom apartment that was probably built in the 1950s runs right now anywhere from $1,800 to $2,200. A 3-bedroom, $2,300 to $2,800. And with rents continuously going up on a yearly basis, and they do go up. Property managers are on top of this. Every year on the dot, they are increasing those rents. And if we have families with income that is stagnant, they're losing money. Instead of them gaining money, they're losing money. So I'm going to support this. The motion that Councilmember Lopez said, I think it's a step forward. And I'm also going to really, really be a broken record when it comes to education. We've really got to educate. It's going to be one of those things that we cannot just not do. It's going to be on a continuously basis. So I want to thank everybody's staff for all their hard work on this. And I'm looking forward to seeing this come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just like council members, staff members, and members of the audience. I just want to thank all the stakeholders for their comments this evening. I want to thank CAUSE, the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles, Ventura County Association of Realtors, the California Apartment Association, the West Ventura County Alliance for Housing Providers, for providing some excellent recommendations on AB 1482 rent control. However, I still believe that we have a lot of concerns, numerous concerns on affordability for Oxnard. There's a lot of social concerns in the community. There's a lot of substandard housing, overcrowding, with numerous families living together and rooms being rented, to individuals at really high cost. That potentially can cause homelessness. Landlords that illegally rent their homes and other rent control concerns. I want to support Councilmember Lopez's motion, but additionally, I'd like to share with you that we need to have a substandard housing inspection by the city. We need to provide legal aid for tenants so that they can know their rights, and also for the landlords for that matter. And also to continue to the development of wage increases. I know that's a long-term item, but the pipeline that the city is putting together will help. Also working with the apprenticeship programs that many of the labor entities have. And also the 5% cap, I support that. And also the set up an educational process, as I mentioned before, for the tenants and for the landlords that are extremely important so they can understand what's happening to. And also that we have a master tenant that cannot sublease at a higher rental rate to others. And also in order to raise rents, landlords have to provide a 30-day written notice to the tenants. And also we need to continue to produce affordable housing via the density bonus program and inclusionary housing, which is a long-term process, but we can work on it. I believe also that the state of California AB 9-1482 recommends a 10-year process, a 10-year rent control. So potentially we can look at that. Financial resources to our tenants, potentially we can assist with the rents through the county to the state and other federal assistance programs that I think our city manager mentioned that earlier about helping with tenants and also their rents. The housing mediation for tenants and landlords. I think we need to have some type of mediation for tenants and landlords. Potentially, I'm not sure if it's going to cost money for the city. Maybe we can have volunteers from the tenants and also from the landlords. And I'll give an example that what we set up at the county when I was there. We set up a farm worker resource program at the time because we were having problems with the farm workers and the growers, and to settle any concerns between both of them. We set up the farm worker resource that really is working great now because the farm workers and the growers get to talk about their concerns and they settle that type of concern. So anyway, that's some of the concerns that I would like to see with the motion that Councilwoman Lopez mentioned. So Councilwoman, would you like to reiterate your motion again for the council?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and appreciate the discussion. So I'll repeat my motion, and I think there was a question from Councilmember Madrigal on the timeline of this, this coming back to council. So I'll restate the motion, and then if either Mr. Ramirez or Mr. Nguyen can provide some insight on when we would possibly be able to see this ordinance come back to the council. So my motion is to direct staff to bring back a local ordinance version of AB 1482, setting a cap of 5% rent increase, and with an expiration date at the end of 2030. And on the and then the second piece is for staff to come back with a proposal with a public education program and the enforcement mechanism for local control. And then the staff recommendations, I do support the addition from Councilmember Turan, which isn't something necessarily new. It's something that I think can be included as part of that initial motion. But in terms of the, if we look back on the staff report from September 14th, there were the short-term recommendations on the education piece, the Local Tenant Protection Act, the density bonus permit, and then the long-term recommendations, which is work that that staff and the city has been working towards of building new affordable housing, continuing to enforce the inclusionary ordinance, and working the improvements and expansion of the employee pipeline.
Councilman Turan, do you agree in this?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, so we got a first and a second.
And quickly to answer the question of timing, we can endeavor to bring back the first draft of this in January to the full council.
Okay, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Pasua,
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
And thank you. That's a long agenda, but thank you, council members, for the excellent report and also for the comments from our city council and also the stakeholders. Our next item is this a Public Works Department. This is item number 4, the formation and levy of a special tax of the city of Oxnard Community Facilities District number 9, North Shore of Mandalay Bay, and the dissolution of the city of Oxnard Community Facility District number 6, North Shore. And this again, the recommendation that the city council conduct a second reading and adopt an ordinance number 3004, authorizing the levy of a special tax within the Community Facility District 9, North Shore and Mandalay Bay, and also introduce an ordinance by title only, the further reading to be waived, ceasing levy of special tax, extinguishing lien and dissolving Community Facility District number 6, North Shore, Mandalay. And of course, this is also, it was this was followed, the pre-recorded presentation under Measure M. And we have a contact person is Michael Wolf.
Yeah, good evening, and Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Steve Howlett will give a brief presentation.
Okay, Steve. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council. So yes, once again, this is the item for the formation of CFD number 9 and the recommendation. This is our, we did the notice of formation and then the first reading of the CFD. Now this is the second reading for the formation of CFD 9. And then we're also introducing the ordinance to sunset the CFD number 6, which was the previous project that was associated with this site. So I'm available, and we also have our consultants with NBS and Marianne Goodkind, our counsel as well.
Thank you, Steve. I don't have any speakers on this item, and so we have any call-ins. Do we have the time? We can start. Okay, well, we started the 3-minute rule. So, Councilmember Perrello. You're muted, Councilmember Perrello.
When it comes time, I'll make a motion to support this. But
okay.
I know we have the 3-minute rule, but I want the public to realize this came about in the final crafting because residents spoke up and brought their concerns, and our excellent city attorney staff, Ken Roselle specifically, working with other people in development services to craft a better thing that satisfied all parties. And it has to be noted. We're very lucky to have these kinds of people working for us.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Any council members, any other comments on this item? One of the things that on the CFD was that the developer was the only person that voted this item because there was no other entities that needed to vote. Correct, Steve?
That is correct.
Thank you. Okay, council members. So I'm sure, let's go back to the Dodgers. What was the score for the Dodgers, Tehran?
I believe it was a 6-5 final for the Dodgers, Mayor.
So we have another game tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So potentially maybe we can have another win.
Live to fight another game.
Okay, we're almost there. We've got another minute and 17 seconds to go.
Mayor, may I make another statement, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Mayor. The only people that had a right to vote on this and approve it, aside from the council approving their action, are the property owners. We currently have a fair size of residents in the city of Oxnard that are extremely unhappy that they have CFDs, LMDs, and various things. And I hope that some of them are watching, because this is the process. The person that owns the property calls the shots on what he's going to encumber whoever he sells this thing to, and then they deal with the aftermath. And it's up to the city to make sure that it's somewhat, to the best interest of everybody involved. But the only person that has a right to vote on it and encumber that debt to the homeowners is the developer. And then they walk.
And to add to that, council member, whoever buys the properties there is given a disclosure that there's a CFD and that they pay accordingly, which is, I think, is extremely important, that they understand what they're purchasing. Okay, so the 3 minutes are up, and we have a first by Councilman Perello. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilman Tehran. Roll call.
Councilmember Basua. Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Yes.
Councilmember Tehran.
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Councilmember Perello.
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Councilmember Basua.
A quick FYI, she's changing devices because the battery wouldn't hold the charge.
Oh.
She'll be back momentarily, but we can proceed.
Okay.
Okay. Motion passes 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is N5 is Public Works Department Subjects Award Agreement for Automated Meter Infrastructure Installation, Public Works 17-32. The recommendation is the City Council approve and authorize the following for a total of $30,481,628.12 in project funds for the Advanced Meter Infrastructure AMI installation project, PW 1732. And number one, that the mayor to award and execute an agreement of A8371 with Badger Meters Incorporated for $22,062,283.12 for installation of the water meters. And two, the project contingency amount of $2,206,228. And three, a project allocation of $2,206,728 for engineering, inspection, and survey projects. And four, for the mayor to award and execute an agreement of A8350 with Corolla Engineering Incorporated for $4,006,889 for construction management services. And this again was approved by the Public Works Transportation Committee at 3-0.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
if I may, while we start the clock to see if anyone's going to call
Let's
in.
start the clock.
This is such an important item as well. And I certainly hope that everyone in the city has had the time to view the video, but just in case, if I could ask someone from Public Works to give just a very, very, very brief and concise explanation of what this is, because it's a large ticket item and it's very significant. But again, very, very brief, please, Public Works.
Certainly, Mr. City Manager, we'll have our city engineer Tatiana Arnaud give that very brief.
Tatiana, okay. Tatiana, are you muted? I can't.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Tatiana Arnaud, city engineer. So very briefly, what we're doing here with this project is we're basically replacing the over 41,000 existing meters throughout the city with these meters that are automated. And basically what will happen is that this will use cellular technology to be able to actually read the meters, actually freeing up some of our staff to be utilized in other areas within the water department and help us basically streamline this process of getting accurate meter reads across the board, because that's something that we are struggling with right now. And we do have 20 to 30 meters failing at any given point or per week right now. And so that's why this is a project that's absolutely important to do. And it's critical that we do it now. So that's just kind of the short version of this. We do have Carollo and that will be helping us with the construction management for this. This is estimated at least a 3-year project, but could eat into 4 to 5 years, depending on just a variety of factors. And so they'll be assisting us with the construction management throughout that entire project process.
Thank you. Councilmember Turan.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Arnaud, for the brief explanation there. Just for the benefit of the public, I'm wondering if you wouldn't mind, number one, confirming when a meter fails, it now has to be manually read by a physical staff person, correct? And then approximately how many meters are we looking at that need to be manually read after they fail?
So currently, yes, basically we have about 10,000 meters that are being read manually at this time. So out of the 41,000, a quarter of them are being read manually. And so when a meter fails, we are replacing it with new ones. So the idea is they shouldn't be read manually at that point. But because they're failing so rapidly at this point, it's kind of hard for the water department to obviously keep up with that. So the intent of this is to have them all replaced at this time.
Okay, thank you for that. And just one last question. The meters that need to be replaced, the ones that are failing, what's their approximate age and what was their anticipated service life when they were new?
So these were all installed between 2002 and 2008. So we are well beyond the 15-year life expectancy for these meters, generally speaking. So we are seeing the end of life of all of those. And so this was something that was completely anticipated.
Thank you very much for answering the questions, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much. And my understanding too is that the meters are no longer have, the old meters don't have any parts or that's hard to get parts, for those meters. So that's another concern too. And also by having automated, we're going to save a lot of time by having the computer read the meters, which I think is extremely important for the public to understand that. Okay.
And if I may add, Mayor, go ahead.
Okay, we have Councilman Lopez.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think Ms. Arnaud had some additional comments. So
Tatiana, go ahead.
I was just going to mention that basically there will be a customer interface that will be available online where they'll be able to get basically up-to-date information via that portal. So this is a new service that will be available to our residents here in the city.
Thank you, Councilman Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I believe Mayor Pro Tem made the motion, and I'll second the motion to approve this. But I wanted to add that when we heard this in the Public Works Committee, we heard it the same night as the urban water management plan. And so this is very closely tied to it, that I think, it was highlighted as being just a very important step in helping the city, control and manage, any possible, water issues. So just wanted to highlight that it was a good meeting and combination. And I'm glad to see these both coming today as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Perrello.
Yes, just want to add one thing. There is a very big deal. They contain no lead in these new meters, none. And I want to thank the staff for pointing that out. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem and second by Councilmember Lopez. Roll call.
Councilmember Basua,
Aye.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Aye.
Councilmember Tehran,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. Our next item is, by the way, the 3 minutes are up. And also, our next item is N6 is Public Works Department. This is update of bicycle and pedestrian projects. Recommendation the City Council receive and file a report on the status of the city's bicycle and pedestrian master plan. And of course, this was approved by the Public Transportation Committee 3-0, and this was pre-recorded under Measure M.
Mr. Mayor, if I may very quickly, first of all, I want to say congratulations to all of us. We've made it to halftime tonight.
Yeah.
So a little bit more stamina and we'll get through the rest. This is also another item of great significance to the city and to our community. And again, while I hope everyone's had the chance to watch the video presentation or the committee, the video from the committee, I strongly urge council members to ask as many questions as possible so we can get as much of this information out there, albeit at a late hour. But again, this meeting will be rebroadcast after tomorrow. Thank you.
Councilmember Tehran.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I want to thank Mr. Bokum for putting together the presentation. It was incredibly informative. I really appreciate detail on these types of items. And so thank you very much for putting that together. I have a couple of questions, and really they're meant to edify this item for the public. First is, can you explain just in very kind of brief terms what the bicycle and pedestrian master plan is and what it was intended to do? And then I have a follow-up question to that.
Certainly. Thank you, Cope. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Certainly, Councilmember Tehran, and good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I am Tim Bokum, the city traffic engineer. The bicycle and pedestrian master plan is simply a blueprint that the city has developed with our stakeholders and our community members in how we are going to progress from basically at the time, over 10 years ago, not really having a good blueprint on how we would implement our bicycle and pedestrian facilities and integrate them with our full transportation system. And so the document is basically a living document that gives us the ability to tell developers what may need to be included as part of their development. It may be give us guidance in how we program our CIP, our capital improvement efforts. And it also is a guiding document of how we would go out and solicit grant assistance in order to upgrade our bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. And so we use this document basically as our Bible, so to speak, on how we want to implement these programs. And it gives the community an understanding of the priority and the sequencing that we look for. And so it really is a tool, a planning tool on how we're going to develop our alternative transportation modes for the city.
Great, thank you. And
Thank you. And let me, before we continue, I'm going to start the 3 minute at that time. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for that explanation, Mr. Bokum. Looking at this item, I truly wish that the public could see the presentation at the council meeting. Maybe 12:06 in the morning is a big ask, but I wish when it was rebroadcast they could see it. But they can look at the staff report and the agenda and view the pre-recorded presentation, I suppose. But again, just to kind of edify this for them, would you mind first please explaining what a class 1, class 2, etc. bicycle lane is, or bicycle facility is? And then as a follow-up to that, would you mind please just sharing a little bit about what types of enhancements have happened throughout the city currently that our residents might readily see in regards to bicycle travel?
Certainly, and as you and the council members probably know, there is a slide in the presentation that basically shows the various nomenclature. And let me see if I can just pull it up really quick for I don't know if that worked. It looks like it didn't work. Anyways, we basically refer to the various classifications of our bicycles. The nomenclature generally starts with classifications. A class 1 facility is basically a bicycle facility, and a pedestrian facility is entirely separated from our street system. And so it basically gives the highest degree of safety in separating out these modes of traffic that we have. A class 2 facility is the more prevalent bicycle facilities that you may see in town. Those are the bicycle lanes that are actually installed within the roadway itself. Nowadays, we look for a combination of not just doing a bicycle lane, but we may be adding additional striping there to give a buffer between the traffic lanes and where the bicycles actually occur. And we may even more recently be installing some green paint out there in order to better define where the bicycles should be going and where vehicles should be going. And then finally, a class 3 facility it's sort of a gap closure technique that we use. We try and establish what's called a bike route that will connect a class 1, a class 2, and other areas that people are trying to get to and from. That is most recently some of the pavement markings that you've seen go down on C Street and Guava and some of the other areas where we put in pavement markings that show that we want to have bicycles know that those corridors are where they can ride. Those markings are commonly referred to as sharrow markings. And they're really there for two purposes: to let the bicycles know they should be using those corridors, and also to let the motor vehicle drivers that are along those corridors to really be on the lookout for bicycles that may be using those. And so that's sort of the nomenclature that we use. And if anyone's interested, part of the presentation goes into that a little bit and can really let people know exactly how those are referred to.
Great, thank you, Mr. Bokum. And I appreciate you including examples for folks too. My last question, and I'll round that out, is do we have before I say that, there in the American Rescue Plan funding, there was looking at a potential for a bike path from or down Woolley Road. And in my perfect world, that would be starting from from Rose and Woolley and heading down in a safe manner all the way down Woolley to the beach and on Harbor Boulevard. I mean, that's my perfect world. But really, if we're looking at that as like an example, do we have other examples of Class 1 facilities in the city right now that folks can think about, so that when we talk about this, they can visualize exactly what that means?
Yeah, we have a couple of, thank you, Councilmember Turan. We do have a couple of examples that sort of demonstrate out what a Class 1 facility looks like. Probably the one that might come to people's minds most predominantly is the separate mixed use path that runs parallel to the Union Pacific Railroad on the east side of the railroad track south of Gonzales. It runs from Gonzales basically to Community del Sol Farm Gardens. And people are able to walk along that safely from the railroad tracks. And ultimately, we're wanting to extend that Class 1 mixed use path farther south and get to the transportation center. We also have another example of a more urbanized path on Victoria, basically between Gumtree Avenue and Gonzales, where we've actually integrated a mixed use path where the sidewalk would be in order to get the bicyclists out of the roadway entirely and give them a little bit higher degree of safety. So those are the type of facilities that we can look at putting in order to give the bicyclists and the pedestrians a higher degree of safety than trying to just walk along or ride along a conventional street.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Bokum, and thank you, Mayor, for the time.
Thank you. Okay, Councilman Madrigal, and then Councilman Perello.
So thank you very much for the presentation. I do have a few questions, I guess issues or concerns that may not necessarily have been on the presentation itself. Just not only safety for bicyclists, but also for pedestrians. Obviously, if we could do this all over again, I think the city would look a little bit different. But just, city is 100+ years old. So, some things are, very difficult on your part to get anything, done. So anything is actually heavily appreciated. But I do have issues with a road like Saviors. How do we get not only bike safety there, but also pedestrian safety? Cars are going 60 miles an hour down on Saviors. How do we do that on Channel Islands between C and J Street? Any bicyclist knows, or anyone who just, I guess, common sense would know that you don't ride a bike on Channel Islands Boulevard between C and J Street because of all the curving on that particular street. We have a street like Hemlock, which should realistically be a neighborhood street, but it becomes a thoroughbred of cutting through right on Ventura Boulevard. Those are just some examples of how do we do something there? So becomes more accessible for all residents in the city, and makes a better, it makes it better for all residents and not just one particular area of the city or certain sections of the city, or you ride your bike for, I don't know, a mile and then you have to stop because it's unsafe to go past that. So anything possibly that can be done.
Yeah, well, thank you, Councilmember Madrigal. Those are all very, very correct, comments on some of our street infrastructure and our sidewalk infrastructure that we have out there. As a more recent arrival person here at Oxnard, I see great opportunities out along some of our arterial streets where we have excess pavement that is just sort of lurking there that we may be able to better utilize and repurpose for bicycle and sidewalk purposes. We recently restriped Oxnard Boulevard from Cooper Drive North in order to get a Class 2 bicycle lane all the way up to Gonzales, just to sort of fill in some of the extra asphalt that was there and control traffic and speeds and those kind of things. So there are opportunities. Unfortunately, on some of our older streets, and you mentioned two of them, Saviors and Channel Islands, we have lanes, traffic lanes out there that basically fill up the entire street width. And so in order to possibly get better bicycle, better pedestrian facilities out there, we either have to look at alternative paths to get through there, or ultimately a lot of communities are making hard choices about, well, what is the best utilization of our limited right-of-way? And many communities these days are basically converting over vehicle lanes, possibly to utilize as mixed-use lanes. Ventura has been doing that. They recently did a very large lane reduction on Telephone Road. They did a lot of advanced studies before they made that decision, but they finally said, we really want to start promoting bicycle connection through the city. And so they were willing to give up a vehicle lane in order to get those higher safety issues. That may be something that Oxnard moves toward in the future, but that really is a community decision and a council decision to make if in fact we want to see that culture change of how we get people to and from our major activity centers in the city.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Perello.
Yes, Mr. Bokum, thank you very much for your work. I just have a question. We had a member of the community come, Miss Alice Madrid, and she talked to you and she'd had meetings with you, and it had to do with some of the new stripings and potential loss of parking or the ability for seniors to get to a site. Can you give us an update on whatever that discussion, what fruit bore from that?
Yeah, yes, thank you, Councilmember Perillo. I did talk to her prior. I was away from the work for about a week. I talked to her before my vacation, and we will be, this is some parking removal that we did as part of the C Street project between the intersections of 9th and 8th, where we were, it goes back to Councilmember Magrial's question, what's the most efficient, the safest use of that very limited curb to curb space that we have? And what we were seeing in that one block section is we were having buses pulling over and stopping in the through lanes. The Gold Coast Transit drivers were expressing safety concerns about stopping in those lanes. At the same time, we were trying to improve the bicycle connectivity in that along the C Street corridors. So we had to make a series of choices. And as part of that, we removed some of the parking in front of the senior center there between 8th and 9th. So one of the things we're looking at doing is, rather than trying to reestablish parking out on C Street, which is it's not a heavily volume street, but it is a lot higher speed than the side streets. What we're looking at doing is possibly putting in some restricted timed parking on 8th and 9th in order to allow the seniors to park more safely on those side streets and give them some designated areas where they can park, as opposed to going back out and looking to get them back on C Street. So we're currently doing that investigation now, and we hope to have that review done by the end of the month.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bocum. It's very heartening to hear. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our 3 minutes are up, and we have no additional speakers. So this was just a receive and file. So I'm going to the next item, item 7. This is a city manager department, and this is the subject's consideration of the draft supervisorial maps. The recommendation is the city council consider the draft supervisorial maps presented to the board of supervisors and determine, number 1, what map, if any, the city council wishes to recommend that the board of supervisors adopt on or before December 15, 2021. 2, specific recommendations the city council wishes to provide on needed changes to one or more specific supervisorial maps that are being considered by the board of supervisors. Or 3, that the city council take no further action or official action regarding the supervisorial map recommended to be adopted by the board of supervisors. Or 4, other alternative actions that the city council wishes to take regarding the supervisorial map redistricting process. And again, Ashley Golden, do we have Zaragoza?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if we could call on Deputy City Attorney Jason Zaragoza. He monitored the Board of Supervisors meeting today, and he will provide us an update on their progress today, and then we'll hand it back to the council.
And then we have 3 speakers on this item after.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, good evening. Well, actually, good morning now. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, Deputy City Attorney Jason Zaragoza. So as the city manager said, I'm introducing our discussion on consideration of draft supervisorial district maps. As a refresher, on September 30th, you considered 10 district maps prepared by the city's demographer. Ultimately, council directed the city manager to draft a letter to the Board of Supervisors outlining 4 principles. Don't divide Oxnard into more than 2 districts, reunite existing neighborhoods that are split, ensure other cities in the county are not divided, and that the new map creates districts with easily identifiable boundaries. The city manager sent that letter on October 5th. At that meeting on September 30th, the council also requested that staff bring back this issue after the Board of Supervisors consider their next round of, first round really, of draft maps. So earlier today, the Board of Supervisors did consider 4 draft district maps in addition to 2 in greater detail that were submitted by the public, specifically one by Cause and one by Maldef and LULAC. I believe that was a combination map. It was a little unclear. The recommendation before you tonight is, in essence, support one of the district maps, provide specific recommendations on needed changes to one of those maps, take no further action, or some alternative action. So before we open it up for comments, I'll briefly go over the 4 maps that were considered by the board earlier today, along with the other 2 submitted by the public. I'll have you know that ultimately the board decided moving forward that they will not consider maps that do not create two majority minority districts. So put another way, they will only consider maps moving forward that create two majority minority districts. There are other maps in progress, and they're going to continue to take public input, but that was a very clear principle that they're moving forward with. They essentially eliminated maps 3 and 4 from consideration, which I'll be going over because they don't include two majority minority districts. They did leave open the possibility that they will consider that they will reconsider those maps if there are tweaks made to them. So they're bringing back maps 1 and 2 that I'll go over, as well as the 2 maps that one was presented by Cause, the other by MALDEF and LULAC for further consideration at their meeting on November the 9th. The other principle that they seem to move forward, and again, there was not a motion, this was sort of direction to staff to keep the city's whole, quote, as best as they can. So that was the discussion at the Board of Supervisors meeting earlier today. So I'm going to share my screen and go over the maps that they considered, along with some notes that I took on why, how those maps, weigh against the council's principles that were recommended on September 30th. So let me share these. Actually, I'll share this one first. All right. Can you see that on your?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So this is plan number 1. And this is one of the maps that they are going to consider again on the 9th, and I'll be able to zoom in a second. This does create 2 majority minority districts, District 3. So the other thing you got to get used to is, they labeled them A, B, C, D, E. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so on this map, the city of Oxnard here is divided into 3 different districts. So you've got one up here, so part of District 1, you got one down here, part of District 5, and one here, part of District 3. Thousand Oaks is also split into 3 districts. And then you've got Moore Park that is divided into 2 districts on this map. It does create 2 majority minority districts. And other cities, so based on the principles that council had adopted, it does divide the city into more than 2 districts, and it does divide other cities in Ventura County as well. The other principle that the council adopted was, making it not having it easily identifiable boundaries to be part of that map. And here, it's sort of difficult to tell where the boundaries are. You got some weird cuts and things throughout, but so just going over that map generally, those are the issues as they pertain to what council's September 30th motion was. Moving over to map number 2, this one also creates 2 majority minority districts. Again, a principle that the county has stated moving forward. Those are the maps that they will be considering. Oxnard and Camarillo, again, both divided into 3 different districts. Oxnard would be into District 1. Let me zoom out a little bit. So District 1, District 5, and District 3 again. You see the majority minority districts would be District 3 and District 5 down here. It does reunite some neighborhoods and divides others. Again, going with the council's principles from September 30th. It also divides other cities throughout the county into multiple districts, namely the city of Camarillo into 3 districts. And actually it was noted at the Board of Supervisors meeting that Camarillo actually objected to this plan via letter. And, perhaps there could be some tweaks or something to it. But I believe the issue was that the airport and I think it was City Hall are actually divided from where the majority of the population actually is. And so again, they'll be reconsidering this map, perhaps with some tweaks, not sure, or just further discussion on November 9th. These are the two maps. I'm going to go over them, even though the county has, and maybe they'll tweak them prior to November 9th. But based on the current configuration of these next two maps, I do not believe that they're going to be considered, at least not in this current form, because there's only one majority minority district in this map, and that would be District 5. With two other districts at about 40, one is at 43.9% minority district, the other at 44.7. And here, Oxnard is actually divided here into 4. So, that doesn't comport with the council's principles of maintaining, Oxnard being divided into 2 districts at most. No other cities in this version of the map are actually divided. It is very difficult to determine boundaries, and Oxnard is divided into 4 on this map. The map, well, you can see from the configuration of the map which parts of the city are sort of divided up, but again, just generally divides the city up into 4 different places. And I don't even know what street this is. So that's East Gonzalez. So the rest of the city there would go up to District 1 and then east of North Rice. And then I believe down here as well. Yeah. So divides the city into 4. Again, direction from the Board of Supervisors was not to consider, at least not this variation of the map at their next meeting. Same thing with this one, because it does not create 2 majority minority districts. Not something that the board would consider in its current configuration, according to what occurred at the meeting earlier today. Oxnard here would be divided into 2 inhabited districts. Does meet 2 of the city's goals, where again, Oxnard really divided into 2. This does it includes part of Port Hueneme in District 5. So yeah, again, Oxnard are not something that the county, I think at this point, is going to consider in this current configuration. So those are the 4 draft maps that went out with the press release at some point last week, and that they were slated to consider. Sort of on the fly, they also considered these 2 other maps that I'll go to next, which this first one was presented by CAUSE, map 63525. The configuration is a little bit different because this is the actual kind of map that you can erase things from and fill in and kind of tweak the population a bit. So this creates 2 majority minority districts, District 3 and District 5. Let me make sure I have the city overlay on it. Yes. So there you go. So you can see the cities there, right? Let me know if you want me to zoom in or out. It does create 2 majority minority districts, District 3 and District 5. District 1 has Ventura with Ojai, and then stops somewhere in Port Hueneme. I think we can dig in a little bit, but you get the gist of it is, yeah, Ojai, Ventura, part of Port Hueneme. District 2 includes all of Thousand Oaks, but it splits Camarillo into 3. District 5 would include sort of North Oxnard, along with all of this up here, Santa Paula, Fillmore, Piru, part of Moore Park, Somis, and all of this area up here. And then District 3 would include Port Hueneme and South Oxnard, as well as Camarillo. But again, dividing Camarillo up. This is sort of similar to Plan 1 in the county's map with a couple of tweaks. Yeah, it's similar in configuration. And then this is the other map that they considered. This is the MALDEF LULAC map, and this splits Oxnard into 3. So you've got some portion of the city here in District 1, some District 5, and then some up here as well. Camarillo split into 2. Thousand Oaks is also split, and Moore Park is split into 2. Takes the eastern part of Oxnard and El Rio, along with the Santa Clara River Valley. So in terms of the principles, again, that were voted on September 30th, doesn't necessarily comport with those, does create 2, again, majority minority districts. So that's what occurred at the Board of Supervisors meeting earlier today. Again, they will be reconsidering maps, including any new ones that are submitted on November the 9th. And just keep in mind that the date of adoption is December 15th.
Thank you, Jason. Jason, in all the maps, I saw part of the meeting today, Oxnard is still split into 3 and 4 districts, which is really some of the items that we were concerned about back in the September 30th meeting. But before we continue with the dialogue, I'd like to, are you done with your presentation so I can call on the?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I have 3 speakers on this item. And we're going to start off with Ronald Araujo. Is he available?
Mayor Ronald Araujo is not available.
Okay.
However, we do have Debbie Mitchell.
We have Debbie Mitchell, followed by Renee Ayu. Debbie Mitchell.
Debbie Mitchell?
Hi.
Hi,
Hello.
yes. Thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. I know it's really late. Watching the meeting today, it was interesting to see that, and kind of embarrassing that in the map that we had presented and we're working on, we were trying to we started with cities, keeping cities whole, and then coming down to the majority minority requirements that the county decided on. Really threw things into a loop. I have sent a request to the county that they put their draft maps in the same mapping tool that the public is using for designing maps, because looking at the detail of their map, as you could see zooming in, it's really difficult to get the same demographic information displayed the same way they have it and are using it from using the public mapping tool. And trying to work out the details on when you zoom into the Oxnard splits, it's very, very difficult. The one thing that I would recommend is that all city council members really motivate their members and neighborhood councils to submit maps of communities of interest so that those divisions can be cleaned up in a sane and representative way. In none of the maps that are moving forward in order to create those majority minority districts, 2 of them, it does not look at all possible to not split Oxnard into 3. And so that's really frustrating. So I think it would be really good to know that at least our representatives are not creating the problems that we have heard complaints of from Oxnard, particularly areas where people don't have a lot of access to computer technology. They don't feel represented by their supervisors. They don't know who their supervisors are or what the function of them is. So I would just like to offer that we need a lot of community involvement to go into the details of these maps now, even though we feel fully represented by our council members, it would be really good to understand the district representation. And the only
30
upside
seconds.
from it, is the amount of representation that having 3 Board of Supervisors members, functioning and overseeing Oxnard, does give us a broader reach. So thank you. It was an interesting meeting today.
Thank you. Renee Ayu is the next speaker.
Mayor Renee Ayu is not available. However, we do have an additional speaker,
Okay.
Barbara Macri Ortiz.
Okay. Barbara.
Barbara, you may unmute by pressing *6.
Uh,
Hi, Barbara.
evening
You have
again.
3 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you. I listened to the meeting today, and I've been working on maps, and I heard the big thing that I heard is that they realize they have to come up with 2 minority majority districts. So that's progress. And the biggest complaint that everybody had was dividing up their cities. So I came back or started working on another map, and I actually have created a map that gives 2 minority majority districts, 3 and 5. What I did is I took City of Oxnard, starting at River Park, and just went down and kept filling in until I, ran out of numbers. And then I put Port Hueneme together whole with the 3rd district, and then have a few neighborhoods in Oxnard. One's the overflow into the 3rd, and the beach, I kept them or put them in the 1st. I think there's a real community of interest with the coast because they're all going to have to be working on sea level rise, and so it might make sense to put all the coast together anyway. But the big challenge, so Moore Park didn't want to be split. Okay, fine, we put Moore Park in the 3rd. And Camarillo, put Camarillo in completely with Thousand Oaks, so they're not split. And the Santa Rosa Valley into Thousand Oaks as well. It was really a challenge with the 3rd district because I kept going from 48, 49% to 50%. I actually had to go back into the map on Oxnard and change a couple of the neighborhoods. One that I'd had in Oxnard, I switched that with one that was in the 3rd and just kind of played with it, massaged it until I got that 50% plus 1, because that's what's really hard. And so the way we end up is we end up with 2, I guess you could say, top-heavy districts, which are 2 and 4. And they're in the, I think, about 177,000. Oxnard and District 3 and 5 are like 161,000, and District 1's 166.
20 seconds.
It was a real challenge, but I've addressed quite a bit of their concerns, and I've preserved the neighborhoods with Oxnard. I tried to design the lines to make sure that the neighborhoods, were whole. So I can
What
send
time
that
is
out.
that?
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Barbara.
I'll send that out. Okay.
Council members, I have, I want to thank Jason Zaragoza for the work that he did today over watching the Board of Supervisors. I had the opportunity to view part of the meeting too. But I have some recommendations I'd like to share before other members share their concerns. And let me read this. Council members and staff members of the audience, I want to thank you for the input in the city's participation regarding the county redistricting process to bring Oxnard Voting Rights Act consideration. The city of Oxnard has been split into 3 districts represented by 3 supervisorial districts, 1, 3, and 5. And the city of Oxnard has a population of approximately 102,000. Therefore, I believe that it should be split by 2 supervisorial districts, not 3. And that's one of the letters that our city manager submitted to the Board of Supervisors. I would like to return to the recommendation by staff that proposed option 1D map. That was in the special meeting that we had, the second redistricting meeting that we had on September 30th. The map and recommendation by staff is keeping with the inhabited process as follows. And I mentioned to Jason Zaragoza, I wonder if he has that map that we had under item that we had September 30th that had option 1D map. Let me see. Can you print that out separately, Jason? Yeah. In keeping with that, that option 1D map keeps the district geographically contiguous, does not split neighborhoods, it minimizes division of communities, it makes districts easily identifiable with boundaries, and making the district geographically compact, which I think this is what we're looking at. I believe, this is my personal opinion, that the current Ventura County Board of Supervisors eventually, after a lot of dialogue, I know they talked about the two minority maps, that they will not accept extreme changes to their districts. And some districts are being looked at being split, Cameron 3 and 2 and Thousand Oaks and so forth. So I believe that eventually they're not going to accept that. That's my recommendation. But map 1D recommended at the special September 30th here at the City Council meets all the legal requirements under Section 2 of the Federal Voting Rights Act and reinforces that by the State of California Fair Map Act. Therefore, I'd like to make a motion that we submit map 1D to the Board of Supervisors as a City of Oxnard preferred map. That would be my recommendation. And Jason, I think we can show the 1D map away from the county section separately. And let me see, I think we go down, there's map right there, 1D, that keeps City of Oxnard divided into 2 districts as opposed to 3. And all the other maps divides Oxnard into 3 to 4 districts. And really, this is, I believe that the representation to Oxnard would be minimized by doing that. That's my personal opinion at this time. So I would like to recommend that we submit 1D to the Board of Supervisors as a city preferred map. And if we have any council members that'd like to share any, we have Council Member Perello, followed by Council Member Madrigal. Councilman Perello?
Yes, if you're waiting for a second, I'm not here to make a second. I want to get a question from our attorney, Mr. Zaragoza.
Okay.
So are we waiting for a second or?
No, you go ahead and comment.
Okay, all right. Here's my question. Mr. Deputy City Attorney Zaragoza, what was the driver that we have to have 2 minority-majority districts? Is it a threat of a lawsuit? Because if we go with this map, that doesn't look like it's going to be 2 minority-majority districts. Correct me if I'm wrong, and please fill me in on what was the driver. What did they come out and say was the linchpin that it had to be 2 minority-majority districts?
Jason?
Sorry about that. When I shared the screen, for some reason, it muted me. Section 2 of the Federal Voting Rights Act prohibits electoral systems, including district plans, which dilute racial and language minority voting rights by denying them equal opportunity to nominate and elect candidates of their choice. The districting process must not only comport with state law in our elections code, but also with federal law. And so that is one of the factors is that the map comports with the Federal Voting Rights Act, along with other factors. The Board of Supervisors was really focusing on the two majority minority districts because one of the factors is that it's got to comport with the Federal Voting Rights Act.
Do we find that if we take this map 1D that we will have two minority majority districts?
So out of the 10 maps that were presented to you on the 30th, there were 4 maps that did create two majority minority districts. This particular map was not one of them. 1C and 1D create one minority district being District 5. And in map 1C, the same thing, only District 5. Options 3B, 3, 4, and 4B, which were part of the data set, did create two majority minority districts. However, those maps did have other issues that we went over at the 30th meeting, including dividing, Camarillo into three districts, sort of being oddly shaped, meaning didn't create clear boundaries. Option 4, I can actually probably just go right to it, just so I can show you which maps did create two majority minority districts. So this was option 3. Did do that, but then again, as I stated, District 1 did sort of had this odd sort of shape, didn't create clear boundaries, and then we had other cities that were divided, including Camarillo, into 3. I think we had that discussion on the 30th. Option 3B also has two majority minority districts, with El Rio added to District 5. And the city of Oxnard being divided into 2 districts. I'm sorry, the quality of the maps isn't great on these ones. And again, District 1 sort of not clear boundary, clearly identifiable boundaries. And then when you look at option 4, and Councilmember Perrella, feel free to slow me down if I'm kind of speeding through these maps. Option 4 creates a second 2 majority minority districts in District 3 and 5, but Camarillo and Simi Valley are divided between 2 districts in both of those options. And there is more of the city in this option in District 3 as well. Option 4B also created 2 majority minority districts, similar to option 3B and 4. And then here, Camarillo is again divided into 2 districts, with the Santa Rosa Valley in the 3rd district, and Simi Valley is also divided between 2 districts on these versions of the map. So those were the issues that we had identified previously on the 30th. So ultimately, the recommendations 1C and 1D were what you were presented with, seemingly not something that the county, at least at this point, at least based on what was said today, they're moving forward with considering 2 maps that create 2 majority minority districts. Whether or not they would consider these maps, ultimately that's, would be something for them to determine at their next meeting. Again, sort of a tight timeline here. November 9th is the next meeting, adoption by December 15th.
Thank you, Mr. Zaragoza. Thank you. It seems that we're suffering because we've always been bigger than the other cities, and we've had to put up with the slicing up of our city among supervisorial districts. And now that it's happening to some of the other cities, all of a sudden the shoes are tight and they don't like it. But we've had to suffer. But thank you for the explanation. I appreciate it. And you're 100% right. It is difficult to figure out what you're looking at with the maps that they have, where it is. Thank you.
Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you. Just kind of actually going to say some of the same things that Councilmember Perrella said. The map option 1D or 1C don't meet the two minority majority districts. As some of us on here know, once you go to districts, it doesn't stop anyone from filing a lawsuit. And I'm sure the county wants to go to two of these districts simply because anyone will file a lawsuit. And once the lawsuit is filed, if the county loses, then someone else gets to draw the maps. And if that were the case, I think we would have 4 new supervisors on the Board of Supervisors by the next election. So I think even if they don't like it, I think for them, it's either that or they all get replaced for the most part. So I was looking at the maps. I probably have to see Cause and LULAC's map a little bit more. When I saw the original 4, my favorite out of the 4 is actually map 2. Simply put, out of all 4 of them, yes, you know, you could complain and say, you know, not everything's perfect on the map, but I think draft map 2 would probably be the best, in my opinion. Obviously, the rest of the council, you know, I'm only 1 of 7, but to me, I would personally prefer map 2 out of the 4 that were given. Even though I know that 2 new maps were introduced. I did see Cause's map, which they emailed earlier this week. I like that one as well for what it was. But yeah, I think like Councilmember Perla said, we are probably going to get cut into 3. But this time around, it looks like we're not going to be the only city that gets cut up into either 2 or 3 this time around. So I'm looking forward through the whole process and, you know, see where this goes.
So Jason, map 2, doesn't that put Colonia with Camarillo?
Yes, Mayor, it does. It also puts El Rio,
El
Colonia,
Rio and all.
Santa Paula, Fillmore.
Exactly right.
All
So,
with a little section of Camarillo. So that would create the majority minority district.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council members? I still believe that 1D, you know, as per the letter that was sent by our city manager on the 30th, that 1D would probably be keep Oxnard from 3 districts and 4 districts, and you have the Oxnard would be 2 minority districts there, that representation that would help Oxnard in the Board of Supervisors. That's my recommendation anyway. That would be my motion. I'm not sure if I'll get a second on that. Okay. So we don't have a motion. So what's the pleasure of the board, of the council?
Mayor, if I can add it, and I think we kind of seem to be at a standstill because what we originally at the last council meeting, the recommendation isn't quite where the Board of Supervisors are headed, and so you know, I'm concerned about forwarding or recommending the 1D map that you're mentioning, if it might just be discarded, you know, from the beginning, since it doesn't meet the requirement or the path that they're heading towards after today's supervisor meeting. So I, you know, might be also the late hour that I think we're a little fried to, you know, to make a decision on this. And looking at even the combination of the maps that have been presented between the preferred maps as of today from the board, as well as the map from Cause and MALDEF. I mean, they seem pretty similar. So, you know, I'm not sure that you know where our input would fall at this time. And I know that doesn't quite help, but I just wanted to mention that.
Again, this is only a recommendation because the Board of Supervisors is going to do what they believe is to their benefit, but that's only a recommendation. Councilman Turan?
Thank you, Mayor. Looking at the recommendation for this item from city staff, we had 4 possibilities on there. And I think that we've knocked out possibly 1 and maybe 4 with any of our previous maps looking like they're not going to meet the requirement of having 2 minority majority districts. So I'm thinking that if we wanted to narrow down how to move forward as far as action goes in this item, we're either going to decide, do we want to review a little bit more, get more information on what's moved forward based on what Mr. Zaragoza has presented to us? Or do we want to do number 3, take no further action regarding the supervisorial maps for the Board of Supervisors? So that's my take on it. I just wanted to share that. It sounds like, do we want to learn more about the maps, or do we want to take no further action?
Thank you. Council members, any other? We started our 3 minutes, right, Madam? Councilman Perello?
I appreciate this discussion, but until you can actually see where the maps are, I have to 100% agree with Councilmember Madrigal. He and I and Councilmember McDonald, Mayor Pro Tem McDonald were here when we got sued. Anyway, and then it's like, to take no action seems idiotic. We're at least, it's like turning our back on the supervisors. And I know that we are working much better with the county, but we have a recent history where things were not so wonderful with the county. And we only have 1 supervisor that we could say has roots here. So I do not know which one to pick, but if they've made a decision that there's got to be 2 that are minority majority, and Mr. Zaragoza, fill me in if there's anything I'm missing here. It sounds like the majority of the supervisors say that, or is there a dispute on the 5-member Board of Supervisors? If they're all saying that, and that's the advice they're getting from their legal counsel, and we send up a map that doesn't fly in that, I mean, it's going to go, Mr. Councilman Madrigal is right. I think it'll get tossed. Or Councilman Lopez, I think it'll get tossed. So we got to grab at straws, because going through the lawsuit last time was not good. And the county would probably get sued, not us, but taxpayers end up paying the bill.
So
it seems kind of funny where minority majority. I guess I'm a minority, but I'm not a majority, and I'm like I don't know. So maybe it'll be interesting what happens with council districts, city council districts after seeing this.
My whole concern was, the reason I brought this up is because we've had nothing but concerns from Oxnard that we don't have the proper representation, that we're split in 3, and we had an opportunity to have 2 supervisors opposed to 3. But again, the Board of Supervisors is going to agree on what they're going to agree on. And I don't think that the other cities are just going to stand there and say, yeah, that's great, we're going to go that route. That's my personal opinion, because we talk about legal action. I'm sure if Camarillo was split up in 3, or Moore Park, or those folks they're not just going to stand there and take it. That's my personal opinion. But again, I do believe that potentially we need the 2 minority districts. And if we can go that route, then I think it might be beneficial. But I am not sure if the board's going to go that route. We're just giving recommendations. In fact, all cities are giving recommendations, and they're going to make the ultimate decision.
I just wanted to point out real quick. So there wasn't as I said previously, there wasn't an actual motion that was made. It was sort of direction that was provided to staff. There wasn't a formal motion made by the board and voted on. But
that's right, because that can change, Jason. Oscar, Councilmember Madrigal.
Yeah, real quickly, again, the reason why I picked District 2 from the looks from District Map 2, from the looks of things, Supervisor Ramirez would represent Colonia, El Rio, Santa Paula, Fillmore, parts of Camarillo. But key thing, it leaves probably, I would say 60% of Oxnard to have another elected supervisor from the city of Oxnard. So that in its place creates 2 seats for the city of Oxnard, 2 complete seats. The only reason the other side of Oxnard would not get an extra seat is if someone from the city of Port Hueneme were to run and beat someone from the city of Oxnard. So to me, that is my big thing. Not only, yes, we're into 3 districts, but we actually have a real possibility of having 2 supervisors from the city of Oxnard, not that represent the city of Oxnard, but to actually live in the city of Oxnard. And I believe that's Causes Map does that as well. So, pretty much you'll have a representative from North Oxnard and a representative from South Oxnard if things are done correctly. Obviously with campaigning, you're never sure, but you have a very real possibility. And, that's 40% representation. That's more than what we get right now. So to me, that is a big driving force. And actually, when they originally started this plan, doing maps, unfortunately, I never got the opportunity to do a map, but that was actually my number one thing, to actually have the possibility, a real possibility of having 2 supervisors from the city of Oxnard.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question for our deputy city attorney. I actually listened for a bit during the meeting today with the supervisors, and I know they had Camarillo, Moore Park, and I believe Ventura call in. And then I had to go. But my question to Jason is, did they even mention the Oxnard letter at any point? Did they even acknowledge the fact that the city manager submitted?
Yeah, Councilmember Basua, I believe Councilmember Ramirez mentioned it first, and I think it was mentioned another time. So yes, they did acknowledge that they did receive a letter from the city outlining our principles. And then they acknowledged the other cities as well who'd done something similar, whether it was in public comment or via letter.
So even with the acknowledgement of the Oxnard letter, the supervisor still took a different stand. Is that correct, as far as what they wanted to see in the new redistricting?
Based on the conversation that they had, and again, there was no motion, but based on the direction provided to staff, none of those maps kept Oxnard divided into 2. And the maps that are still being considered, Plan 1 and Plan 2, also, one of the recommendations from the council was not to divide other cities as well. And Plan 2, which will be reconsidered on November 9th, divides Camarillo into 3. Plan 1, which will be considered again, divides Thousand Oaks into 3 and Moore Park into 2 as well. So that would be correct. That again, this is still in flux. They're still considering different variations of those maps, and there is going to be another discussion on the 9th. I'm not sure if that's going to include updated maps based on the discussion that they had, or some variation of those maps, or how that's going to go. But that is correct, that Oxnard was divided into more than 2, and other cities were also divided.
So, council members, we have 4 items here that we want to consider, items 2, 3, and 4. So is there recommendations from the council members on any one of those 4 items? I know that item number 1 was one of the ones I was looking at, and that would not get a second on that. So what's the pleasure of the board?
I'm going to make a motion, Mayor, that we do nothing and just wait it out.
Is that item number 3?
Yes.
Item number 3, what is that? Basua with the first? Is there a second on that?
Second.
A second?
Yeah.
A second by Madrigal. Roll call.
Good discussion.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Uh,
Madrigal, first by Batsua and second by Madrigal. Tehran?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just real quickly, I'm wondering if we would also be able to reserve the right to have the city manager draft a follow-up letter based on where things evolve at the county level with this discussion as well. If we decide to do nothing here tonight, could we elect to do that as well?
So the fourth recommendation here is another alternative action that the council wishes to take regarding the redistricting process. That being said, I'm a little unclear about what that direction would be to the city manager in terms of what would be included in that communication.
So, okay. Councilman Basua, you still want to go with a 3, and there was second by Madrigal.
Yes, because I don't know what that communication, what we can now as a council tell our city manager to write. I just don't know that there's even enough time for that.
Okay, so then we got a first and a second roll call.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Tehran,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Yes.
Councilmember Basua,
What do you say?
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello,
I have no better idea, so I'm voting yes. But I have no better idea.
Mayor Zaragoza,
No.
motion passes 5-2.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is the item 8, and that, let me see. Item 8 is the funding application for Community Facility District Number 5, River Park. The recommendation of City Council, acting as a legislative body of the Community Facility District, adopt a resolution entitled, "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of Oxnard, acting as its role as its legislative body of the Community District, Facility District Number 5, River Park of the City of Oxnard, specifying the process that must be followed before the Community Facility District Number 5, River Park of the City of Oxnard." Okay, let me see. Of Oxnard may reimpose the funding obligation for the fire protection services at a future date. And that, Mr. City Attorney, who's taking the lead on that? And I have 3 speakers on that item too. If let me go to the speakers first, and okay.
Okay.
So we start off with Ty Hartley, followed by Douglas Portello, and then Alicia Parcell. Ty Hartley.
Ms. Hartley?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Good morning, Council. Ty Hartley, a River Park resident and Neighborhood Council Chair. I'm addressing the obligations to CFD 5, reinstating the fire protection and suppression service. I do understand it's not coming back to the community at this time, but rather protocol should it be reinstated at a later date. My concern is the notification to owners is vague in terms of the outreach. There needs to be a more defined written specifics, such as the format, time, and cost. I'm asking that 2 items be rewritten into the resolution before it is adopted. Under item A, please specify that the property owners will be provided a notification letter mailed to the owners with no less than 30 days notice. Also to be considered, should this be reimposed in the future, the cost to mail the notices be paid for by the city and not deducted from River Park CFD funds. The cost to mail to over 2,000 parcels should not be absorbed by the residents. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Douglas Portello.
Mr. Portello?
Hi.
Hi, you
Yes,
have 3
can you hear
minutes
me?
to speak. Yes, thank you so much. Go
Okay.
ahead.
I rarely get to say this, but good morning, everyone. When the city council voted to remove the fire from the levy from CFD number 5, it was by the recommendation of the city manager. The reasoning he gave was that this service is typically funded by the general fund. That is true. It was recommended, it was unanimously voted by the city council and approved. This reasoning should also be true for police service, which the River Park residents pay in the same non-bonded Mello-Roos. Police should not be a burden of the property owners and renters of River Park, but by the general fund revenues. On October 13th, in a River Park Facebook group, Council Member Teran made some confusing and I believe some erroneous statements concerning the process to add or delete services in the CFD number 5 Mello-Roos. And what this resolution does. This resolution seems to be a political grandstanding for the upcoming District 2 special election that Councilmember Teran is running in. So he made a comment that some residents had some concerns that somehow the city manager was simply going to add fire back in. So here's his words, not mine. I stated on the record that I would like to take that power away from the city manager's hands and assure residents of River Park that this was not in the plans. Therefore, the resolution being considered on October 19 will do just that. Well, first of all, he's basing his reasoning for this based on a false premise. It's not the city manager. It's not in his hands to do. That is entirely upon the authority of the city council to vote, okay? So that's a false premise. It's really a farce, is what's being propagated just for political reasons. Then he goes on to say that this would be much more difficult to reinstate because he's adding just a couple steps in the process. So that's again a farce. This resolution just adds a couple steps. It's the same city council that votes on it. So the city council in their jurisdiction in making those decisions and voting upon it are going to make the decision that they want to make. They will vote it up to put it back in, or they'll vote it down. The only thing that will actually change that is to change the origination documents. So Councilmember Bercarello is exactly right. The voters better understand the Mello-Roos they're getting into and know the origination documents, and just not based on these kind of false statements just for political purposes. It's just wrong to do that. It confuses the residents and voters, and it should just be discouraged.
Your time is up.
Our next speaker is Alicia Purcell.
Ms. Purcell?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Great. I just want to say this agenda item is a perfect example of why politicians are so disliked by the general public. There's a special election in a couple of weeks, and you want to give your colleague a talking point for his campaign. So you put this meaningless gesture on the agenda. This item is not urgent, as there will be no new CFD budget for another 8 months, and it takes a supermajority for you to take up items after 10 p.m. It's after 1 a.m., and this is an urgent item tonight. Why? The only thing that makes it urgent is the pending election. In another year, and actually in any other year, how does the council impose any given charge on a CFD? Will they adopt a CFD budget for the next fiscal year? And it only takes a majority vote of the council to do that. This resolution does nothing to make it harder to reimpose the extra charge for fire services onto CFD 5 in the future. I mean, I know you'll pretend that it's a grand gesture to send a postcard to the residents, and it'll be something that looks like junk mail and will not be read by most people. But ultimately, all you'll need is the very same majority vote of the city council as you needed before. So what if you have to adopt another resolution if it still only needs the same council vote? If you have the votes for the budget, you have the votes for the extra resolution too. Like Doug, I want to mention a recent social media post. Mr. Turan said this resolution would take the matter out of the city manager's hands, but it was never ultimately in the city manager's hands, as the CFD budgets require votes by the city council. And if the city manager presented a budget with the charge included, the council could take it out by amending. So it's always been in the council's control. Basically, what you're doing is saying you won't reimpose the charge unless you vote to reimpose the charge. Well, thank you, Captain Obvious. If you want to prove to the public that you're not just political hacks who think pretending to do something is the same as doing something, then just go ahead and go on the record tonight by voting for this resolution. Why not say that you won't reimpose the charge unless the CFD residents vote to reauthorize it? Now that would be doing something, but you're not going to do that. Better yet,
30 seconds.
River Park residents should amend the CFD formation documents. They can remove that item and others from the list of authorized charges, and that's a much better way for them to protect themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we'll start the 3 minutes to allow any other speakers that might want to speak on this item. So council members, we can elaborate at this time, subject to this.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I can just.
Mr. City Manager.
Yes, thank you. Just provide a couple of quick responses. What an interesting way to have a morning conversation. All this talk about political hacks and whatever political politics. I just want to clarify a couple things here because the public speakers couldn't have been more wrong about this. So first and foremost, we had a conversation a couple of weeks ago about supposed promises made by former city managers. And I made it very clear then that that's strictly inappropriate. And we did something similar with regard to the seawalls item. I think that was last year sometime. Also have, and as an outcrop of another supposed promise made by a city manager prior to my tenure here, which is why we brought that to the council to get a council resolution to commit to funding half of the what the seawalls could cost to repair. With regard to this CFT, because Mr. Pertello only quoted half of my logic for why, in my analysis, the fire service should be removed, which is that the CFD also paid to construct the fire station. So that's a pretty important piece to leave out, Mr. Pertello. And so it's unrelated to the police services. So that's one. And two, what we're doing here is actually making it impossible for me as a city manager to reinsert this fee because it's actually already approved in the CFD documents. So what is being asked here to get council resolution is to not allow me to do that and to put in this 3-step process here that would require a formal public process and not a quick one at that. So if you work back from the 3 steps and you look at what we have in the Sunshine Ordinance, working backwards, it's 12 days published before it gets to the council and 7 days before it goes to committee. So step 3 requires 19 total days of public noticing. Step 2, and notice that step 3 specifically requires a separate resolution so that this step couldn't be bundled together. So that's a separate resolution. Step 2 also requires 12 days before it comes to the city council public notice and 7 days for committee. So there you've got 38 days of public notice before final action. And then, of course, step one would be required to take place before step two. So you've got more than 30 days notice there. Ms. Purcell alleging that if we send out the notice, it would look like junk mail. Ms. Purcell has always complained about city mailers being too shiny. So which is it? Which would you prefer? So again, for my purposes, I think this is the correct policy call. This is the right thing to do for the checks and balances of the administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Councilman Perrello, followed by Councilman Turan.
I just want to share with the council. I attended religiously the Rio School District Board meetings when this, the whole River Park project, the CFDs, and I want to thank Mr. Bartello for mentioning that I was right about needing to know, because I got to correct the very first paragraph. When River Park was approved, there were supposed to be 3 schools, 3. And then there was a problem with the elementary school. The roof wasn't put together right. The junior high school was built on an abandoned oil well. There was methane gas issues. A lot of things happened in River Park. The economy went south. A lot of things happened. And all of a sudden the school district let them off the hook from building a 3rd school. I think that's significant. Now, the arguments that we're having right now, my understanding for the whole purpose of cleaning this thing up was there was something that was found that the residents in River Park may have been unaware or taken advantage of, and it has been cleaned up. And then to come back and to do it appropriately, to get pounded for it, I consider the sources. I do think Ms. Hartley brought up a good point. If there's going to be a 30-day notice, it should be a 30-day notice. But if there's now wanting to not have the funding come from the CFD, what do we tell the rest of the L&Ds and CFDs that are having to pay for administrative costs? I mean, we tell them River Park gets away with it, but you don't. You can't treat one different than the other. And again, go back and look. When this thing was approved, there was a public works, there was a water department manager on the Rio School District Board who became the public works director for the city of Oxnard after the vote. And the things that transpired should not have happened. And there's been a lot of problems and concerns with River Park that have come to light, and some are still, I believe, landmines to be found. But this is an attempt to clean up something that was, in wrong. And these were all wine and dine, come and get it. We're going to have lakes. We're going to have everything else at River Park. If anybody looked at this, at the schemes and the videos, and the mayor, you were on the council at the time. They had pictures of the sailboats in the lakes at City Hall when people would walk in. This thing made the LA Times. 3 schools, fire station, all kinds of stuff was going to be provided. It didn't work out that way. This is an attempt to clean it up. And I compliment this council for trying to do that, to help the residents.
Thank you. Councilor Turan.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'd like to thank the 3 speakers who stayed very late. It's 1:24 a.m. I see they're not in the meeting right now. I hope they're listening to these responses so that their concerns they brought up, they know that they were addressed. Thank you to the city manager for addressing the comments that were brought forward by Ms. Hartley. I wish they had come forward a little bit sooner than today. We had spoken about them last week, but I'm glad that they were addressed. Regarding the issue at hand, I do have to say I actually brought up the video from June 29th's meeting, and when this was originally requested, there was concerns brought up that night, but also from other residents when it was mentioned that I don't know if it was a scare tactic for them. I don't know what was stated, but when they said, well, the city manager will just, add it back into the budget next year or the year after that, that was a statement that was made. And this is the great system that we have here because of those statements that were made, because of the concerns brought up by speakers like the ones tonight. We are here tonight to close that gap, to make sure your concerns that you brought up are not going to be something that is easily pushed on the residents of CFD 5 River Park in the future. It is meant to be, as the city manager said, multiple steps now. And I can say, standing here right now, that if this was after November 2nd, it is before November 2nd, I am here representing District 2, which includes River Park. I would be doing this regardless because it's the right thing to do, in my opinion, and based on the conversations I've had with River Park residents. So I appreciate that point of view as well, that the timing of this, well, is there a better time to do this than right now, than anytime? Like, we could wait till next year, we could wait 2 years from now. Let's do it now. The next thing is regarding police. I appreciate Mr. Partello bringing that up. I've seen that discussed a few times. I've seen residents express concerns about the police, the enhanced police services in River Park be brought up. I'm glad he brought it up. I see he's in one of the groups. He should bring it up as a discussion to see what the residents think about removing the enhanced police services. I haven't seen much conversation that would have me believe that they're in favor of that. But if he believes otherwise, that's something to discuss with the actual residents who live in River Park. Lastly, a statement of this is why politicians are disliked. Is it because they listened to what the concerns were and found a solution to address those concerns? I mean, it's kind of what's my opinion of what's happening here. And I agree, it's late. I really apologize to Ms. Purcell for the optics of this going past midnight or 1 a.m. We had a huge item on another very important item, just as this one's important, but that one went long and there was a lot of great community input, which I, again, thank everybody for participating in that. And I just have to say, it's too bad we couldn't start this meeting before 5 p.m. So those are my comments. I want to thank the city staff for bringing this forward and listening to the concerns of the residents who are wondering about what would happen if this item were to be added in. And I will, with that, make the motion to approve the recommended action. Thank you.
Councilman Perrello.
Yes, if we could have this police chief, possibly, hopefully somebody from the police department still here, or the city manager. My understanding was the merchants are tremendously involved in having the extra police protection. And the second and most important thing tonight, if I find that my current city manager makes promises, as the former city manager, Mr. Nyhoff, made to people at Seawalls, or Mr. Sotelo made to other agencies, I would initiate removing that city manager. He has not done that. And the implications that people keep coming up and clip him at the back knees, that's what you're saying. You have evidence, bring it forward. Other than that, I'll leave it at that. But the most important thing, he's telling you flat out, he's not going to do that. He's made a commitment to do that. He's put his neck on the line, and I'm being accused of being a cheerleader for him. That's what I should have been expecting when I first got on this council. That's what other people that were on the council before me should have expected, and the people that are on the council now, and some that have left, should have expected. But we didn't get it. We got it now. I'll second the motion.
Okay, second by Perrello. One of the things that I like to mention, I want to thank the whole conversation. One of the things that I believe that all buyers need to look at the real estate disclosures. And that's extremely important. Every time that you go buy a house, the realtor tells you all the good things are going to happen. We're going to have lakes, we're going to have schools, we're going to get X, Y, and Z. The question is, how is it going to get paid? And those disclosures are really, really important. And I like to share with the people that if you're going to buy a piece of property, make sure that you read the disclosures and understand what you're buying and getting into. I just want to share that. So we have a first by Turan, second by Perrello. Roll call.
Councilmember Madrigal.
Aye.
Councilmember Lopez.
Yes.
Councilmember Turan.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Aye.
Councilmember Basua.
Aye.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead, City Manager.
Yes, if I may, before we adjourn, I'd like to give a special thanks tonight to our two interpreters who've hung in with us.
Thank you.
Throughout the night and into the morning. Thank you very much.
And I want to
Mayor,
thank.
Mayor,
ahead.
may I ask a question? And can somebody answer the question that I brought up with respect to the police protection and the merchants in River Park?
Do we have, Mr. City Manager, do we have I'm not sure if we have
Well,
the police chief.
Yeah, and it's also not part of the agenda item. We can always talk about it later.
We can talk about it later then. That's a good question and we can bring that up later. Okay, anyway, I thank everybody, thank all the speakers. It's been a long, long night. This is the last item and I want to adjourn this meeting and tell everybody, good morning. It's already Wednesday. We're adjourned.
Buenos días.